Hi, Kuma. Hi, Bull. Damn, you're checking in cock size now. Guys, he's pulling his cock out. Okay, okay. Hi, still guys. What's up? Yo, Palfrey, what's going on? You were out of my way. It's Jorky, guys. Shut up. Yo, Derek, what's up? Hi, Cypher. What's up, Cypher? Hope you're doing well. We'll go over our teams and stuff. I'm really zooted today, by the way, you guys. I just want you to know. Hi, still guys. What's up, Hapsies? Oh, let me ping the server. I didn't even ping the server today. Guys, I'm really sick today, so I had to take my medication that I normally take on stream, but I didn't have any like soda. And I have a problem where I can't take pills without soda, so I downed all my pills with Monster. Is that okay? Oh, should I actually reverse the song? I had to wake up. Yippee! Yippee! No, I legitimately cannot take pills without soda. I like choke otherwise. It's so fucked up. Hello, Block Boys. Game with friends. Look outside. Hi, Timosin.
Kit's Squibby Pet.
You are out of my name. Hi, Forexler. Hi, Major. Hi, Maverick. Hi, Timosin. Hi, Jesse. Hi, Pretty with Derek. Hello, Meowstran. Hello, Meowstran. Meowchan. Meowchan. Hi, Jesse. Hi, Obiek. You're 2 minutes late. Cock Wars. You guys should spam that, especially if we have share chat. Don't do that if we have share chat. If it's just me and Giga, yeah, but otherwise, you know. Cock Wars, yeah. Dude, I have like a fucking superpower right now. I know this is gonna sound crazy. Everything's moving really fast, but slow at the same time. I feel like it's been like 10 minutes. It's been 3. We're gonna do awesome. We're gonna do awesome, dude. We're gonna do awesome. We're gonna do awesome. So I peeped Reddit, the Block Wars Reddit, because it's really funny to beef with people on there. It's really funny to beef with people on there. And people are like, Mace 4 frag this time, sorry. And I said, first frag, I'm gonna snort liquid weed. I don't like Reddit. It's weird, man. The people on there are not real. They're not real fucking people on there. Gruggy! Hi, Gruggy! What's up, Gruggy? Dude, it's like, you know, like the artificial kindness that like old people give you. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, bless your heart, sweetheart, type of shit. You know what I'm saying? Hi, Fabry. Excuse me. Excuse me.
Mecha startup in progress. Scanning for identification. Bioidentification gathered. Welcome aboard. Pilot, Micah.
Thank you, co-pilot. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. I don't know why my fucking my fucking co-pilot's so loud. I just had to turn him down. I beat him to death the other night. Hi, chat. What's up? How you guys doing? How you guys doing? No, why does it keep looping this song? I like this song. All right, there we go. Cool. How you guys doing? How you guys doing? It's a good day. Hello, Kelly Pot. Hello, Anshura. Hi, Kuma. Hello, Unlucky Amigo. Chat, there's been some team adjustments. Ayuki, my love, and Coretta Bite. New name? My dyslexia almost read that as Kamala. I thought Kamala Harris was in chat for a second, dude. I was like, why the fuck do I have Kamala Harris as a fucking VIP, but it's Coretta. I was just like, I saw KA and my brain filled in the rest is Kamala, and it took me a second. Guys, look, it's Kamala Harris. Oh, I still have a bunch of shit open. Hold on, let me find my team. It comes from the scientific name for loggerhead sea turtle, sea Coretta. Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. What's your favorite scientific name? I think I really like this, like, it's like this bulbous plant in the water. And it's really good. It's really good, and I like its name because it's called Typha angustifolia. And do you guys know what it looks like? It's just some fucking reeds in the water. It's awesome. Why is the name gotta be so tough when it looks like this? Wait, we gotta post a tweet that I'm live. Oh, I already did that. Shit. Oh, I'm higher. Oh god. Okay, no, it's fine. It's okay. We're cool. Lock in. Lock in. Is Ruben saying Block Wars? Hold on, I'm gonna check Ruben's thing. Is he in Block Wars today? I don't think he is. I don't think he's in Block Wars. No, Ruben. Give me a second. Okay, so chat, this is our team. Listen, this is the combo right here, okay? Me and Giga have a superpower in Block Wars, okay? We pick up the energy. So if the rest of our team's good, we're gonna be good. We'll be fine. We are stacked again. Yeah, we're Giga. Oh, why is this picture so big? Yeah, we're Giga again. Maybe. Let me pay you money. Actually, maybe let me know when you open up your hold on, let me find it. What the hell? What the hell? Why can't I find why can't I find your VGen right now? I'm zooted. Hi, Mati. Oh, guys, I'm gonna read something, and I want you to know who wrote this. I'm not gonna... About to enter the local tavern in Seer. Then after 10 minutes, exit with red knees, a handkerchief wiping my mouth, and a stray red pube on my face. Breath smelling of dragon cum. Wow, I wonder who could have put that on my timeline. Wow, what a fucking... What a wordsmith. What a little wordsmith, you know? I wonder who wrote that. It was Evie. Maybe link me your VGen. I need to commission a jam. From you. Ugh. Who's in Block Wars actually this time? I don't know. I think you guys need therapy, man. Like big time therapy. I don't think Ruben's in this one. Damn it! I don't think he is. Well, I don't know why they always put me and Giga in this shit. I don't know. Oh, here's the team list. Okay. Awesome. Here's the team list. We all need therapy? All right. So I immediately know who my ops are. We got Miss Rainho. We got Miss Rain.
Yes, we do, but it's expensive.
Mr. Boosfa. Mr. Boosfa. Okay. I gotta write down who I'm cursing. Strategic curses. Okay. Fiendberg. Fiendberg. Okay. I don't see anyone else I have like personal beef with. Actually, Prince Zam. Sorry, Zam. Sorry, Zam. My apologies, Zam. And fuck, we'll write Rain's name twice. We'll write names Rain. We'll write Rain twice. I gotta fill it out. We got 5, okay? Hold on. Okay, Etsy curses. Etsy curses, okay? Bad luck game curse. Verifying the device. Okay, here we go. Rainho again. Prince Zam, Boosfa, and Fiendberg. Okay, 2 people bought this in the last 24 hours. All right, chat, we're gonna seal the deal. Here's the picture. Let's put this into practice. Let's get some PNG candles. Let's get some PNG candles real quick. Let's get some PNG candles, okay? Perfect, okay, hold on. Okay, let's listen to scary Halloween ghost music. Yeah, here we go. How scary is this? Thank you. By the power invested in this Twitch chat room, please let let misfortune strike Rainho twice, Prince Zam, Boosfer, and Fiendberg. Let their spleef game be bad. Their Tomb Raiders empty. Their battle misfortunate. Amen. All right, now hold on. Tournament game spell. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, I'm buying this. It's $150. Guaranteed results or a refund. I don't trust that. All right. Yeah, it's $150. It's got a really cool picture with the crow. Let's channel this energy by Raven's Mystic Spells. Please. By the power invested by Raven's Mystic Spells, 5 stars on Etsy.com. Win any competition, game, or tournament spell. Please, allow us to win. Allow us to win. Thank you. Amen. Godspeed. I probably like invoke some demons on chat, but that's okay, right? I probably invoke some demons on chat in this chat room. We're probably cursed a little bit. There's probably like little like goblin goo guys going around going like that. So like, you know, if you guys see them, just like stomp on them a little bit. Guaranteed results are I should, if I was ever like a rich streamer, like if I ever got to that point, chat, I'm deadass gonna buy like a bunch of those and see what happens. I'm deadass gonna buy like 50 curses on Etsy and be like, guys, I'm buying curses, and we're gonna go through and pick our favorite ones to buy. It'll be a stream. It'll be a stream. I'm gonna say goodbye to so much money. What's the most expensive Etsy curse? Hold on, curse. What's the most expensive curse on Etsy? Price, high to low. Curse. Price, high to low. Dude, what the fuck? There's one for $34,362.41 by Psychic Solomon. What? Dude, who the fuck is buying this? That's a premium one? Is this shit gonna suck my clit? Like, what do you mean this is a premium one? Wait, why won't the picture show? Guys, why won't the picture show? Guys, I'm not even joking that my paint's not working. Oh, there we go. Okay. Look. $34,362.41. Homepage, home living, spiritual religion, psychic readings. Energy cleaning of the house. Do you feel that your living space or working space is burdened by heavy negative energies? Through an energetic cleansing conveniently and effectively from a distance, your room will be freed of disruptive energy with positive protection energy. What does an energetic cleansing involve? Energetic analysis of the room with intuitive perception and spiritual connection. The energetic state of your space is recorded in order to detect blockages and negative energies. A short description of the situation or your wish. A photo of the room. After cleansing, you'll receive detailed feedback. Okay, awesome. Why is that? Chat, some of these are fucking gold. Some of these are fucking gold. Guys. This goes raw as fuck. $13,696 packed with King Satan. They just sell that shit on TikTok, dude. Oh, but guys, listen, that's if you want a pact, if you want to bind your soul to Satan. It's only 12,500. By I mean, it's up to you guys. It's up to you guys, right? Oh my god, some of these are so do people buy these? Can I see like how many people have bought these? Wait, someone bought this $5,000 crystal? Guys, don't buy rocks for like dude, what the fuck? Guys, people have bought this. People have bought these. What do you mean people have bought this? This is $5,500 for Anhui feather calcite crystals on matrix filled with geothite inclusions and quartzite variation amethyst mineral specimen museum quality rare. You're gonna buy another one, Mono? Mono, I think I have any VIP slots, Mono, but 16
That's
in Mono.
Not just any crystal. It's a rock.
Dude, so these curses are crazy. Oh my god. Unleash a horde of demons. Revenge. Demonic Annabelle's curse autographed. They're selling an autographed painting by Annabelle. Okay, that's cool. I would not buy that actually. Oh shit, I gotta boot up the shit soon, chat. I gotta boot up the shit soon, man. Wait, what? Someone's selling a 3D printed Dracula's castle. With people, that's cool. That's actually really cool. I don't know if I'd pay $2,000 for it, but that's pretty cool. Chucky? Guys, I think we peaked. I think we peaked. Somebody's selling a real life, like life-size Chucky doll for $1,500. Is this Etsy? Oh yeah, you better believe it, man. You better believe it. Yeah, they're selling. Listen, I would not pay $1,500 for this, dude. Look, this is disturbing. This is not Chucky. They took some fucking like random ass doll and like painted its face a little bit. You can tell they just like, it's a baby, like a random baby head doll they just like picked off the ground. Like this isn't Chucky's face. This does not look like Chucky. They're not the same, man. This is not even close. I'm not paying $1,500 for a replica that's not even close. Like, it's made by Chucky in Chucky, Belgium. It's the Belgium Chucky. Maybe this is how Chucky movies looked in Belgium, right? That's cracky. That's cracky. It's crazy. Okay, I gotta get on Block Wars, you guys. I gotta get on Block Wars. Where the fuck is my Prism launcher? Prism launcher. I think it's this one. I think it's this one. Pete, wait, there's a Grugbert. Link it again. Link it again. Dude, Jason, listen. We can all, if all of us start like a fake Etsy store where we sell, you know, we sell wishes and say like, hey, you'll get rich and famous if you give us $1,000. We can all make money. We can all make money. We can all make money. Every single one of us, we can make money. Wait, guys, I might not be able to change my team skin. Please still be logged in the Mojang. Please, Minecraft.net, please still be logged in. I don't have my phone. I don't have my phone. No. Please still be signed in. Please still be signed in. Please still be signed in. Skip for now. Please. Skip for now. Please still be signed in. Why can't I sign in when, why won't it let me sign in with Microsoft? Okay, hold on. My sign in won't work. There you go. Okay, good, it worked. Thank God. Thank God, dude. It was gonna be a heart attack. Every time I kept clicking it. I kept clicking it. I was like, what the fuck? What the fuck? I might commission someone to make me like a really cool Minecraft skin. Oh, you want? I'm gonna ask them now. I'll ask them now. Actually, I'll probably like, hey, can you make me like update my Minecraft skin? I'll send you my PNG and stuff like that. Because I want a good one. Here, I'm gonna actually. I'll message them. I'll message them. Okay, let me tell them my skin. Brownies, how much are your commissions? I have a Minecraft, I have a VTuber model, and I made a skin for it, but yours looks so awesome, and I want a professional one. Yeah, Space Brownies is awesome. Chat, they made really cool team skins, which I don't know if anyone's using except for me. Nah, I think they got them. Hold on. All right, here we go. Change skin. Select file. Yes, I asked them to. I asked them to. Upload. You guys want to see our team skins? You want me to keep them surprise? I can show you guys. They made us team skins. They made us team. Oh, these are so cute. I'll show you. Look at these. Look at these. Oh, I hit the zoom button again. I'm sorry. I think I have foxtism. On Zoom. Look at these. Look how cute they are. They gave me like the one of those like dresses that like go like that. And I'm like, damn, you know what I'm saying? Like, you guys know the dresses, right? These ones. Like, I don't know if is that a cocktail dress? I'm not sure. You know what I'm talking about? Like one of these bad boys. The bee's knees. All right, we gotta get started. We gotta get started. I'm goofing and gaffing off. They're gonna get mad at me. They're gonna get mad at me. They're gonna be fucking furious at me. Actually, let me do this POV. I gotta use these more. I feel like I don't use these enough anymore, and I love these camera views because they're really good for shit like this. They're really good. Minecraft. There you go. Third-party store server. Oh my god, it's Michi. I love Michi. I love Michi. I love Michi. Dude, they told us to get on and no one's half the people aren't on. Where's Boostfa? Is Boostfa on? Boostfa's not on. Yo, Boostfa. I wrote your name in the Etsy curse. Scott. Damn, what the fuck? Dang, Wolfie, you look cute. What the fuck? Look at my little dude, I look so badass. Like, look at me. Don't I look cute? This is so cute. I got like, oh, I got little hair buns. Wait. Guys, look at my little hair buns. I'm like Froggy. I got little hair buns. I got Froggy buns. Yeah, you mean the Foreskins, right? It's the Foreskins. That's their team name. Or not a team name or community name. The Foreskins, right? Jared's the Foreskins. Jared Foreskins. Yeah, that's her. No, it's the Foreskins. What? It's the comrades. No, it's the Foreskins. It's always been the Foreskins. Yeah, you guys excited? I think this block wars will be fun. I think it will. I'm scared to join the team, VC, because I need Geek out there. I know Purpled, but I don't know Speed Silva, Ghosty Fruit. Yeah, it's always been the Foreskins. They decided it. Hope your team wins. Well, to be fair, I'm really sick today and on medication, and time is going so fucking slow right now. Like, am I talking faster than usual? I feel like I'm talking faster than usual, but I like time is going so fucking slow right now. I am going crazy. I feel like I'm cheating. I'm doping. I'm gonna be involved in the first Block Wars doping scandal. Genuinely. I'm gonna be involved in the first Block Wars doping scandal. Yeah, I'm on peak performance. Check this out. Check out my... Okay. Look at that, 360. Oh. Look, my Trident game is crazy. I've been practicing ice boats, too. True. I have a bad habit of only watching tiny VTubers. I feel like people have a misconception that big VTubers don't care. I can tell you a majority of like bigger VTubers love their fans. Michi is so dedicated to her fans and loves them so much and cares about them. And she reads a lot of messages in chat, right? A lot of people think like, oh, big streamers don't read messages. It's just that they can't read every message. Even I am not able to read every message anymore. I'll go back and watch my streams and I feel so bad. I didn't realize, guys, I didn't realize how many messages I miss. I never realized that. I miss so many messages. I miss so many messages. I do. Sorry, I have a bunch of phlegm in my throat. Hi, Maverick. What's up? Is it better or worse than the rectal cheating in chess? Dude, I don't know. I'm gonna be involved in the first Block Wars doping scandal. If I go crazy during this, it's gonna work. Look at my game. Look at my game. Hold on. Guys, listen. I'm gonna go crazy with it, okay? I'm practicing Elytra right now. I'm practicing with Elytra right now. Look at this. Yes, I love this song. I have the upbeat Deer Hunter songs in here. I have basically all of the Migrant album because that album's so fucking like upbeat in a good way. Let's hit the flyback. Let's hit the flyback. Can you fly through this? We can. I love Block Wars. I'm glad you guys like Block Wars. I always get nervous to stream it because like it's definitely not like the coolest thing ever, but it's really fun to do. Can we get this? Hold on, we can totally get this. We can totally get this. Ah, there we go. It's like playing that, you guys know the game where you can't drop the balloon? It's kind of like that. I make it entertaining? Hell yeah. Yeah, it is really difficult. It is really difficult. It really is. Me too. Oh. Oh, okay. Hold on, go down. All right, let's get our ice boat, chat. I learned a new tech. Look at the guys. I learned a new tech. Okay, check this out. Look, I figured out wall bounces. Hold on. I figured out wall bounces. I figured them out. Check this out. Look. Oh fuck! I did it wrong. You gotta like use your back end. Look. If I take this corner fast.
Hello everyone, and welcome to the update video for Block Wars Brawl. Block Wars Brawl is a new spin-off event we're hosting, which leans in a more competitive route than other Block Wars events. Exclusively for this event, we've also opened up one of the team slots for video application.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
60 total video applicants, we've selected one team and an additional 2 teams as backups. We'd like to say thank you so much to everyone who applied. Creativity shine. If you'd like to see and support the teams that are participating, linked below. Now onto our changes for this event. To start,
I see pink. I see pink. I always look. I see pink. I look.
To start, Race will make an appearance for this event, but we're not telling you which map will be played.
Good. Good. Fuck that, dude. They should do this every time. They should do this every time because people watch the VODs and like it's so unfair. It's so unfair. That's great change. Keep that, please, Wolfie,
in rotation
please.
with no changes, alongside Trailblazers receiving some new levels. For this event, Party's lineup will consist of Photon, Splat, Go Down, and Beep Test. Battle also returns for Block Wars Brawl, with the kits receiving a bit of a rebalance.
I think I'm gonna go Scout. I think I want the crossbow because that's my best thing.
Linked in the description below.
That's my best thing.
Lineup with rounds 1 and 2 being Vanilla Spleef and round 3 being TNT Spleef. That covers all our changes for.
Okay, we'll do really good. We'll do really good. There's no way. There's no way we won't do good. Yeah, no, Don. It's basically Minecraft Fall Guys. I love this. I love this so much, dude. Guys, look, I don't get stopped when I hit walls anymore. Do you see this? I figured out the tech. I was practicing this. I was practicing this. Whoop. I was practicing it. No teammate or no order up, no blitz hunt. I'll be fine. The only one I'm good at is blitz hunt there. Like, order up's fine, but like, if people don't do it the optimal way, you get fucked over. And I feel like no matter what, everybody's all like super like familiar like people. Like it's always like the same people that do the same things and always get really high. I don't know why they put me in this thing. I feel like I'm not that high rank. To be fair, actually, I did pretty good for my first time in like, I guess that really hardcore one called Pandora's Box. You know? So I don't know. Maybe I'm better than I think. How different is Block Wars? This is a special event of Block Wars, so like half the normal roster is in here. I just like doing it. It's really fun. It's like an event that I just really like doing. Like, I don't do it because like I don't want like I don't care about viewership and shit like that. It's just fun to do. It's like a fun thing. I get to meet new people. I'm practicing my boating because people don't understand, okay? The tech in Trailblazers is boat to Trident to Elytra. No, boat to Elytra to Trident. I don't hate viewers. I just don't care for viewership. I love my viewers. I love my viewers. Yeah, this event's not a good, like, contender, though, because it's for, like, the average, like, roster, because there's a lot of, like... First of all, there's a fully unique team of, like, submitted creators. And then, besides that, it's mostly, like, variety creators, right? No, they're not. There's not a... The collab command never gets updated. MC? I've never played an MCC. If someone asked me to, I would. That's how I played Pandora's Box. Booster's like, yo, you want to be my duo in Pandora's? And I'm like, okay, sure. My mods are slacking. What mods? Honestly, I was practicing this last night, guys. I think I can bounce off basically everything if I do it right. Like that, see? You can basically bounce your boat off everything as long as the ass end hits it. Look. You can bounce off it. See that? Obviously, angle matters, but you can, like, bounce off it. Bounce on it, Dio. Blue team's scary. I think it'll be okay. I think it'll be okay. I scored pretty high on Trailblazers that one time. Last time I didn't score high because my shit busted. Red's terrifying? No, I put a curse on Prince Sam. Okay, so here we cursed Prince Sam, Rainho twice, Boostfa, Fiendberg, and who was the other guy we cursed? I don't remember who else we cursed somebody else. I forgot who it was. So we're gonna be okay. Yeah, we Rainho twice. Rain's like, I've known her for like as long as I've known Giga, and that's really fucked up to say. Hi, Boyga. I've known her for as long as I've known Giga. And that's really fucked up to say, but like, it's... Wait. Do you guys like doing Block Wars? Like, I know it doesn't pull the best numbers, but it's so fun. It's so fun. I like when you guys get in on it too. It's really nice. All the people from here have been so nice. Like, specifically the non-VTuber people that I don't know. They've been so nice to me. Every single one. I didn't know that. I didn't know how nice they could be. Like, especially to like someone as like raunchy and fucked up as I am. Hold on. Guys, this oh fuck, see? You gotta like hit it on the corner. Like right here. Like that, see? Do you guys see the boat tack? Isn't that crazy? I didn't know that. I didn't know that. I was doing boat labs last night. I was like winning so much. You like swing your boat, like the drift here. Look at this. Nice drift. Look at that. Yippee! Like they stream at a human hour. Fuck you, dude. It's not a human hour. We have a fun day planned, anyways. After Block Wars, we'll be doing Is Chad in here? Is Chad in here? Chad's gonna go crazy. I'm collabing with his Oshi. Berry Bug. Berry Bug. Berry Bug. Geek, not Geeka. Berry Bug, Minty, and Cyberfishy, who I don't think you guys have met yet, but she's been in chat. I met her through a friend of mine, and she's really sweet, really sweet. Need the Tokyo Drift song? Hold on. Initial D. Here, I got you. I got you. Hold on. Let's do one drift around the park. Gachi Muchi. Initial D. There we go. Hold on. Once that last person joins, I'll hop in the thing. Okay, wall bounce. Okay, look at that. Easy. I gotta practice in third person because I used to do it in first person, but it got really hard. No! Res Scarecrow? I've killed Rev a lot of times. Actually, huh. Listen, I met Vinny at MagFest and I was talking with friends and Vinny comes up and I said, "Oh, are you Vinny? Because you look really ethereal. I keep seeing you appear like a fucking SCP." Oh, I gotta hop in VC. Yo, quite. I put a curse on you.
What's up? You're putting a curse on me?
I already did.
You scared off the other one. Fuck! You scared off Speed Silver. I was in the middle of bullying him. I didn't get to the bullying though. He's already gone. No, don't leave. I'm lonely.
I won't leave you, quite. I won't leave you, okay?
I will leave you in roughly 2 to 3 minutes though.
How about you listen to Gachi Muchi Initial D?
Are you trying to make me listen to Initial D?
No, Gachi Muchi Initial D.
Is the song named Initial D and the artist is Gachi Muchi or what?
Do you not know what Gachi Muchi is?
Fuck no.
Do yourself a favor, okay? And look up Gachi Muchi, please.
Okay,
just please, okay?
In return, I want you to look up Earl Sweatshirt East.
Okay.
Okay, Gachi Muchi. You're gonna listen to Earl Sweatshirt East? That's awesome. Is it playing? Are you listening to it?
I don't understand what the fuck it's saying to me.
I'm having too much fun.
No, I don't understand what they're saying to me. They're just like, he's saying words quite.
Do you not fuck with the sea shanty, man?
No, it's really good. Like, but like,
can you do the sea shanty again? I just undeafened. I want to hear it.
Look up Earl Sweatshirt East.
What?
That's
how's the Gachi
we
Muchi?
traded a song to listen to.
Yeah.
Oh.
Quite. This is really good. That was really good.
Hi.
Really? I think it's trash. One of my
really
favorite notes
good.
about that is like, "Hi Giga."
Hi. What up?
I initially came here with the intent of bullying you, but you were deafened, so I struck up a camaraderie with someone else.
I can't hear the haters, so.
Do you not have ears? Are you stupid?
I just can't hear them.
Hey, they're doing the checks.
I gotta get back to my team because they're doing the ready check, so I gotta bounce out of here. Good luck, y'all.
Leave now.
Bye.
Okay.
Oh, that makes sense.
Hi, Ghosty. Nice to meet ya.
Hello, it's nice to meet you too. Guys, we're gonna win today, by the way.
Yeah,
I think
really
we
suited.
have a good chance, actually.
I'm gonna be involved in the first doping scandal. I was sick. I took a bunch of medication, and I feel like time's moving so slow. Like I'm cheating.
Wait, so when you said that you were taking liquid weed, that wasn't a joke?
I know. I just mess with people. Are you like safe for work content creator? Like, can I swear? I always ask that.
I'm not.
Okay, good.
Okay,
I was on the fucking
fine,
Reddit, and the motherfuckers always there. They're always like trying to say like I'm not gonna perform well. So I said no. I'm gonna take liquid weed. And that's true. That's true.
No,
I do have a weed
crazy.
vape. I do.
I'm always told that everyone was telling me that you're like an underrated player, so I believe you. I believe that you're
every
good
time.
Do with the
Because there's a
VTubers,
couple
they're always
times where like they put me on like teams where like I was supposed to be like the top frag, and I had like nobody like else on my team. I had like 2 newcomers, and like I performed a lot worse, but I still got high. You know?
Yeah, I think they do it to all of us. All the like people who aren't primarily Minecraft creators, they'll be like, I think they're gonna perform that well. And I'm like,
yeah, no.
Well, yeah,
they don't know what I
played 5,000 hours of the game. That is true.
I spent like 5 hours on ice boats last night, and I've gotten really good at it. I know how to wall bounce and everything now.
I'm so glad because I'm so bad at ice boats. So someone here has to be good at them.
Yeah, May's got that.
Heck yeah.
We'll be chilling. Well, I have to update you guys. I am currently suffering from food poisoning, but that's not gonna stop me from winning this shit.
Can I ask what you ate?
I don't know, because it's a lot of stuff I normally ate. So something was just like prepared slightly off, I guess.
Off. Yeah.
I can't tell what it was. Like anything I ate yesterday. I woke up at like, dude, 6, 7 a.m. I wake up and I'm like, oh god, I'm dying. And I like lay on the bathroom floor for an hour. It was so sad. And then I wake up now and I'm like, you know what? I just need a little water and I'm kind of ready to win. Like I felt like weirdly refreshed.
It's gonna go good. It's gonna go good.
Oh yeah.
Did you want to unionize a chat, Skika?
Oh, we can. Yeah. If anyone wants to do that, I'm down.
I'm down.
I'm down too.
Yeah, I'm down too.
Yo.
Happy
How's it going, guys? I'm in good.
They brought back the illegal dream team, you know?
I know, dude.
No, we actually went insane last time, so.
We did. We kind of fried, especially finale. Dude, the finale shockwave is so. I don't know what's going on a single second in that game, but
May, you hit that crazy shot the last time you were in the finale,
they don't patch
right?
it, so all you gotta do is like in the box you can shoot if you're on the attacker side. Just shoot where they're gonna go, and they always go to I think it's A site. They always go A site because B site sucks. So you just pre-fire A site and you're good.
Yeah, that's what I would do. Is I would just pre-fire the little paths they have to take, and that's it.
I'll put the little
also, who was it?
Hello.
Yeah, I was gonna say, who's putting the link together? Hello.
Oh yes.
Yeah, do the link.
Join the party.
Wait, Silva, can I swear around you? I just gotta make sure.
I must. Yeah.
Can I swear?
Okay. I just gotta make sure because I'm from Boston. It's in my blood. I can't help it. Like.
I have a hard time.
Wait, my boyfriend's from Boston.
Really? That's fucking awesome.
Yeah.
Then you understand. You understand.
Fire Breathman. Trust me, Boston, born and bred. Like all he ever talks about is the Celtics. So
I know, dude. That guy doesn't shut up about Jason Tatum.
Fan? Okay.
Loves Jason Tatum. Yeah.
That guy does not shut up about Jason Tatum. Holy shit.
Never.
I've seen too many damn gifs and pictures of that guy on my timeline against my will.
He made his tier 3 like sub emote that you can get for tier 3 Jason Tatum.
Really?
Is that supposed to be like a negative incentive? Does he not want people to tier 3?
Dude, I don't know.
I can't even make fun of them too much because I do feel kind of bad for Jason Tatum because he did kind of like what tear his Achilles or something like that.
He like ruptured his
Yeah, he had, like,
Achilles
the whole
or something.
thing.
Like
Yeah, that guy, he's not gonna be able to walk for like 6 months, but it's all good. It's all good. It happens.
Yeah.
So I can't make too much
back
fun of
at
it.
it later kind of thing, or is that like
He'll be back at it in like 12 to 18 months probably.
Okay. Oh, that's so long.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
No, maybe not 12 to 18, but like at least 6. At least 6 probably.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, they're
huge
definitely
for, like,
saying that.
sports.
I never watched the Celtics. I watched the Red Sox and
Good.
that's it.
Wait,
Oh, and I used to watch the Patriots before they took away my Jesus, fucking Tom Brady.
Oh,
Now I don't
yeah.
care. Now I don't care anymore.
It's not the same.
That's what he said. He's like, ever since we lost Tom Brady, I don't care.
Guide, Celtics.
Oh, there he goes.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Guys, the event's starting. I've never seen the event start only 15 minutes past when we were supposed to start.
It's a new record. It's pretty
It's
good.
a new record.
Is it? I think one time it was like almost like a long time. It was like 20 minutes or something.
Yeah,
That's what
there's
me
some
and Giga
times where
played it
it's
one
taken
time.
like an hour.
Yeah, I mean, it's better than the Twitch rivals normally. Twitch rivals can be rough.
That's the one.
Twitch
That's the
rivals
one
can
that
be
was
very
really
rough.
bad.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like that's like average 30 minutes at least. Like if it's under 30 minutes, you're like very surprised. And
Guys,
usually
this
it's like
is
you're an hour and a half into your
already
stream.
This is already so
Suno!
crazy for me. I've never played.
Hits for
I'm playing
most
this
What's up,
practice try
Suno?
something and I
Hits
can't
for
do it.
spin.
We're playing
It's
we're
okay.
playing
These tries are
Block
like
Boys with
completely
Giga
optional
and everybody.
in Trailblazers, so you're good.
So-
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, but
come
not in
join.
race actually. So
Guys, go check out Suno. Suno's my old
Not
art
in
mama. They
race,
drew
but
my
it's
original
not
model.
bad
Go
in
check him
race.
out. He's really
I think
fucking
I've
Yeah, it
cool.
shouldn't-
like,
it shouldn't
just
be too
figured
hard.
out, so
Thank
I'm
you
good.
so much, Suno. We're playing Block Boys with Giga,
Yeah.
Silva,
I'm scared for the
starting,
cooking
Purple,
game
and
and
Ghosty Fruit.
what's the other one?
Cooking game
Cooking game's
is
easy.
not
Blazers.
hard. Yeah.
They don't have
We can,
order up
if
this time,
anything,
though.
like, are you good at putting like foods together? Like, okay. I guess who's
They
gonna
don't
be
have
good
order
at
up in
cooking?
this
the kitchen?
rotation.
I will be cooking.
Yeah.
I'm perma kitchen
Yeah,
for
yeah,
sure.
okay. Come on it.
I don't
was
think they
gonna say,
have
I did
order
work
up
on
in this
getting
rotation,
upgrades
though.
early on. Yeah, they do. They do. Order
Do
ups in
they?
this.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
The way I typically do it is I get all the mushrooms. I get upgrades early.
Order up is in this
I get
rotation, huh?
another row of chest,
They
another
lied to me, they
furnace,
lied
and
to
then
me.
a second elytra. And then from there, I
Whoops.
just kind of stay in the kitchen and tell people to get me food. So then I make the food.
I
So
can do
do you want to
deliveries.
work on getting upgrades then?
Yeah, I'll get upgrades early. If you want, I
Okay.
think Doshi, you could be like half
Yes.
kitchen, half delivery. Like you could be the elytra.
My
over.
strat is one person solos delivery, 2 crafters, 2 gatherers, and
That
if
can
you-
also
if you-
work.
what you do is you don't take the delivery, because you take the delivery, you stall. Just keep crafting and filling up the orders. I'm really good with elytra. I can do the solo thing. I can fly in and out, and I've gotten second or first place multiple times doing that. If you guys want to try that one,
Can
or
confirm.
purple, whatever you want.
Yeah, I'm down. I'm down. Like, I think
I'm
as
down for
long as
whatever.
the basic formula is just having about 2 to 3 people collecting, and then having like 1 to 2 people in the kitchen, and like 1 person delivering, it always works. So
Yeah, if we have one person solo delivery and the crafters don't deliver at all, you guys will just keep crafting and the one
Yeah.
person deliver, because it goes overtime.
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter
Yeah, yeah.
how fast you're delivering. It just you need to get the overtime, and whatever's left over you can deliver.
What games do people pick first usually? Surely
Order
they'll order up.
Order up.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
It's-
they
yeah,
suck at
it's-
it. We just want to get it out of the way.
I don't understand why order up is the best game. I don't know why people do order up early. Oh my god, it's me.
I love it so much.
Oh my
Oh, do they have Tomb Raiders
I wasn't
in this
ready.
one?
Yes.
Uh,
yeah. I think so.
I want
Right?
to say that one and another one were benched. I think that and Blitz. might be
Tomb
benched.
Titans was blenched, and so was Blitz Hunt.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, okay,
So-
good.
Oh, that
Yeah.
works actually.
Half good. I don't like Blitz Hunt.
Yeah.
I always
In-
fucking lose at that.
That works.
And we have Race, Order Up, Lunge, Trailblazers, Party, Battle, Extraction, Overspleef.
Do we know which party games are in?
Photon,
Go
Splat,
down, Photon.
Go down.
Splat.
What's go down? I haven't seen that before.
You just drop down, so like
Oh, beat
block-
test.
Oh, drop
That's
it.
the last one.
And
Beat
just-
test, go down.
No, not really
Photon, and
dropper.
Splat.
It's like you take reduced fall damage, but you do take fall damage, and like you try to make it to the bottom as quickly as many times you can. It's like a couple minutes, and you have to like go down and take a little bit of fall damage, but not die. And you can punch people
Okay.
too.
It's like
Um,
reverse
you
doodle
can
jump.
Yeah, basically. You want to go down like slowly because you don't want to take too much fall damage. There's a bunch of just like random blocks placed around, and there's like power-ups and stuff.
Yeah, it's mostly like single blocks just floating and you have to jump
Yeah.
to.
Nice.
Yeah.
Okay, what do we want to go for first if we can?
Oh, and
Distraction never been played,
Trailblazers,
like, early.
they overtune boats. They give so many points now. So gold, it's like plus 30. So like, you should just do those. They give so many points.
Yeah.
You're lucky. I'm down for Spleef.
I'm a Spleef hater. Yeah.
Oh my god, that's gonna be so chaotic.
I'm
I see the strat though.
I have a cat.
I have a Molotov.
I still have a cat. I'm gonna wait to put it down though.
Oh no, someone hit me. Oh my god, it's Shatter. Oh my god, I'm burning. I'm burning. I'm burning.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, so many people are dying.
You respawn? Oh, nice.
No, you are dead. What's all
Oh,
good?
you can't vote now.
I revived you, Silva.
Yeah.
Oh,
I got you.
okay. Yeah, nice.
Yeah.
It looks like it's gonna be Spleef unless something silly happens.
Yeah, there's some people waiting for.
Oh my god, I'm being hit. They keep hitting people out of Spleef.
I
But
can't-
It's gotta be
Yeah,
Spleef.
it's gonna be Spleef. Yeah, I'm down for Spleef. So it's
Okay.
it's the normal 3 of like regular TNT and then evolution, Spleevolution. Okay.
I kind of low-key, I hate Spleevolution. I don't like that mode.
I want them to
I
bring
think it's
back
a little
media.
gimmicky.
I miss media
It's
so
2
much.
normal rounds of Spleef.
Oh,
2
it is
normal
not
rounds of
in.
Spleef, and then and then
okay.
One.
Yeah.
Okay. Good.
They got rid of media Spleef, and I think Wolfie told me it's not coming back.
Yeah, dude, I like Meteor Spleef. That was the one Spleef that I was good at. I always did well in that.
Yeah.
I also liked Meteor Spleef.
It was a little RNG, but it was
jump,
fun.
it was awesome.
Like, yeah,
Oh, yeah.
right?
Like, undoubtedly, I got lucky for sure, but in my head, I'm like, no, I'm so good at it. So
No, because you
I
can
only
do
hit
the
it,
attack and
twice.
like launch yourself up, even if it's a little inaccurate.
Yeah, exactly.
I just liked how horrifically chaotic it was. I don't know. It was fun.
Especially later, it's just luck. Like if you could survive.
Yeah, 100%. Like once you get like top 10-ish, top 15, it's just like, hope you don't get hit by a meteor. Good luck.
Okay, spread
Round
out or
1
together?
normal. Okay, so it's
Yeah,
it's
this
just
is normal ass Spleef. There's like 5 layers or something.
I'm going straight to the bottom as a strat.
It's locked.
The
It's
bottom's
locked.
locked.
yeah,
The
yeah.
bottom's
You get-
locked
you get
for
points
later,
for
so you
kills,
can't do
too.
that. Yeah, I would recommend getting a bunch of snowballs and then late game, like offhanding them and then just spamming and try to get kills.
Oh my god, I was just I just kind of may have
Leave
spleefed
me.
Yukiga by accident.
Hey, chill,
That's a
chill,
strat.
chill.
Oh my
Yeah, it's all good. There's hella layers.
What's easier? Don't forget you can throw.
Try to get as many snowballs as you can early.
Yeah.
Oh my god, they're digging underneath me.
It's my boyfriend.
Yes, dude, someone's trying to get under me.
Oh.
The hell?
Oh no.
No, Hannah. No, Hannah. I'm mad at you
Layers are
now.
there?
Like 5 or something. Feels like.
Okay.
I think I just killed somebody. Yep.
Yeah, Hannah.
Too close to the edge.
Nice. Okay, the last layer is unlocked.
Oh, Cyan's targeting us because I killed their teammate early.
I feel like that's fair.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Be
Oh my
careful.
god, I was
Hey, whoa.
Oh my god, all of Lime is at the top.
Yeah, I've learned not to start beef with people. I'm just gonna like not.
Yeah, you kind of want to be friendly early.
Yeah,
You just want to spam
big
shit
social
people.
game.
He's
Spam
fucking
shit.
targeting me. Come here, Rain.
Whoa, Serpent.
Yeah, I
Whoa. What did I do?
They don't want to be friends with me. Charlie did, but they don't.
Oh my god.
I got so
I'm still
targeted.
chilling, I think.
Yeah, so I just spleefed someone.
Nice. Ouchie.
Dude, they were after me, chat. I had like ops, dude. I got fucking
Chill,
hitters. I
chill.
got
Oh,
fucking
go kill.
hitters.
That's not just
Let's go.
people don't want to be
I was
Nice,
too
nice.
toxic.
Okay, a lot of decaying. Start
I was
like,
doing
make
the
sure you
Rain
have, like,
just
a game plan
fucking
of, like, where
jumped
you're
me.
gonna
She
go.
said she was.
Yeah.
And make sure, like, if you have to drop, make sure you have a safe drop below you.
Do you reckon I go aggro on the bottom layer or play safe?
It's your call, kind of. It's gonna be a risky bottom layer because
Watch
like
out,
one
Giga, watch out,
snowball
watch out.
is gonna kill you.
Yeah.
Yeah, watch out for Shadow. They're going for kills in the bottom layer.
No, I got. Okay. That's so bad.
Oh
This
my
is hard,
gosh.
man.
I just got trolled.
It is. It's a lot.
Snick.
Hey.
Trying to get Rain and Sleepy.
Yeah, they're targeting us, so might as well. Rain said she would. I pissed her off in Mario Party.
Oh my gosh.
Okay.
Oh, that's so sad.
Oh, I got mount.
That's so sad. I went down like
It's
2 or 3
outgoing?
layers at the end.
There's actually not that many people left.
Yeah.
Holy.
Oh, nice try.
Oh,
Okay,
nice try, nice try.
Didn't be too bad.
Oh, Tubbo, wait, Tubbo masterclass? Surely. Tubbo, don't throw this. Tubbo, don't throw this.
Who's left? Serpius?
Oh, sad.
Tubbo.
Nah.
Yeah, you gotta shoot your snowballs there, Tubbo, please.
Oh,
He was just like watching them. He was looking
I
at
got like hit so hard by like so many people just like out of nowhere.
yeah.
I think
Yeah,
I made
the same.
enemies.
Yeah, this is normal again.
Okay, I have
Yeah.
the Stroud this
Too
time.
normal.
I should probably... I'm in like enemy territory right now and I don't like it.
Oh my
Yeah,
gosh.
it's like, oh,
Dude,
I just got
Sam's
spleefed
following me.
immediately.
Why I got so many enemies? Leave me alone.
an enemy too fast. Oh shit.
Kyle, get away from me!
From below, what is that?
Oh yeah, you can reach up, barely. Ooh.
If you jump when you reach up, you can a lot.
No.
I just fell 2
Oh my God.
layers.
I made the mistake of angering someone again. Okay.
Yeah, just
Right
be
up
like,
here.
getting people down early doesn't matter too much. It really all matters late. So just like be
Bro.
passive and collect hella snowballs if you can. Just
You
in
also
late
do
game, you
get
just
points
spam
for
the right
breaking
click.
most blocks, I'm pretty sure.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, I
social gaming
don't know
now.
how many you have to break to get that. I feel like people are out here like doing crazy stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I guess low-key hard to break a lot of blocks as well if you're like staying up, because the people that are like falling down early break more blocks because they're in a new layer.
Yeah.
Ooh, the people.
You can also break, like, say you're still on a layer that's up.
Okay.
You notice like blocks are red and about to decay, you can break them and
Yeah.
get snowballs.
Yeah.
This one's going better. Yeah.
Thought it was over.
I got Fiendberg.
Who's
Fuck
up
you for
there?
targeting me, Fiend.
Oh my God.
Spleef is the scariest game of all time.
Mm-hmm.
It really is.
Here.
Oh, Hannah.
Oh, I just got sent down 2 layers
Yeah,
of
we're
that.
being friends.
Oh my God.
But you
I
guys
just
are doing
jumped
well.
reset that whole like.
I'm just like everyone's friend right now. Hopefully.
Yeah.
Killed Rain.
Okay.
Pink is all sticking together in a corner.
Yeah, I can't really. Oh, Seawat. Chill, bro.
She just got
Oh.
sent down.
Yeah. Oh my god, get away from me.
Ah, shit.
Oh no.
No, dude.
Please like my worst game, so I'm gonna get rid of this, dude.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Just be careful where we're dropping.
Dude,
Be careful if you get spleefed.
You're in such a bad spot.
Oh no. Oh, I died.
Holy.
Nice try, nice try.
Yeah. People in this one are throwing snowballs like crazy.
I know,
Yes,
dude. Literally,
dude.
Like, I was at the like middle layer. I got knocked down 2 layers, and then I was just only getting spammed by snowballs for like 5-10 seconds till I died.
I was trying to
It was
kill
crazy.
Shadow, and then someone jumped me.
Shatter popped off.
Yo, I was
Alright, I'm
wondering
good at
why
this one.
everything was fucking me up. My damage shot was at 100%.
I
for
just
some
realized that too.
reason,
I
bro.
just realized that too. I think it's because it's a new instance for me. I have like a Block Wars instance
Yeah,
that everything
oh
is
my
different.
God.
So remember with this one, when you get your crossbow, you can like jump and like fireball jump your way up a layer.
Who just really fell all the way down on our
You can come
team.
back up. You can come back up.
Yeah.
You're good. You're good.
Okay. Oh my god, I just jumped straight to the third layer.
Be careful also hanging around like at the edges because people can just hit you very far
You can
off.
just go straight off. Yeah, if they catch you at like a jump or something.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Ooh, shit.
Oh, that's not good. That's scary.
That's bad. Oh my god, I just fell so far.
Oh no, I should have jumped. Dude, chill on me. Let me go back up, goat.
Damn.
Dude, Zam, chill. I'm trying to go back up a layer. Please.
Oh, okay. That's not good.
Dude. Run! Leave me alone!
Oh.
Oh my god. I got you.
Like would not leave me alone. Oh no.
I'm Lee's biggest up.
I need to get away from here.
Send him down.
Shoot. People are definitely a lot more aggro than they usually are.
Oh, so much more.
Oh shit.
Oh, I just got thrown.
Oh my god, I just clutched. Okay.
Oh no.
Woo, shit.
No. Oh my god. Oh, no way I hit someone there.
Ah, fuck. The thing broke above me.
Oh my god.
I tried.
No. Oh my god.
Green's crazy at this, by the way. They've been at the top for so long. Shad is insane.
Yeah. Holy.
Ooh, you're good.
Nice job, nice job.
Nice.
Last guy up top. Blue guy up top.
Oh, I'm dead.
Aw, nice try, nice try.
That was good. That was a good round though. That was a good round.
Yeah, that was really good.
Yeah.
Oof,
Yeah, we moved off a place. Let's go.
I got
Let's
fourth
go.
place for most blocks
Ooh,
broken.
yeah.
Okay.
Listen, we got it out early.
Oh yeah.
Exactly. It's not that much of a difference, to be honest. Like that will catch up later.
Hey, May, there you go.
There you
Yeah.
are. Okay.
Dude, Shane was farming.
Did break a lot of bucks. Yeah, Shane was farming. Yeah, Charlie, oh my god, 11.
Dude, they were just going crazy.
Demon.
Shadoon.
Yep.
We tried, Tal, we tried. That game's hard though. I'm always bad at that one.
That's my teammate.
And then we never went anywhere else. We were stuck here forever.
Yeah.
rest
Imagine
of the man.
getting stuck in that loading screen. Like you get stuck in a game or something.
Fucking Spleef.
Got to go play Armor. Good luck
Bye,
with
Tara.
Brawls,
Oh.
everyone.
What are you gonna
See
try
you
and go
later,
for
Tara.
next? I think everyone's gonna up.
Probably order up. I can't lie.
Yeah. What game was getting votes? Last.
Order
Like in
up.
the first thing.
It was like all
Oh,
order
okay,
up.
it was.
You
Yeah.
put
Yeah.
order up.
Okay.
I
Yeah.
mollycombed it,
Yeah.
and that was the only reason that we didn't get it.
Yeah. I don't mind a late order up, but it is just. Dude, these people don't know how to use their brains. They're scared of it. They just want to click with swords.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're just terrified.
That's my worst game out of the way, so.
Yeah, dude. Spleef is so
I
scary.
hate Spleef. I can never do it right because like every time it just seems like some motherfucker comes out of nowhere and kills me. Like I don't know what the fuck.
Yeah, dude. Both of the normal Spleef rounds, I was in a pretty good spot. I was like third to bottom layer, and then I get knocked down 2 layers. Then within 5 seconds, I'm dead. I'm like, oh, man. What
Yeah,
happened?
like I was on the last layer. I was doing okay. I kill somebody. I look around. No one's around, and then all of a sudden, I think it was Red Dunes, comes up behind me and kills me, like out of nowhere.
Yeah.
And I'm like, where'd you come from?
No,
so
yeah, it was always red. It was always Radoons. Literally.
Yeah, Radoon was trying to. He was like trying to kill everyone. I was evil.
Yeah, like during the TNT round, I was on his lair and he had 30 arrows in him already. Obviously, he's everyone's biggest op, but he just kept shooting arrows at me. I couldn't get out.
Oh, I messed up my skin. Whoops.
Oh, I have a player grabber.
Oh, I got a player grabber too. Wait, can
I'm
we?
booping everybody. Oh, there we go. No, it's no order up. It got Molotov again.
I grabbed fun.
I want to see if anyone's doing an order up. I'll vote them. I'm down for a race, low key, because. Yeah, I'd be down for a race. I feel like race.
Just get ready to jump and order up before it ends.
Oh, we're playing Shield Blazes?
I don't even know
race.
Oh, no. Yeah.
I'm stealing you back.
Yeah, race.
Oh, yeah, it's gonna be race.
In
I didn't
time.
have time to move in time.
It's gonna be
but-
race.
It's 100% race.
I'm cool with race.
I'm being trolled.
I don't know many of the maps by heart. Oh, what map is this? Oh, wait, I think I. Wait, do I know this map?
Oh,
No,
okay.
this is
This is
the one
Marina.
Oh,
I
yeah,
thought this was
basic.
this
Okay.
one.
Yeah, this one's easy.
Okay.
I've done this one like 100 fucking
Oh, I'm in
times.
third.
Yeah, I'm in 7th.
Dude, Red's dominating this game.
Okay. I probably will be deafening during this, so I can't lie.
Yeah, I gotta lock in
Okay.
too.
Yeah, I'm gonna deafen. I need to be like triple looked in.
I got my boat racing down though, so.
It's pretty hard.
No, it's so easy. It's
hard.
so
you
easy.
can-
I thought hard.
if you take it slow, it can be easy, but it's hard to stay on track
Full,
if you
I
try
go
to keep
full
speed. Just
speed.
keep that in
Full
mind.
speed on that. I've got
I
that.
low-key go full speed, and then if I mess up, I just go
Yeah.
away. I can't lie.
I've been practicing my ice boats game, dog. Like. I wish there was more opportunities to wall bounce though. It feels like all the race maps have no wall bounces. It makes me sad.
Okay. I am deafening. Good luck,
All right.
guys.
Good luck,
Me
team.
well.
All right, chat. We're locking in. I don't know the shortcuts for this one, still, but listen, we usually do pretty okay on this one. We'll be okay. I think our team will shine during this one. You guys know what I'm saying? Okay, chat. Check this out. So we're gonna go for the jump. Aim that way. There we go. Oh, fuck. I went on that jump pad. Oh, I actually did it this time. Holy shit. I actually did it that time a little bit. That was good. Okay, what the fuck? Oh, shit. We're fucking up. We're fucking up. It's over. Nobody knows how to do boats like I do, chat. Look at that. We actually gained so many spaces doing that. That was crazy. It's over. It's fucking over. It's fucking over. It's so fucking over. It's so fucking over, dude. I got stuck in so many places. It's so over. We're so over. No, we're so back. We're so back. We're so back. Everyone's just really tightly together. So, like, I'm not, like, pressed right now. I just need, like, a good movement to get past everybody. All right, we're in, like, dead last right now. I got fucked over by circumstances, dog. I just had such bad luck. Oh my god. Dog, it's over. Hold on, we can get some speed here, chat. We're getting back up in place. We're getting back up in place. It's over. What I tell you about the mice boats, chat? What I tell you about the mice boat? We just passed so many fucking people with that. Do you guys see that? We went up like 8 places with that. Okay. Okay. Okay, if we don't fuck up this section, we're good. We're good. Oh, I fucked it up again. That's okay. Honestly. All right, I'm not falling for this trick again. I'm not falling for that trap again. Hell no. That's what got me fucked over last time. I'm just gonna do this normally. I can never do this part. Like, I don't know the skips for it. Okay, we're up 30 now. We're up 30. Go down, hit this pad, jump. Okay, look at that. Crazy. All right, this is where I can get some more speed again because these guys don't know how to do the honey block. Completely sideways. Look, past him. Completely side. Dude, my ice boat game's crazy, chat. Okay, I didn't fuck it up. We're going up. 28th now. Crazy. Fuck that up a little bit, but we're good. We're good. Okay, that was bullshit. I slid off those fucking ladders. What the fuck? It's like a slip and slide. Awesome. Okay, this part, can't fuck it up. I fucked it up again, that's okay. Honestly, not surprised, not surprised. It's okay, we're gonna catch up so many spots right here. I'm just too good at this part, chat. I'm just too good at this part right here. F5. Okay, it's a little slow down there. I fucked it up. That's okay. Whip the boat around. I still skipped some spots there anyways. We're at 29. Awesome. Let's do this. Yeah, good enough. We might get hard 30 here because I got fucked up in the beginning a little bit, but I think we'll be okay. It's this part I keep fucking up. I don't know how these motherfuckers do it. Oh, there we go. I actually did it. I actually did it. No fucking way. Let's do it. I gotta trust. I gotta trust. Oh my god. I fucked it up again. It's okay. We still gained some time there. You know, it's not the worst thing ever. Okay, this is where I gain money though, chat. Right here. Nobody knows how to fucking do this part. You just gotta fucking send it. They don't know how to do the honey block wall at all. Look, we gained some spaces there. We're almost from this person. Turn in. Hit this. Run. Jump. 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 Jump up. 28th. Okay, we're in front of Silva. We're actually beating Silva right now in this race. That's crazy. Okay, hold on. Down, down, down. Okay, up here, just run. I see the person in front of me. We can get it, we can get it. We can totally get it. Oh, it's over. Every fucking time. Oh my god, wait, I hit that shortcut for once? I've never hit that fucking shortcut ever. Oh, fuck. I thought he turned right. That's okay. We're still way ahead of everybody, so it's not a big deal. Yippee! I sweat so hard there, chat. I sweat so hard there. I was in 40th at the start, so... That's crazy. That's crazy. Winner team's alive.
Does not feel like it's been 8 months. Always a good time here.
Thank you so much, Calvin. 8 months is crazy. I fucked mine up too, big time. I went from 40th to 28th.
That was crazy. Doing that for the first time, that was like insanely fast-paced.
Yeah, yeah.
Hello.
Mm-hmm.
Hello.
Stop.
Hello.
How are we feeling?
I might have gotten best. I skipped past like so many. I was at 40th, and then I went up to 28th. So
nice. There you go.
I messed up in the beginning.
I think he got second.
Oh, that's kind of good. That's decent.
Fifth ain't bad in this. Honestly, for one of the first one, that ain't bad. Fifth place ain't bad at all.
He got third.
You got third?
Oh, no, he got second. He got second. No, he got second. I lied. I'm a liar. I read the wrong name. He got second. Okay, yeah, he cooked.
Okay.
He cooked.
There we go.
I trolled a little bit, but you know, it's chill. I still got 21st, so I can't be too mad. Bro.
Yeah, I got 28th. There's just so many like the good race plays. Yeah, I'm glad we're getting out early. I think we'll do really in Trailblazers.
I agree.
Yeah, that's where we cook. Honestly, any PvP.
Dude, that would have been the easiest first place in my life, but I forgot to skip for the first 2 laps. And then I did the boat part in first person for some reason and lost like 5 seconds. Yeah. But once I figured it out,
all your chat going F5, F5.
Yeah, once I figured that out, my lap was 5 seconds faster. So I don't know why I didn't do that until lap 3, but
on that boat part, I went by so many people.
I can't complain a second.
No one knows how to do the honey walls, dude. Like, I just saw so many people get stuck on them. I would all buy them. I went from 40th to like 28th.
I was very confused by
yeah.
that. I still don't know what you do on that.
You have to make your boat perfectly sideways.
And I missed, you know, like the elytro bit where it turns into Riptide if you fail. I messed that up and went back like 15 places, and then I oh my god.
Oh.
Yeah.
With the honey walls, you gotta be like perfectly sideways. Otherwise, you lose all your momentum.
Yeah, you gotta like go in it. You just gotta rub it a little bit.
His fifth place overall is still like good though.
Yeah, that's really good. Actually,
I think those are like 2 games that are low-key, not ours, so we're good.
Yeah. Those are like the games I'm worst at. I never do like super well at race.
Like I'm confident in our PvP. I'm confident in our team games.
Yeah. I'm gonna take crossbow and battle.
We're so chilling.
Be nice.
I think we just really need to get out order up. The more I think about it, why are we letting the speedrunning team get order up?
We'll be okay. As long as we do the strat, we'll be good. We'll be good.
True.
That is fair, but I think Blue's like guaranteed finale unless they throw anyway. So I don't really care about them.
That's true.
I think we'll be good at order up though. It's not like that bad.
Yeah, I like.
As long as we do the strat, I think we'll be good. Because even when I had like a team that like didn't really know how to do it, when we did the strat, they had the 2 crafters and the 2 like ingredient grabbers. As long as you have one person just doing the deliveries and you don't pick up the deliveries, only delivery person, you stack up so many deliveries and they go so quick, you just win.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is there a fishing game? What was that fishing book that I just found?
You can just go fishing in the lobby. I think.
It's a lobby thing.
So I'm gonna grind that between the rounds. Want to go seawall again? Yes.
I see a lot of people at order up.
Everyone I see.
So
yeah, we might be destined to order up.
I'm the only person on Trailblazers.
I don't even know what else I'd want to be.
Stand on the edge.
I'll be okay with extraction.
I'm really good at extraction. I kind of want to say that for last.
Order up it is.
I think it's just order up.
It's the same as last time because whatever we had last time was.
Okay, so I'm definitely perfect kitchen. I think. Scott, do you wanna be more collecting or do you want a kitchen?
I can help with crafting stuff. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. I'll focus
what do you normally do?
I normally run orders, but I can help with whatever.
I think we can do Ghosty deliver, me and Scott kitchen, make a Giga getting stuff.
Okay, yeah, I can get stuff.
I think early game.
Yeah, I was gonna say if we also get the hoe. I don't know if you knew to get that. Get the hoe like when the first upgrades first come out. That way, by the time the second upgrades come out, you just literally get so much. You get so much how you can put into the upgrades.
Is that a hoe for everyone? Or give it just to like one person?
Just to the person. Just to the one person.
Can you drop it? Like, or do I have to?
Don't do anything else except like there's no deliveries.
Chat, can you drop it?
Who should get the hoe? I guess
usually it's whoever gets the upgrades. if you want, I don't know. I was gonna say, like, I can focus on the upgrades first. Can't drop
What I normally do is I just get all the mushrooms. I get upgrades. What I've done in the past is get second elytra, then chest slot, then furnace. But low-key, I don't know if we need a second elytra.
No, you can do all the deliveries solo. No. Like we only need one delivery. That's it.
I don't really deliver too much. So I think go to use, take elytra at the start. I'll get. I might just buy more furnaces, low key. Or I guess
the starting elytra goes through.
If you get the if you get the hoe, if you go over to the fruits to dig the apples and stuff, you get like stacks. That's what I was saying. Like if you get the hoe, like you literally get stacks of.
Okay,
I don't think I'm ever gonna like go back there after I come back. So someone else will have to come.
I'll get the upgrades. I'll get the upgrades. Just tell me what you want. Okay.
Okay. May, do you want to focus?
What do we do again? Like, where do I run?
Okay, I go mushrooms.
I'm gonna go to the middle section. You want to kill meat, Geek?
I'll go
get a fish.
Go to your right. Yeah, give me.
So I got fish as well.
Okay,
yes. Yeah, we need sugar as well. Just make sure I have all types of crops. Yeah.
Yep.
Some pumpkins.
Is anyone getting fish? I'll get fish if so.
I think Scott's getting fish.
I'm getting the fish right now.
You also run faster on the paths, Scott.
It's underneath the bridge. I got him. Don't worry.
Animals. I'm just gonna like put them in a chest.
Yeah. No, you put them in the furnace. Start putting them in the furnace. Might as well. And see what orders there are there, and put them. If there's any that have them, put them in there.
I got some fish to start with.
Mutton whoops. Yeah.
I'm gonna start gathering stuff for the composter.
I'm getting stuff for compost. I'm getting stuff for composter.
Okay.
Did someone get fish already?
Yeah, I got fish. There's a couple in the chest. I'll get more.
Okay, perfect. Just start smelting whatever is on the order. The first order.
Yeah.
Okay, that should be
pumpkin
good.
Pie, beef.
Okay, what's the rush order?
It's
pumpkin
cookie.
Pumpkin cookie.
Okay. I'm doing the composter. Okay, whoever's getting the hoe, come purchase it for yourself.
We definitely need
I'm on the way.
I don't know if anyone can go get.
Okay, I'm gonna do an extra chest slot. I'm gonna do.
What do we need?
Did you get the hoe? Okay, we're good.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll do cookies.
Pumpkin pie. How do I?
I'm on meat still.
Oh, that's. Oh, there we go. Okay, cookies are in there. Cookies in here too. Is everything
go apart from get meat?
For now, no, but we'll call what we need. Yeah. I'll start. We need pumpkins from pumpkin pie.
There's a bunch of pumpkin pie in the chest. I just made a bunch.
Okay, another order's ready here. We need 2 stick to a potato. Do we have potatoes yet? Are they in the furnace? Oh, they're in the furnace. Okay, we're good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Big potato. Okay, 2 cod.
Oh my god.
Okay, there's about to be another cod. Okay, another cod there, and then a steak. Okay, cod here, steak on the right. Okay, order ready on the right. 5 apples, 3 gaps. Okay, I'll get that. Do we have? Oh yeah, we have apples. Okay.
Yeah, we're restocked up.
Okay.
You got a meat?
Another order is about to be ready. Done now. I'll make bread. How much bread? Just 1. Okay.
What upgrades do you wanna coming up for?
Just another furnace would be nice, I think.
Okay, well I can get a lot because I have
Make sure we get chest space. Rotten chest space.
Yeah, I'll get chest. Yeah.
Oh, did I not get chest space? Oh no, I think I did.
I was just saying make sure just in case.
Yeah, I'll get more. I'll just stock up everything. I got like 100 fruits right now. So.
Sugar, egg. We need more pumpkins. I think we're low on pumpkins.
Yeah, I'm bringing some back.
I put another order ready. By the way.
Yeah. Make sure you get the golden carrots because all the ingredients are in the chest.
Yeah, I have.
Okay.
Golden carrots in. The pumpkins.
The diamond hose rat's crazy, by the way.
Okay, another order ready on the right here. 8 lemon, 2 steak. Okay. I didn't mean to upgrade that furnace, but
chest upgrade.
I did now.
Oh, we're gonna have the upgrade. Yeah, I'll get a speed and looting because that's all we can get. I think.
Okay.
There you go.
No,
and then
7 golden carrots, 12.
Okay, I'll get golden carrots. You get oranges.
Yeah.
Get in our furnace.
Oranges are in. You see carrots in there.
Yep. Okay. They're in.
Alright.
I have lemons. Lemons in. Okay, 4 apples.
I'm going back to the composter to see if I get one more upgrade out.
Salmon.
I got 7. I'm gonna bring 6.
Okay, I'm throwing salmon in. Just throw stuff in any raw meat you have. I'm just gonna throw in the furnace. I
got a center
we should have
furnace
salmon
as
coming.
well.
Okay, another order's gonna be ready in just a second. Just make sure any raw meat, if you guys can, just is in at all times. There's another. Okay, I need more salmon in a second. 5 cooked mutton. I have that. Okay, more salmon, then that'll be ready.
I'm gonna get a lot of pumpkins.
Another order ready right here. 5 cooked cod. I'll get the cod. I think we need more cod.
I can get salmon and cod right now.
You get fish, meat. I'll get the veggie shit. Yeah, we need meat.
Okay,
Fishy.
cod here. Yeah. 5 lemons.
I got more.
Yeah,
I got
should
us
be good for
looting one in
now.
the sword, so we'll get a bunch.
Okay.
This is the strat,
Okay,
dude. Holy shit, good work, guys.
Okay, 5 here. We need 3 here plus 1 more here. I need cookies.
Cookies.
Do you have
Cookies?
I have
Okay.
cookies. Take.
All right, taking it.
Okay, I'm making pumpkin pie in a second here. Okay, pumpkin pie ready. That's done. 2 steak, 6 cookies. Okay, I need to make more cookies.
Okay, I'm gonna get more upgrades for us. Max out our looting and haze.
Steak. Yeah, we have so much steak. Holy shit. Okay, that one's done. 7 cookies here. 2 potato pork chop.
Do we need cooked salmon on? Okay, I'll just put it in the chest.
Okay. 2.
I'm coming back. I'm gonna get us more upgrades. I'll max out furnaces for us.
That'd be great. Thank you.
No problem. And then I'll get us haste and looting as well, because I think it's the only thing we can grab after that.
That would work.
Okay, last furnace spot.
5 oranges, 3 cooked pork chops. Where's the okay? Pork chops. Do we have oranges? Yeah, we do. Okay, this one's done. Golden carrots here. Another one done.
Great work. Great work.
Okay, 2 cooked cod. There should be. Yeah, I have. Okay, another one done over here. Damn, bro.
Yeah, no, this is the strat I told you, dude. And with, oh my god, yeah.
Okay, 4 gaps. I'll get the gaps.
Oh shit.
Okay. 16 cookies, 11 golden carrots. I got that. I got that.
Okay. Go work. Just keep focus on delivering those. So you're doing great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm taking the rush order. I'm taking the rush order.
No, just keep hold it. It's okay. It'll save.
Well, I want to get as fast as possible.
Okay.
It's based on who gets it early.
We need oranges. If someone can go get.
I got
oranges.
oranges.
13 in my inventory. Sorry, I'm coming back in a second.
Yeah, it's just that we don't want to stall. We're doing good.
Yeah. I'm here. Oranges in right there.
We need cooked chicken.
2 gaps.
Oranges in chest.
Cod should be here.
Getting it.
Okay, cod here. I need more gold. We were good on apples, by the way. We're good on apples.
Pie, pumpkin pie. All right, got it.
Oh, another order done there. Okay.
Yeah.
Do we have
Chicken is
baked
crisp, probably
potatoes?
done.
I don't think we have. Yeah, we don't have baked potatoes in any of these. Immediately throw them in. Okay. 8 apples. Mutton, chicken. Okay. Where's
I'm gonna get more speed.
Mutton,
You go.
chicken.
We'll be good.
Okay, another one done. We need the 2 salmon here.
Okay, I'm cooking.
Compost is also active.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm
I have
composting.
this one right here. I'm making 5 gaps. Okay, and then baked potatoes should be here.
Guys, we're maxed out on
this one's
upgrades.
done here. Okay, we're good. Can someone take that order?
Yeah, I'll start taking extra orders.
I'm about to. I
We're
can take
maxed out
that
on upgrades, so it's okay.
Where's red mushrooms? Do we have? Oh yeah, we do. Never mind.
Put the oranges in. Cooked pork chop. And we just need 2 golden. Yeah, I'll take that one right now. And one of the chests all you need is apples, gaps.
Okay, I got it. Oh yeah, I have. They're in. Can someone take 3 oranges, 8 cookies? Okay. Done.
Next poster rotation, I guess, on our light
okay.
drive we can deliver.
Yeah, I honestly don't think we need composter anymore. I think we're probably good. I think just help with delivering. Low-key, we're delivering.
Yeah, I was gonna buy a Elytra.
We're making orders faster than we're.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Sorry, that works.
Yeah.
Okay, 5 apples, 5 baked potatoes. Baked potatoes should be here. Done. Okay, someone take that one.
Where do you go to deliver?
Amens.
Just on the, right over here. It's gonna just follow the arrow. Follow the arrow. 2 cod. Okay.
Anything you want me to collect, or are we good?
Rush order.
4
6
pumpkins.
pumpkin pie, 12 cookies.
Yep.
I have the cookies. I'll make pumpkin pie too. I'll make pumpkin pie as well. Was it 6 pumpkin pie?
We need
Make it
apples.
16. Okay, someone take rush order. Someone take rush order.
Taking rush order, yeah. I'm taking.
Okay. Okay, take right there.
I'm gonna make a cake.
Apples on the way.
Another one right there. Someone can take.
Yeah, taking one of them.
Perfect.
Keep that one there. I'm gonna take that one so I can do Elytra real
I'm putting
quick.
in the pork for it.
I just get the compost
right
real quick.
here.
There you go. Okay, I got a light right now. I'll take the orders.
Yeah.
As well.
8 apples, 4 cooked chicken. Do we have cooked chicken? Where's chicken? Do we have? Am I blind?
With the cake.
I don't know. I'm gonna throw it in.
Oh, there's punch the chest. I got it.
Okay. Thanks. Okay, 4 cod, 7 cookies. So I have cookies here.
I see cod too.
Okay. Yep. Yeah, those are all being taken right now. Okay, we need 1 steak, 7 lemon, 1 cooked salmon. I got that. Okay, that's take.
I got you.
Okay, 3 cookie, 2 bread. Okay, here's cookie. I can get bread.
I got carrot in there.
Okay.
If we can get as many orders done as possible right now, we can take them during overtime. So just focus on orders and then we'll just take during overtime.
Oh, dude, let me open that. Holy cow.
Steak, bread, pumpkin pie.
Oh no.
Yeah, I don't think we got it.
Okay, if you have it in your inventory, you can put it in. But
yeah, no, I think
we
that's
did
everything.
crazy, by the way. That was insane.
That was great.
That was awesome. We can at least
36 is
get
crazy.
second. Yeah, we're tied for first fighters.
Yeah, well, I think we got a lot more like raw delivery points, like with the rush orders and stuff.
Yeah, like how fast they are. Yeah.
Dude,
and also, Strap, you have 2 people
order.
crafting and like just 1 person doing only deliveries, you go crazy. It's insane.
Yeah.
That was great. That was amazing, guys. That was absolutely phenomenal.
That was the most confusing thing, but actually
you're good, bro. It's a lot.
You did good. You did good.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Yeah, like no shit.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Actually gapped.
Jesus.
I think
how do we get that many more points? What?
Because the rush orders.
Yeah, it's like how fast each order is done. So like say order number 3, we get it done first, but team gets done 10th. We get more points for it, even though we've done the same amount of orders.
Man, that's crazy. What the?
We also had crazy maxed out shit, so we were like crafting so quickly.
Yeah, that's unreal.
Good jump, by the way.
I would say also I've never had 6 furnaces before. Having that in my brain made it so much easier because I just remembered where each meat was and I could just grab it instead of having to shuffle things around.
I didn't know about the hoe, so like when you told me about that and plus the strat with like the 1 delivery, 2 crafters, and the 2 delivery, like I was sitting there, I was like, I maxed out the composter. It was crazy.
Yeah. No, it's really gross.
That was amazing. 36 is crazy. I think that's by far the most I've ever done with the team. That's insane.
Oh yeah. I'm gonna save that strat. I think everyone's gonna start doing that. We're making waves.
Yeah. That was dude. Like I was like so spoiled in the kit. Normally I'm like scrambling around like trying to cook things, but there was literally like I'll be like, oh, I need 1 steak. Do we have steak? I open up, there's like 18 cooked steak in there. I'm like, what the fuck? You know,
started hurting because I grabbed so many fruits and I was just mashing the right click and maxing out the composter. My chat saw me. My finger hurts, dude. I was like tapping because you can't hold it. And you can't like, so I was like right clicking as fast as I can. I'm like, dude, this fucking hurts.
Oh my gosh. It's so good though. Our team, we went crazy. We're awesome, guys.
That was amazing.
I love this game.
I was
like
jitter
just
clicking,
best,
like
dude.
shaking my hand with my mouse, like trying to get those all in.
Like I'm never ever gonna understand why people are sitting here trying to say the order up isn't like the best game ever. Like why are we voting it early? What are we doing? Like what are these guys doing?
It's like genuinely one of the best team games in my opinion. Like it's so fun.
It is so all right, this is gonna be a hot take from me probably, but I think it's my favorite team game here. I like it over Sands of Time. That's just so fun.
What? That's crazy.
I just love it, dude. Sands of Time scares me, and Order Up is fun. Sands of Time is scary. I get nervous.
What are we feeling?
And I fall into lava and I die.
I'm sitting on Trailblazers, yeah.
I look at
I got all the cats here. Watch out, bums. Oh shit.
Ooh.
I burned
That's okay.
battle.
What do we not win? I have a crazy stick.
Just start knocking people into pink. Knock people into pink.
Yeah, knock people into pink.
So with Trailblazers, by the way, even if you're not good at ice boats, ice boats pay out.
It's Trailblazers.
They pay out like 30. If you get gold trophy in ice boats, it's 30 points. It's insane. I'm not even good at like parkour and shit like that. I got like 4th place one of them. It was crazy.
I will say, be careful in this lobby, just because like the amount of people that are going to be like hard going for the blue side and getting top 3 If you notice that you're not getting top 3, I would definitely stick with on red side.
Yeah,
And get as
I-
much,
yeah,
like higher
I-
stations done.
Yeah.
I personally, I would, what I do, and I think this is still the same meta, I forget if they changed points since, but I do like expert elytra, expert dropper. I try expert parkour, but if it's like not feeling it, then I at least get the advanced done. Also, advanced dropper is really quick. I get all the
Ice
red.
is nice right now because
expert
they
ones.
buff them. They buff them like super
I
hard.
run
And even if you
obstacles.
get a gold trophy in ice boats, it's 30 points. Not even like first, second,
You can
third.
also skip levels. People don't know this. You can skip levels.
Yeah, you can
if
skip 'em,
back
yeah.
out of the level and go back in, it skips the level. So if you're struggling on one, you can skip it.
And remember, I'll call out when the gold courses are open. Typically, only have time for one, but yeah, just pick whichever out of the two you think you're better at, and they're these like gold holes in the ground.
Yeah,
right here
I'm
next
just
to the-
chilling
I
hard for
usually
Ghost
start
Ice
with expert dropper. Expert dropper is
that's what I was
usually.
thinking.
Yeah.
Can we both be in dropper at the same time?
Yes, everyone can be in the
No,
same one
don't
at the
do
same
it.
exact time.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Why is your chat telling you to not do gold time trials?
I don't know. I don't know.
But yeah, you guys gotta hit ice boats. So make sure to hit that shit.
I thought
It's
I thought
30
players were gonna go
points,
invisible,
raw.
but they didn't, and I got scared.
Oh, not this one. Oh wait, no, they made it easier. Oh my god, they made it so much easier.
Well, I don't even know where the route is.
I went on the side of the nose, like left side of one of the noses.
Oh, I see. I see. Yeah.
Oh my god, on the go, I dinked it first try.
What on earth? This is hard.
Oh, I see what this one is.
They still got the skip and ice boats. The slime course, you just go over the wall.
Or it wasn't just you.
No way, I didn't make that.
Shit.
Oh, I'm throwing.
I'm low-key throwing a little bit, that's okay.
Are there
There we go.
3 courses in each or what?
For dropper, yes, it depends on...
I'm throwing. I'll redo this one later. I hate this live course.
One.
Yeah, it does.
It's okay, you got silver anyways.
Oh, I see.
I'm trying a different way. Oh, I see it.
Yeah, I'm on the dropper 3. Oh, that counted? Holy shit, I thought I died there. Wow.
Not bad, not
I'm
bad.
gonna do advanced.
To course 3. Yeah, you guys, that was a little sexy, wasn't it? Like, that was crazy. Hold on, all right, check this out.
Dude, this is kind of crazy.
The drift, early drift.
Is any gold course open yet? I haven't seen them,
dropper.
but-
And I think blocking, the blocking one.
Okay, I'm doing gold dropper then.
Yeah.
Do gold dropper if you guys can. I don't think it's that hard usually.
I did it first
It's not
try.
usually that hard.
Usually not.
Yeah, I see it.
They're closed now.
Oh
Oh my gosh, I'm throwing. I'm going back.
Oh, so bullshit. That's so bullshit. I got fucking silver. I need to get those first places. They're so worth it. It's okay. I'll do the ice boat after this.
Parkour and ice boat. Gold course is
Ice
open.
boat's so worth it. I'm telling you guys, it's like you get 30 points for gold completion, plus the gold time. So. They don't know what I know, chat. They don't believe me.
Which
They're
one's
not
parkour?
believing in ice
Everyone
boats,
parkour.
man. I'm telling you. No one believes in how fucking broken ice boats are right now.
Dude, this elytra one is tough.
Dude, this parkour is insanity. What the
They're
hell?
not gonna do the ice
This
boats.
isn't
They
the
hate
advanced and
ice
it's that
boats.
hard.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, I got ice boat. Okay. Pull it back.
Okay, we got gold on this one. Easy.
Okay.
Easy gold.
where's-
30 points. Bam! Look at
Gold
that.
ice boat.
Putting us on a leaderboard. Let's do gold course right here. I got 2 silvers, which isn't bad. I might go back and complete them, but like, I don't know if the 6 points are worth it. Like, you know what I'm saying? As long as I do them. This drift? Oh, fuck. I wall banged off it. That's okay.
No, elytra.
Little slowdown.
Oh my god, I'm throwing.
Get a little speed going
Oh,
down.
maybe
There you
calm
go.
down.
Check that out.
Dude, this is just regular boat. It's not even ice boat.
Yeah. This
I'm in
course
the
is
damn
so
water.
easy to get golden.
hate stair parkour. Stair parkour is made by evil people.
Yeah.
I actually agree.
Ice boats are so worth it, chat. Fuck, restart. No, restart, reset. There we go. Oh, one more reset? Oh, I can't reset.
Gold course for Elytra Trident. I'm doing Elytra. Dude, well, I can never, I always, it's like the last one I look at is the course I'm going for. I spin around like 6 times.
We go gold real quick.
There we go, there we go. Way better this time,
courses.
way better this time. I got the skip too, I got the skip there too, really good.
Dude, I don't know that.
Good, okay, another little skip there, awesome. Get the turn. Forward. Go around.
Yeah, the Elytra gold course.
Oh, a little time loss there, that's okay. We should get sport. Wait, we'll leave
should I do
5
Trident
anyways.
too? Is that worth? No, I'm not doing that.
Easy gold, chat, easy gold. There we go. Awesome, all right, let's do gold trident now. No, not gold trident, gold Elytra. Where's Elytra? There's Elytra. We'll do gold Elytra, and I'll do the advanced and hard courses in Elytra, and then I'm gonna go trident. I think. Is the method.
What?
I could go back and get my times back on the other courses, but I don't think it's worth it. Is the 8 points worth it, you guys think? I don't think it's worth it because those take up a lot of time. Maybe?
Oh, I'm stupid.
Easy?
It's not my day for Elytra.
Awesome, where's Elytra? Let's do advanced.
All good.
No, May? Yeah, I thought so. I wasn't sure what they were doing because like I got silver. It's not horrible. That was crazy. Hold on. No way! Oh shit! That was so crazy. I can't believe I got that. What the fuck?
I don't look
that
like
was
a dumbass
insane.
while I do Elytra, bro. I'm always dunking IRL. Like, why am I doing that?
I do that shit too, dude. Especially in like hyperdrive.
Oh my god, yeah, especially in hyperdrive.
That was crazy. I have no idea how I got that, chat. It's like when I got one of these, like just jumping.
Elytra and obstacles gold course? Hell yeah.
Yeah, this one you can just do by
doing both of
jumping.
them.
If you jump, you get some air. Good shit, in our Elytra. Okay, I'll just go right back in. We're making moves, man. We're making moves. Duck, go. Yippee! Elytra pays out, dog. I guess I'll do advanced because advanced worth it. On Elytra, like I have plenty of time, so I'm not like.
Maybe it's stream.
Oops.
Purple, did you die?
I think he died because I saw him standing still and yep.
Yep.
Okay, guys.
Oh shit. That sucks.
He's dead.
I guess chat, tell his chat he's offline.
Yeah, our chat, let him know.
That sucks, dude.
No.
We can still do this.
Just let him know after.
Listen, if we get hard fourth, it'll be okay.
Yeah, he died.
Yeah.
Hello?
Hey, welcome back.
Welcome back.
Time.
I'm glad I blue screened.
Blue screened. Oh god.
Has anyone done the honey parkour thing? I don't know how to do it.
Where is it? Which one is it in?
It's like number 3 in advanced.
How long was that gone for? I don't remember.
Like a minute. You lost a minute of time.
Yeah.
Okay, that actually could be worse, but
Like a minute or two.
That stinks.
Wait, shit. 5 plus 5 equals. Wait, 5. Oh, fuck.
Dude, what? How am I jumping? What? Oh my god.
Oh, fuck. I thought that said 5 plus 5. I was doing the math part. No, the fucking don't laugh at
My
me.
spacebar is stuck pressing.
Oh? Uh-oh.
Oh my god.
Oh.
What is happening?
Well, okay, I actually did that parkour thing.
Oh my god, my spacebar, please. Like what?
Oh god.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Oh my god, the parkour this time around is.
Oh wow.
They definitely, there's no way this is like the normal advanced parkour level. This is
Parkour is hard, bro. It's you got some demons in here.
like
Yeah.
yeah, there's probably people who
You got some demons on the server.
How much time do we have? 2.5 minutes.
My ice boat practice is paying off.
There you
Let's
go.
go.
I got it. Running.
It's the quickest goal time of my life.
You can get golds on it, you can go crazy.
Yeah.
is expert parkour too hard?
It's very hard. I wouldn't recommend it.
Yeah, I don't even attempt it.
It's not. It's mostly not worth your time, I'd say,
What
and your
expert
sanity.
trident? Oh wait, what?
Parkour and trident. Oh yeah, do gold course. Do gold course for parkour. I think.
Oh, I don't know if I did that yet.
Even if you've already done it, you can do.
Yeah.
Should I just leave this trident thing?
They
to
need
do
to fix the
gold
bug
course?
where you can't leave your boat.
Yeah.
Like
Gold
Yeah,
course
that's
can
why-
give a lot more point.
I'm gonna do just drop
Parkour
off
is
the last bit.
my worst.
Oh my god, I just.
There's my spot right there. Turn around. Shit. You gotta be freaking kidding me. That's a spot though. That's a spot though. Oh fuck. I'm wasting so much time, guys. I'm wasting so much time. I should just do advanced. Okay. Oh yeah, we'll just do advanced. Might as well. Might as well. Hi, Anime. What's up?
I'll push this.
There we go. It's free 6 points. Might as well.
Comes to my mind. Oh,
There we go.
No.
I just send it. Okay, there we go.
That's crazy.
It's the worst movement day of my life.
That one's crazy, dude.
Okay, okay.
Oh yeah, that
okay.
disconnect pushed it down a little bit. But we did okay. We did okay on that, honestly.
Dude, look
Yeah,
at
this
these
one's
parkour.
insane.
Yeah, I'm not gonna
How
lie, I
would you
should have
even
done
do this?
so much better on that,
Oh,
but I
from
had
that
no
end.
idea how this game, like,
Yeah, it's just.
it's just
Yeah, it's fine.
so overwhelming, man. But
Yeah, there's
Yeah.
like routes to like min-max stuff.
Yeah.
And some of the game modes pay out
I
like
just
a
troll a little bit.
lot.
I feel like the rest of the game modes though are good for me. Without, like, they're not as
Yeah, I think we have a lot of like team heavy games.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fourth
we have,
overall
just
still,
start,
though.
we're gonna be
That's good.
fine.
Yeah. I mean, you can definitely come back easily.
Oh yeah, we're not like that far behind everybody, honestly. It's like 1,000 point difference first, so like not that bad.
Mhm.
100%.
We'll be fine.
Oh,
Plus
the
blue
full
team was
time.
like guaranteed to fucking sweep that one.
Yeah, 100%.
I did 19th individual on that one. That wasn't bad at all. I messed up bad.
Yeah, we'll be fine. Okay, it's Twitter time, chat, if you remember. It's time for the
Yeah.
Here's a link.
Oh, Nightbot's deleting it.
Oh.
Yippee! That's okay, guys. Surely doesn't delete mine. Oh, it's my bot that's deleting it. That's why. Okay, there we go.
It's
so hot in here, dude.
Yeah.
Oh, I deleted Gigas. Don't worry, guys. I'll
there it
repost
is.
it again.
One of the chats will get it. Lunch party battle extraction.
I would want us to get lunge out.
Yeah.
Party is usually a last game played, I fear. It's usually either party or extraction. I feel like are always the last games.
I'm not lying to you. It's fucking 100
I usually do
degrees
really well in
outside right now.
Photon.
It is so goddamn hot.
For me, at least.
I'm gonna
I feel like
go
we're
BRB
well
real
in
quick. I'll be
extraction.
right back. See you guys in a second. All right. BRB.
Think back.
I tripped over my recycle bin, chat. I don't know if you guys heard that. I'm picking it up. Whew. I made a tikka masala wrap.
It sure does.
I made a tikka masala wrap.
Holy shit.
Dude,
sell, like,
I love chicken tikka masala.
Yeah, well, the Kroger sells like these like Indian hot pockets. They're like literally, you get the like little crisping sleeve, and it's like a wrap with like tikka masala and buttered chicken and stuff like that. It's really good.
I thought that was me for a second.
No, you're fine.
May died. She's freaking dead, dude.
Oh,
It's
where'd I
over.
go? I hit my mute button. What happened?
Oh, you were like in the middle of a sentence.
Kroger's? Yeah, you're talking about
so Kroger sells these like Indian hot pockets, and they have like tikka masala and like buttered chicken in like a wrap that you can like microwave, and it's really awesome. Thank you.
Oh, that's awesome. I love chicken tikka masala. It's so good.
It's so hot.
Oh,
it's like
first you ready?
105 degrees outside right now. I went outside just to see.
What the hell?
And it's so hot.
I could
it
never
makes me
live
sad.
in a warm area. I don't think.
Oh,
I don't think I could do it.
I'll die.
I like
It's
it better
so
than
in
good.
North Carolina, and
I don't miss
I don't like
winter.
if it ever gets like above 80, 85 degrees outside. I don't fuck with that. I don't like it.
Yeah, no, I can't do. Even above 80, I just start to get like
I just get hot really easily, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, I live in Florida, so I definitely
Hell
know the
no.
heat. I definitely know
no.
the heat.
Oh, but that's like the weird, because I live in New Mexico right now, and it's like, it's dry heat, so it's not
that's
bad.
Oh yeah, dude. I'd rather.
Yeah.
Ooh, I'd rather do something against Twitch TOS than live there.
Do something against you.
In Minecraft.
I agree.
In
course.
Dude, Green team's
Minecraft.
bullying me. I was just fighting one of them. Now they're both here.
Oh my god, frame 1, Thunders are ready.
Oh my god. Yeah, oh my
Look
god.
at
The goats.
Lunch.
Yes!
All right.
So
Dude, my
got
screen
it.
froze for a second. I thought I crashed, or I thought I blue screened again.
Oh,
got
I
so scared.
don't know, like, I still don't know why you need to defend on this one. Did they buff defending points more, though?
I think
I-
last time. I
Yeah,
feel like we got more points.
defense points when you kill people are pretty good, but it's like
I think we could have one. I think one defender is really all we need.
I
if
always
that.
just like,
Yeah.
I always do like the strat of like all striker.
Yeah, I think I'm completely down with 5 strikers.
I'd rather
sweeper?
defend as a striker than
Sweeper is
Sweeper,
when
you get a
you're a
bow, you
defender.
sit in a tower.
You're a defender,
and you just
perma. You have like a punch bow.
Yeah.
You can switch out of it though, like you can go and defend and then decide to switch back into
We're not doing bad.
Yeah.
like attack.
We're fourth place right now,
Not gonna
like
lie.
individual, like
attacking seems
overall.
way more fun.
So not bad.
Yeah,
It's
attacking.
definitely a lot more fun. Oh, definitely
Make sure
frame
you,
one, us leaving, we should definitely attack first.
You don't
Yeah,
like
yeah.
lose anything for people scoring on you either. That's the thing. So like, there's not much of a reason to defend. If that makes sense. Like I don't know.
I didn't know that. Okay.
I haven't really seen like a good like. Wolfie's like, well, you want to like defend so people get like the high scoring points. Your team's scoring a lot, but like, I feel
do
like
better
there's
just
no
trying to
reason
score,
to
I
defend.
You just can't stop them. Yeah.
Yeah. Like
I think-
I've done defense before if I feel like we need it, but
Yeah, I was gonna say like I think it's just like your own call. Like midway through the round, if you feel like you're not like you're not feeling very effective on attack, like you can just switch to defense. There's no reason like no reason not to. You can mix it up, but
Yeah.
it's not like a necessary thing.
you can honestly do pretty well just defending from like the corners. Like when we first get out, going on those corner bridges and just like knocking people
Yeah.
off of that.
Yeah.
Honestly, that's better than just using the bow half the time.
I'd say also like when you're attacking, don't really waste your time too much. Like if you see a kill, like try to hit them once or twice, then just run by them. Like it's not worth your time
Yeah.
to just like chase someone down and kill them.
I got yelled
Who's
at
the
for
most
targeting in this,
lucky,
I'll
but
defend your wind charge.
If
if
I'll
you
fan-
find a
I'll fan your
team
wind
that's
charge, I'll
weak,
fan your wind
keep
charge.
an eye on them because you'll get
I
mad money.
know the team on our
against
right, green, are the people that are ahead. I think they're in second right now. Purple is in front of us, all the way in front of us. Pink is to our left. Pink, I don't think is that far up right now in points.
Green is like getting ready to fire at us.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, green is
they're all
trying to.
running at us.
Oh, I just ran right through them.
Oh my god, Blevins doing the sweep.
My game is so quiet. There we go. I turned it up.
Oh, yeah.
Even though I let 3 people run by me, but it's all good. Yeah, green is the...
Yeah, green's got mad
really
points.
Oh, I
25.
have all of pink on me, or all of green on me.
Oh my god, they're all there.
Oh shit.
Dude, the wind charges trolled me. They have a cooldown.
Dude,
What?
Dr. Donut's crazy with that. What the hell?
Is
I don't know why sometimes you lose your spawn boost, sometimes you lose it.
There's a smoke bomb. What the hell?
Yeah, there's a smoke bomb.
Oh yeah, there's a such a long cooldown on the...
Purple in front of us also have 25.
Okay. Oh yeah, purple.
Oh, but they have 5 people defending.
Oh, they're ultra defending, bro. Is that the method?
That means they won't get mad points though, you know?
Yes.
So
No! Oh my god, there's 3 people bowling in purple. What is that?
Yeah, I don't...
just ran right past them.
I just keep going green for now, low key.
yeah.
Only the lowest of keys though. Dude, that one charge did nothing. That shows like a jump.
Shatter keeps killing me, man.
dude, every fucking time I play this game, I just get like sniped across the fucking map.
Right there.
This sniper thing is OP. What on earth?
Yeah, the bow's actually really good.
Yeah, why do they have 3 people defending? What is this?
Woo! Yeah, I'm just not gonna go purple.
Yeah, I mean, they're fucking themselves over by not getting points, so don't focus them, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, purple is just impossible.
Yeah, I'm not worried about that. Give me see what? Ooh.
I'm just trying to get a goal.
Yeah.
Loki, it must be working because they have the highest amount of points.
Yeah.
Dude, they like looked at the, that's the viewer team. They probably looked at the points and like noticed that there's like an inconsistency type shit.
I'm not gonna lie, a bot
team.
is a big VOD reviewer. Like he makes documents based on like
well, dude, I helped him with it in Rising. I was his co-writer.
Oh, yeah, so you knew, you know.
Okay, what do we change?
I'll be honest.
That was crazy.
Loki, 2 defenders. Loki, 2 defenders.
I'm on right now.
I want to shoot people. I'm gonna do it.
Yeah, okay. That works.
I didn't get a single goal last time,
Yeah,
but I think that was just bad team RNG. Like, I think we'll be okay this time.
Yeah. Okay, if they
purple's on our right again. Purple's on our right again.
It's not worth trying.
I'm not going there.
I'm gonna try red.
Recharge arrows. You only get
I think yeah, red empty, red free.
Nice.
Oh my god.
We can kind of push them.
There you go.
Turbo land a shot challenge.
Go second tower.
Good shit, good shit. Purple's 15.
I reckon I'm the only person bowling because I don't know. I feel like I can get most people.
A power up a spawn to mid. You're joking.
Someone got it already.
To score. Loki, I think purple strategy does kind of make sense.
I got scored on purple.
People see they see the higher point number on it and they charge them, but then they're ultra defender.
Yeah.
Purple left side kind of weak. If you win charge in, you can get him.
Dude, where are you? There we go. Whew. Do you heal on a kill a little bit or no?
Yeah, just a little bit.
I think you do.
It's the worst when someone just randomly hits you from another team when you're not even going for them. It's so messed up. Leave me alone.
I'm gonna like swap to striker in a second because no one's.
Okay.
You can. Ooh.
No way. Okay.
I think one defender is good, but when we have 2, it can get a little, you know.
Everyone's 10 right now. Oh my god.
Why does everyone's fucking arrow feel like they're hitting me with a fucking boulder strapped to an arrow and I shoot someone? It's like a wet fucking napkin, dude. It's like a wet fucking napkin.
I get sent flying so far. Okay.
Oh my god, 3 people there too.
Let's go to goal. Let's go. Good shot.
None of these people are like juicy, bro. They're all like fucking 10 points, 6 points.
Yeah.
What's going on here?
Every fucking time someone hits me, launches me fucking fucking feet, man. I hit them, nothing happens. I hate this game mode.
This is, yeah, this is perplexing. To say the least.
I'd rather Tomb Titan, dude. Like, there's more skill than that in this one. Like, oh my god.
Yep.
Okay, at least that's 5 rounds. I think that round was good.
Okay, I'm gonna full send and then maybe swap to defender if we get juicy.
I'm gonna do defending
Nice,
for a little
I'll
bit.
shoot people.
I need some revenge.
Yeah. Time to end fine. My chat is always just like, yo, this Feinberg guy.
Fiendberg. I call him Fiendberg.
I look. I wish they kept the little middle tower.
I never played with that, so I don't know. I do feel like the game it needs something because it feels like too much of just like a hold W and run it down with no consequences simulator. You know?
Yeah.
I've been saying
I don't know what it would be.
They need to deduct points if you get like you need a reason to defend. Like there needs to be some sort of reason to defend because like otherwise everyone can just fucking full send it.
Yeah.
Don't you get points for the kills? I guess that's like.
You do get like a little bit. You get 3 points for getting a kill as a striker. I don't know if you get more as a defender.
I'm just gonna defend the first wave and then swap to striker, and it's gonna be amazing.
Okay. We can also just call out like if the number above our base ever goes like high, we just maybe get like 2 or 3
we
defenders.
We can see the number on our base, low, right?
Yeah, you have to go into mid and like F5 and turn around. But
that's so they should change that honestly.
Yeah.
I'm guarding with you, Speed.
Oh my god, blue is. There's not a single defender on blue, dude. Blue is free.
Wait till they. Oh, low-key, waiting until they. Oh, they say waiting until they like score.
I'm gonna hard defend. I'm gonna hard defend.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna.
That was good defense.
Oh yeah, we're 25. We need to
just spray down mid and they like it's crazy.
That's no good. That one charge did nothing.
You can only change roles. What the, dude? What?
Okay, got one. Oh.
Got 2 of them.
Dude, I got like a Giganta boost off that wind charge.
Oh, spur! Okay.
Are we high points? Oh no.
Yeah, we do. We definitely do. They're still charging us.
Oh my god.
Don't let me swap.
Nah, we don't got high points anymore. We just got scored on so much, I think.
Yeah, we're down 6. We're down 6.
Run it down.
Scott, how often does it say you can switch your role?
I wasn't really reading it.
But you just couldn't do it always.
It was letting me. It was kind of quick.
Oh my god.
Oh, got jungled.
Yeah.
Nice, Scott.
I'm gonna be an NPC tower and go for across the map shots. Just 'cause I think it's funny.
That's what I was doing before.
Oh my god.
Dude, Booster?
Booster.
I hate this guy. He just flexed on me so hard.
That's right, I got him.
Wait, can you shoot the— oh my god, you can shoot their spawn from here? That's messed up.
Kill Quay, drive by.
Wait, this game has such a low point differential. Holy shit. Other than first place, like has a little bit of a gap, but
No.
But okay. I don't know what just happened.
nice.
It's like randomly clutch and half a heart, even though there's kind of no point.
Oh my god, 3 of them.
Where the heck did he just go?
Oh, nice.
PK, let's go.
That was better.
Oh wait, oh my
That was
god,
for sure better.
12-1.
That was better,
Wait,
yeah.
12. Oh, that's not 12-1. I was gonna say there's no way we're 12-1 on that.
12-1 would have been
I've started actually like playing better.
Yeah, I'm this is a little better.
Yeah. Just have to warm up
Yeah.
a little bit.
Dang quiet. Wow. On Women's Month.
He's my biggest op.
I'm going blue off rip.
Yep.
Hopefully they don't go for us.
Yeah.
They're like
they're going for
splitting a
us.
little bit. Oh my god, everyone's going for blue.
Squirtle is 10, thankfully.
Red and green are good. We're only 4 right now, so we don't need to defend, yeah.
Yeah, I'm back to striker.
I'll be the tower. I got you.
Green.
I like this. I like the constant shooting.
Yeah, no, like I'm just like I hit someone earlier in middle, so I'm just kind of hoping to.
Red's 15.
I'm being a stage hazard more than anything.
Good shot.
Oh no.
Oh my god, there's 17 people going for us.
Yeah. Nice kills, nice kills.
I'm gonna go red again. They just have like one archer.
Red, yeah.
I just hit somebody in middle. I swear to God, my arrows sometimes hit people and then like they just go through them.
We're worth 10 now. Just winning.
Nice. Oh my god. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna play with you. Ooh.
Oh my god, I couldn't hit that.
I mean, I don't know what I'm supposed to do here.
Yeah. Green is 12.
Nice, Giga. Sam's probably pissed about that.
No. Good shit, man. Holy.
Well, I figured for some reason it's not a scoring day for me. I might as well be a hazard.
Green is 12. Oh, speed 3.
You guys get mid power up. Don't know what it is, but
I did not. I think only one person can get it.
It was speed 3 when I got it. It doesn't seem like that. It just goes slightly faster because we already have speed 2, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, we do have speed 2.
So it doesn't really matter too much.
7 seconds to just defend, try to kill.
No.
Nice.
Nice.
All right. There we go.
I wonder what Aqua's doing here because Aqua's like everyone else is very even, but Aqua's like gapping people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, not like crazy
We're going
gapping,
against
but
them.
like
We're about to find out.
yeah, we're about to find out.
Yeah.
The problem is they haven't played us yet. That's the reason.
yeah.
I think actually maybe they did early. I don't remember.
I'm gonna switch to super for now.
They didn't. Maybe.
I think it's time for a Diet Coke.
Ooh. You get a little crazy with it.
Yeah, I cut loose sometimes.
Go inside, man.
Oh, science free.
Oh, they're not defending? Okay.
Maybe that's the strat. Maybe we all just like attack now.
They split 2-2. It looks like they both went. Two went orange, 2 went green.
Oh, Cyan's 1 point right now. So don't. We might be high point. Looky.
We're high point for
Nice.
sure.
Good defend. Oh, W wind charge, dude.
Oh, that was mean.
That was crazy. Sign coming in for us.
Yeah.
Oh my god, dude. Oh my god. What are you doing to them?
Oh my god, we have so many people going for us.
Yeah, we're 10 now. We're 10.
That was so pointless, but that was so dead.
I got.
I feel like we just should all go attack, or like apart from one. If that's what Cyan are doing, and that's so far ahead.
Alright, yeah, I got
her
you.
just walked up to me and shivved me and I died.
I don't want to fight you. Chill.
I got him. I'm just keeping them off, you guys.
So I got 25 on green. Let's go.
We're doing really
come on, get there. Who's on green? Get there.
Oh my god.
It went down from 25 to like 12, either as you scored it or right before. So I don't know.
think it was right before.
Oh fuck, they got so much speed.
Oh dude, that shows a negative wind charge.
Oh my god, Shadoon, what is this mid-off we're having right now? Oh, that wasn't even Shadoon. It looked like his skin.
Oh my god.
Good kill.
Scared Dr. Donut off, dude.
I got 22 kills right now. I'm up by 12 because we're defending so much.
What are you gonna do in battle when there's no crystal PvP?
I don't know, dude.
Oh, he got it.
It's like everyone's like 10 right now except for us.
Yeah.
Dude, where are my wind charges going? Where are they? It's like half the time I get launched 15 blocks in the air, the other half the time I get like a 2-block leap.
Yeah.
Nice. Oh my god.
Dude,
23 kills,
we
ain't
were in
bad.
fourth, so we did fourth.
Oh yeah, we did end fourth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Shabby.
Everything
The point
changed
diff
when
isn't too bad
once
either.
I went sweep. I just started killing people.
Not bad, not bad.
Someone's gonna have like 80 kills.
Yeah, I think. Oh yes, that's probably.
Oh my
See what
God.
makes sense. See what
I
I
was
see
sixth
what
place
I
in
see what
kills.
strat. He
I
was like
23.
shooting like their feet as they were coming from this tower, like at this closest tower.
Yeah, okay, then there's Aqua, just
time I went
3
green.
people.
Yeah, they're very even. We unfortunately need to gap green and orange
Hi,
in
Nino.
battle.
Green's gonna be difficult to
Unfortunately.
gap a little bit, I can't lie. Especially
No,
with
they're ass.
Charlie. Yeah,
The
sure.
point difference isn't that bad on this
lose.
game mode though. It's like 100
Yeah,
points.
yeah. The game, I think the game always has a low point differential as well, which is I think is also confusing to me because it's like a run it down simulator and everyone gets the same amount of points.
I got
So-
17th on
games,
that,
then?
and I didn't score a single goal. I just want you to know that.
Oh my god.
Just by shooting on the towers. That's insane.
Yeah. Do you know how many points you get per kill?
I get 7 points per
kill.
kill.
Higher.
So I got 17th without getting a single goal. Like, well, I got 1 goal, but it was like 20 points, not 15 points. That's crazy.
Do we want?
What is left?
We have battle extraction party.
Which is the one with like insta crossbows? Party.
Party,
Yeah,
yeah.
party.
Extraction.
That's.
No, extraction's not in
unless
it.
you're thinking of photon.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah,
that's true.
At least there's PvP stuff left.
At least I hope they didn't
Extra-
keep
yeah.
the auto reload
Extraction's
crossbows.
crossbow PvP, and then party is good luck, have fun. Is
Those
Beacon dead or
auto
out?
reload crossbows,
Beacons is in.
they suck.
Okay.
They suck. They break all the time. It does not work for me.
Yeah. I just hate that they zoom a little. Like your FOV gets changed slightly
Yeah.
for the new ones.
Does it?
That it was last time I was doing it.
I'm an 18th. You know, every time those Redditors are like, May's not gonna do good. It's just like, hey, I'm 18th.
I've seen many threads specifically saying that, so.
It's so funny. It's so funny every time. It's like, dude.
No. Yeah, it's like. It's tough because like people don't mean it in a bad way, but objectively when
Oh,
you
it's
are
funny.
gonna be,
No,
like,
I find
ranking
it so
people,
funny because
yeah,
every
it's
time
just
it proves them wrong,
yeah.
they're like, May's got a 4 frag.
Yeah.
I can't believe it.
What do you want to do here? Do we?
Honestly,
do we
party,
do party here?
party would be nice to get out. I'm really good at extraction.
I
so like,
think party is just such a scary 8th game, I guess. For like, battle is also. Oh, I'm dead. Battle is also really scary, but it's like easier to manage your high risk, high reward depending on what we need. But party is just like kind of happens, you know.
Yeah, yeah.
I disagree. I voted extraction, and I stand by it. Even though I don't know what it. I literally don't know what it is, but.
it's basically
Kill
like
everyone.
Extraction is like
Extraction
is like
crossbow.
the mini, like the crossbow battle box.
yeah.
Yes, then.
It's a lot of fun. It's pretty. It's my best game mode. I think purple's also really good at it too. So like, saving that for later would be really nice.
That's true. I didn't think about that. Our extraction was actually that good.
Our extraction
Did
is
you ever
good, I
go in
think. Yeah.
third place in an
Extraction is very
MCC?
good.
Usually go crazy.
What?
Purple, have you got third place in MCC before?
Like team or individual?
Individual.
Yes.
Same.
Oh, I love these chunky
Let's go.
visuals.
Let's go.
Oh, there we go. Do it again. Let's go.
You guys. You too, guys. I've also got third in MCC. Hello? Hello?
Go team.
Is this thing on? Hello?
Oh, there we go. Awesome.
Discord
I
cut out.
didn't
Sorry,
start
guys.
it.
Oh, sorry, my bad. Do you want me to repeat it?
I saw
No,
someone
never mind.
do the
That's chill.
numbers, and like I think purple did me or like 20 top 20 extraction people, which is nice. And then
cool.
Shatter's also really good. So
Yeah.
Go down.
Oh, that's okay because our team is better than Charlie.
So this one. So look down. You want to get to the bottom without dying of fall damage, but fall damage is reduced.
Yeah.
Every time you get to like, you can't really see it, but there's like glass pane checkpoint layers. Every time you get there, you heal a little bit. If you look in the chat, the pads, the color pads, red give you weapons, blue give you items, green regeneration. So if you're low, just stand on the green for a bit. It'll slowly regenerate you.
Go down a second later
also
and
hit
punch
you
people off.
People can
go
also
down a
hit you
second
off.
later
You
and
can
punch
get
everyone off. Yeah. Because you get a lot of points that way.
Place you go? Just
At the very bottom, just the bottom.
At very,
Anywhere on
very
the
bottom. You just want to get to the bottom.
I just saw someone go flying down.
Side. Okay, I need to actually be smart.
Ah, fucking goddamn it.
And if you hit the green platforms, those do heal you, so you can heal along the way.
I feel like I shouldn't be punching people. They look really annoyed.
You can. I mean, it doesn't give you that many points, but it's also like
It's
funny,
1 point
so,
per kill.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Oh.
No way.
It's really, yeah, the kills just
Here,
are
heal
really
Giga,
great.
hello.
Green thing's no checkpoints.
Okay.
No, green is like stand on it for regeneration. The checkpoints are like the glass pane layers,
Okay.
Yeah.
and they heal you a little bit.
Fuck. I like when you go through one and just like miss everything for somehow. It's crazy. I'll be a little mean. A little vicious.
Yeah, do it.
Oops.
Wait, following other people is so OP.
Oh my god.
Yeah. If they have a path. Who punched me? Cut that out.
I haven't gotten the pig on the stick is so broken on this. You can go all the way down.
Bro,
Yeah, it's really good. Where's the hole at?
Ah, sit.
Dude, is there anywhere for me to land? Hello?
Fuck that up.
Okay.
30 seconds.
And then at the end, it's best just to get as far down as possible, because those still count towards your points.
10 seconds, I think? Or 20 seconds. No, why'd you punch me? That was so mean. He's right behind me.
Oh my god.
Dude, I swear to God, like the third layer kills me more than anything. I don't understand. It's alright.
If you like
I got
jump as the timer ends, like I was just in the sky right above the checkboard, does that work?
I doubt it, but I don't know.
No, because you take fall damage.
Chat, tell me if that worked.
It doesn't. I don't think.
I was like mid-air, so I was still alive, but I doubt it worked.
That's a good question, actually, though, because I'm assuming it only updates your thing as you, like, if you're landed on a block, but...
Please be Photon. My inner Quake yearns for Photon. No!
Oh,
be best.
I mean, there's no skips in it, so it'll be Photon eventually.
Yeah.
The other one was Splat, right?
I love Splat.
Okay, so this, Speed Silver, it's parkour, like back and forth, like pacer test. So you can do the orange. Yeah, you have 3 lives. Start on the orange, but if it feels hard for you, just switch to, or if you're on 1 life and you're scared,
I usually do orange till I die once and then I switch.
You have like 10 seconds to...
Yeah.
Just listen to the timer. You're not a huge rush to get to the other side, but also you don't have forever. So just keep that in mind. And every time you make it, you have to like reset and then run back the other way. Once it resets, once the course resets.
Someone died.
No way, I didn't realize there was a gap at the front.
Wait, chat, do you jump on this slime? Is this slime the jump one or is this not the jump slime?
I didn't jump. I was just there.
I just need to double check. No jump slime. Okay, thank you, Ogar.
Done? Okay.
The goat.
I had to charge my vape. Oh shit.
I think I'm in the challenge one. Am I in the wrong one?
Challenge one right now, there's like skulls. You're jumping on like skulls kind of right now.
Oh, I messed up. Okay. I shouldn't have talked. Okay, I was literally about to
you're in the
say
right one, you're in the right
easy,
one.
and then I mess up.
No, it gets harder, it gets harder, it gets harder.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, bell jumps.
I just walked off.
I looked at
Bell hitboxes, dude.
Yeah, I did the bell jumps. Oh my god, I'm not paying attention.
Did you fall?
No, it's Johnson. Oh my, what? I was punching and then I...
Oh, it lost your sprint? Holy, that's so silly. You can switch to easy now if you want to. Just to make sure you can get some more points. But I don't know how much easier it is, low-key.
It's pretty easy. It's very, very easy in comparison to that one.
Oh no.
Yeah, I'm definitely...
I saw someone get stuck on this slime and they couldn't get out. That's so sad.
I got fucked out of this jump for the slime. I pressed
Somehow I'm
space, I
doing
promise.
really good this time.
Wait, do you like get full dead or something? Like what is...
Yeah, you only have 3 lives.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
3
no.
lives, you're done.
Okay, that's really
So
good.
silly. Oh, a lot of people miss this.
Somehow I've never made it this far in this fucking game mode, so you know what? I'll take it.
Oh my god, I almost...
I gotta
Never
beat
mind,
this.
it's fine.
I have never beaten this before. I gotta.
You can do it, I believe. Do you have 1 death, or...?
2 lives, actually. 1 death, yeah.
Okay.
I'm doing pretty dang good, like...
Okay.
If we all can finish them, that'd actually be awesome. Holy.
What? Oh. I just am stupid. God damn it. I'll go normal here.
Aw, fuck. Sorry, I got 1 life left.
No, you're fine. Still alive.
That was cute. Is this one new?
I think some of the beef tested maps are new.
Wait, how'd I fuck that jump up? Oh, well, I'm dead. Hey, it's the furthest I've gotten, so.
Okay.
I think I've died at this one so many times because I don't know, I feel like I jump a little bit earlier than I should. Holy shit.
Oh, I didn't realize you jump on the lantern here, bro. I got confused.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's fine.
Nice try, nice try. Oh, Ghostie's still in this.
Oh,
Let's
this
go.
one's really annoying.
Dude, you're cracked with it.
Dude, I don't know how I'm still alive.
There you go.
Nice,
Awesome. Good
Ghostie.
shit.
There you go. There you go.
Nice.
Nice.
All right, Photon.
That was
That's my game.
so annoying last time.
Boost for...
Chat. It's time to get my secret doping scandal.
Okay. Alright, so it's Photon or Splat. I think if it's Splat, we should be near each other. A little more.
Splat, I've noticed.
Splat,
Splat works really well if you go on the
actually-
outside. You're on the
Yeah,
outside,
Splat's
farm
actually
kills.
really good if you spread up and then just try to like get as much
You're just, like,
done
spraying.
as possible. Yeah. Oh,
Alright.
it's Photon.
Photon.
My
All right.
doping
Why
scandal
is
here,
there
chat.
an
I finally hit a
enemy- an
vape.
enemy in front of me?
Good luck,
Is that
bro.
just how it works?
Yeah, good luck, bro.
Um,
Yeah, that happens
yeah,
all
good
the
luck.
time.
The toms are a little
You are-
cooked.
odds are you're both gonna die instantly. So
if you kill somebody, whip behind you and then just check. Like keep whipping back and forth.
always like check behind you because there's always gonna be some weasel.
It's Andres, so I'm gonna kill him.
I think it points are a kill streak.
Yeah,
right?
please kill him. Please kill him. Please kill that guy. Please kill him.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh fuck.
That spawns, dude.
Where am I?
Bro.
No, I got killed by Andres. What?
No.
Okay, I didn't realize you respawned either.
Oh yeah, it's just a deathmatch.
It's respawn, yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I'm kind of like.
I keep spawning.
I also died, Andres. That's over.
I killed the wrong person
That was
there.
crazy. Oh, they spawned behind me.
Oh.
Got see what? That's all that matters.
Oh my god, I'm stuck.
Dude, where is everyone?
I don't know.
Dude, where?
Far.
I'm just chasing this guy and he doesn't know it. Oh, it's Hannah. Hi, Hannah.
Dude, I literally can't find anyone, and then everyone finds me before they can. Hello? Hello?
Oh my god, maybe I think Shatter's going crazy.
Oh, I just spawned in. It's
This
almost
is
there.
crazy. People are so good, man. This is just insane.
Yeah, it's
like Valorant. Think of Valorant.
It's like we're playing Block Wars Brawl with better players than normal.
It's like, yeah, you're right.
I'm getting spawn camped. I'm gonna crash out.
Oh.
Oh, no abolish.
Everyone's gonna not hit each other.
Oh my god.
This fucking bitch boost fuck. Reasonable crash on a boost fuck.
Who's whipping on me? Oh, Zam was whipping on me. That's embarrassing.
Yeah, okay.
Oh my god.
If Boostfa has no haters, then I'm dead. I'm dead.
Dude,
Oh my god.
what
I'll snap
is
after I
that?
died. Last kill. I died. I was the last
I got
kill.
16 kills. Not bad.
Dude.
Not bad.
Nice, okay, okay.
Nice.
This shit's hard.
Oh, I didn't do too bad here.
Damn, I got 25. I was right off. Right off the
25.
leaderboard.
Okay.
Holy kill streak.
I just don't understand how
Yeah.
these guys like. Sometimes I right click and I swear to God, the I don't like the auto reload. I swear to God, there's something wrong with them.
42
I
blocks.
kind of sold that, but it's like, this is just too crazy. I can't.
It's a lot, yeah.
Like,
So this you just
oh
paint
my God,
blocks.
man.
It's like Splatoon.
It's like Splatoon.
Yeah, we see more
yeah.
front cover. Make sure you hit the
Yeah.
walls. Anything that's white, just cover it.
Yeah, mostly like anything in the middle. I don't even think it's worth to get much in the middle because everyone's gonna paint over it. But I always go to the outside and then get the walls that you can't see unless you're on the out. Like the
And the,
walls
if you go on a
facing
building,
the border,
the roof,
you
the
know?
underneath the roof too.
And the
That's
roofs,
really
yeah,
good.
yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
Do you stay on the starting platform or jump down?
No, you jump down.
You have to jump down.
You also can kill people. So spam your things at people. It's like weird, but
And then when you run out of paint, hold shift. You have to hold shift on your paint. Like you have to.
on your color, yeah, to reload. It's good to like just reload in like little bursts.
Boost for your whore. I hate boost for.
Oh my god,
Yeah, just get the very outside walls and stuff because no one's gonna retake it. Odds are.
My God. Running out of pain is...
Yeah, you just gotta like constantly, don't even let yourself get below like 20. Just like shoot a couple, reload, shoot a couple, reload. That's the wave.
How do you swim into the blocks? What is that?
You have to hold shift on your own color. That's how you reload. But also you can like swim faster with it. Good stuff so far, guys.
Oh my god, cooked.
Nice kill, nice kill.
Nice.
So there's like no one near me for the last like 30 seconds. I'm like paranoid that someone's near me, but they're just not. I keep checking around me.
Everyone target
there's
red.
someone is.
Target the red color.
Ew,
It doesn't matter anymore.
Nice.
Nice. Ooh, another one. See what? One left as well.
Oh my god, I finally got it.
Not today, Saturn. Not today.
I'm just going anywhere where I don't really see our color. I'm just gonna go there.
Oh my god.
Minus blue. Red.
Still there.
Got him.
Try to get orange and pink mainly.
Okay.
Just color as much as possible last couple
I
seconds.
went crazy that time.
Nice.
That put us up a
Okay.
lot, by
good.
the way. Good shit.
Nice, guys. We're cooking.
Let's go.
Yes.
I don't think I like stopped painting blocks for a single second.
Damn.
Yeah, I was shredding, dude.
That's officially the best Block Wars game. That one hasn't held my brain.
Yeah, look at you guys. Oh my gosh, you guys cooked that.
Not bad, purple. Not bad.
Ooh, okay.
I kept getting the 3 kill streak, so I kept getting paint bombs as well, which is very helpful.
Yeah, I didn't realize that was so like such a strong thing to get.
Yeah.
That's why grouping can be good, or at least doing duos to try and get the kill streak.
Yeah. I kept finding orange. Like they're the team that I just kept seeing over and over again.
Yeah.
I tipped over my recycle bin again.
All right, it's time.
I'm doing the can and put away of shame.
Underdog clutch story to get into the final.
Yeah, we just gotta stride in battle is what we gotta do.
Yeah, the gap isn't.
I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back.
Yeah.
I'm gonna grab that caffeine.
I'm gonna drink my
There we go.
totally not Gatorade, but almost Gatorade.
Powerade.
Legally distinct.
Legally distinct?
Yeah, I've been drinking this shit all day because I had awful food poisoning when I woke up.
Oh yeah, you need
woke
those electrolytes.
At like, dude, yeah, it was at like 7 a.m. or something, and I was just like, ugh, and I just died in the bathroom for like an hour.
Oh, yo, we're in fourth place.
And then I went to sleep again, and now I'm back. You know, better than ever, dude.
I'm glad you're okay.
Yeah, okay is the best way to put it.
20th in this roster. That's crazy. I'm happy about that.
Not bad, not bad.
Not bad at all. Once we get to extraction, Giga. We're gonna cook.
Crazy. Always do.
Battle last might fuck us
Okay.
up.
Yeah, I think we go battle now.
Battle.
Oh my god, I got lured. What's happening?
What do we want?
We go battle here, I think.
Yeah,
Okay.
either
Watch
one.
out, TNT.
Yeah,
Good.
see what game.
Is anyone dead?
Dead.
I can res you guys.
also have our revival tokens. Oh, never mind. It's gonna be down here.
We're good. Okay, so battle. I think I'm gonna try skeleton.
Okay.
I think Ghosty, you go. You said you go summoner.
Is usually what I go.
I'm down for that. I'm down for that.
I'm gonna go scout.
Can you pick Micah for me? Because I have no idea what it is.
Scout got nerfed is a problem.
Oh,
so,
it did?
I don't know. Yeah, you need to hit 2 arrows to get 1 back now.
Just tell me why I should go.
Yeah,
You get, is there passive arrow regen or is it over?
There still is passive arrow regen.
Oh, is there?
It's every 15 seconds, but without, I don't know, the armor's like so weak, and without getting an arrow back every time, I don't know if it's worth.
Yeah.
You can try. I think
I'll try for a round.
We definitely need I think we need a fairy and we need a medic. I'll be skeleton, Ghosty, summoner, and
we also need a totem master. Totem master, like, I mean, it's not good for fighting, but it's so good for
triple
passive,
support would
like...
give us crazy buffs, though. I mean,
yeah, I'd be down for.
Try it, yeah.
I've played a fairy a couple times.
Scott Totem Master.
What does that do? Just totem and good gear?
You get like you have like a damage totem that you place down when we go to a fight. Just like it seems gimmicky and it seems like a lot.
I'll try tricks out. Just we'll see.
It's just like a good PvP one with like good armor.
Yeah, Loki, I feel like we definitely put Scott on a PvP kit. I don't know if we put him on a just straight up.
Yeah. It's tough because
usually.
He could go Trickster. Trickster's pretty gross. Trickster's the one where you can teleport back to a place. Like you can like set down like a little like, it's like pretty much like a stasis chamber, and then whenever you need to teleport back, you click it and you go back.
We need someone to be fairy.
I'm playing Totem Master.
Okay, Totem Master, that works. Trickster, yeah, I think you just get a bunch of util there, Scott, so just read up on it.
Oh my god, what is this? This is crazy. Is there any, okay, Trickster?
So I would go Trickster or...
They also do Penguin if you, but Penguin is tried in PvP, I don't know. Penguin is really good for poke, though.
The snowballs do 8 damage too, so they're not bad.
Yeah, Penguin's good for poke if you want that.
What's like Trickster but less crazy?
Good question.
I lied. Also, it's not Trickster. It's Assassin. That's the you can teleport back. Sorry.
Yeah, Trickster has like arrows.
Assassin. You're very weak with Assassin. Like you're a glass cannon. You only have leather armor. Yeah. So what you want to do, Assassin? Yeah, you can like. I don't think you should do Assassin. I think Assassin's too risky.
What instead? What's Lumberjack?
Summoner could be good.
That's an axe.
Lumberjack
well,
is
you only have 12 seconds. I would say.
I've got Trickster
Penguin
right now.
Trickster, you can go Lumberjack if you want to do axe PvP.
That's axe PvP, yeah.
Yeah.
I think just try Trickster and see how you feel about the util this game. We can change next game.
Let me know when you want me to do totem
okay, wait,
damage.
So who's fairy?
Regen.
May, you're fairy?
No, I'm totem.
So if you're near me, you get healed.
I mean, Trickster seems like insane.
Does he get absorption?
Like, in a good way.
Okay, let's go for this capture point here, guys.
Right in front of us?
Yeah. Who's this?
I think it's Lime.
I'll drop totems right when we go here, so we can stay in.
Yeah.
They're left.
Totems down, totems down.
They're gonna...
Oh, Trickster fucked up our totem.
Molly. Oh, in, see what?
They're in.
Nice. I'm hurt. I got out.
Oh, I'm dead.
I can't even...
Yeah, I'm also dead. I'm dead, dude.
Yes, there's...
They're chasing me down.
Oh.
There's another team here. There's another team here. Go.
Wait. If you can try to find Perp, try to get to him,
I was joking about.
Not this way.
Yeah, go the other way. No. They're chasing. Oh, I'm gonna hit.
We're getting chased. It's just fine. It's just, oh, no, it's the whole team.
Nope.
Yeah, Perp, just get out. That was just a bad start.
Yeah, the Trickster arrow actually blew up all my totems.
Chasing you down. You're just being chased down.
You get like 8 instantly.
You could try running into another team. Silver's now behind you. If he does? I don't think so.
I feel like this guy's catching me, dude.
They're just chasing you down. Oh, they left you.
Holy shit, dude.
I might try Trickster. Only because the Molotovs and the explosive arrows are really good.
Yeah. Especially for early for that, like...
Well, they wiped out my totem with the firework bow, so...
Oh, shit. Okay.
I don't really know what I can do here. Chill me, goat.
Yeah, you're gonna get pinched.
Yeah,
just lived.
He's just trying to. Oh,
ouchie.
Harley's down. This whole team's down. Purple's above you. You're kind of you're safe. Right
Oh,
there.
that's
You're
not
safe
where
right
I wanted to be. I don't like them above me though.
They're looking at you, but I think that the first thing on their mind right now is just trying to get space.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just gonna let my arrows regen for a little bit. Do my damage arrows. Call out if someone's low. I have damage arrows.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Is anyone playing that Trident kit?
Montoya across. Oh.
I played the Trident kit before. It's not bad. It's if you can hit Tridents and the snowballs, especially the snowballs do 8 damage. So.
Dude, I didn't know there was an under area down there. What is that?
I didn't even see him.
Yeah, what is he doing down there?
Oh, I tried to neo this. I didn't realize there was just a wall here.
I think I'm gonna play Trickster next round just to get like some extra damage in there.
Yeah, that was like too crazy.
That's
for
fine.
me.
Yeah. We definitely we should have just kind of poked at them, made them leave, and then captured it because they weren't dropping for it. The only reason they also dropped for it is because when their teammates dropped in, Seawat had dropped in.
Yeah, Seawat came in early, but he wasn't taking as much damage.
I just don't know if it's worth playing Totem Master if everyone else is playing Trickster. Like, there's so many like Trickster arrows because it's AOE and it killed my Totem.
Yeah, because it just like it just insta.
Yeah, I didn't get a chance to like. I put him in a good spot too, so. I'll try Trickster. I'll just try it out next game.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
First round woes, man. First round woes.
Yeah, we're all good.
Somehow we have more points than Phantom still in this game. I don't understand that.
Yeah, they're gonna get points here, I think, probably. Maybe they get survival points after the round. I think they do.
Yeah,
so
I think there's bad damage
gonna...
points too, so. But you get less points
there's
for killing people later
points
on.
and survival points.
Yeah.
Wow, they're all up. Look at that.
Okay, Huh.
Alright.
Fairy also, when we go into a fight, you have a pop your ability that like, it gives us like regen 2 for a bit, I think. Yeah,
I did.
Okay,
Just got melted.
Yeah, we did get melted.
Could do
Oh,
that.
the Trident is the melee weapon. Okay.
Yeah, for Penguin. It's really good because you can poke with it. You have to get used to the fact that it's like slow in melee. It's like an axe speed. But yeah, you have unlimited poke, so just like constantly throw the Trident at people.
Make sure you guys choose your kits.
Yeah. I know Scout. I'm gonna try Scout.
Down.
I'm gonna try Scout. I have a good feeling. I don't got nerfed. I got a good feeling. I got a good feeling.
That's fine.
Crossbows are where I'm home.
Everyone has their kit?
Yeah.
Perfect. Alrighty, let's see who we're next to.
So ready.
My zoom is not working for some reason. I can't zoom.
I have a speed potion. I could.
Let's go here. Yeah, drink at the start of the game, I think.
Yeah, it's 3 minutes, so I'm gonna.
Yeah.
No point not to.
Who's this?
I can't tell what team this is.
They're not going for it. Everyone just hold it instant. Everyone hold it instant. Everyone just
got
stay
you.
here and we're gonna get it fast.
That's blue team. This is amazing for us, honestly.
Yeah, this is 3 points. So.
It looks like what blue's doing is that they're just running to what the other teams are fighting and then just cleaning.
Okay.
Yeah.
Could follow behind them if we want.
Okay, let's take it out. Like there might be a fight over here we can clean, possibly.
Yeah.
I don't want to commit over there though yet. Let's also look behind us. They're behind us. Oh, orange coming to us.
Yeah, behind us.
Ouchie. Oh no, boost for alone. Oh, he TP'd back. He has the damn TP. Okay.
Are we trying to like actually kill them?
No. I think we could. No.
Okay.
I want to stay mid there and crunch him.
Wait, who's that on his own? Is that Purple?
Yeah, I'm just letting. I'm getting damage shot. There are damage points in this, so. Oh, there's a kind of a fight over here a little bit. TNT chicken.
Yeah, I threw my TNT chicken.
We could be able to clean. Yeah, pink fighting right here.
Okay, back into mid.
Yep. Okay, orange still right here. Orange still right here.
You could try to like poke orange a bit.
Yeah, just keep poking with your trident. You just need to constantly be poking with trident.
Be careful, because we're being poked out a couple different sides right now.
Yeah, there's a fire right here.
Orange is pushing. Orange is pushing a little bit. Watch out.
Yep.
Yeah, be careful, because orange is gonna push us if they see us go for this fight.
Yeah.
We probably want to get in a better position.
Yeah. I think we should come.
Oh, they're all
Watch out behind you, behind you.
I'm moving down.
I'm hopping down.
They're here. Yeah, drop down.
Okay, pulling
I'm
puzzle.
trying.
Okay,
Oh my god, they
I got a
knocked
kill.
out.
I got a kill. That was crazy.
But wait, careful behind us. Careful behind us. So blue team, full blue.
We could try to clean this purple team right here.
Yeah,
Purple's weak, yeah.
Their team is alive somewhere, but I just don't know where.
Right next
I
to
killed.
us.
Oh, I
Right
killed one. The purple.
Right.
One purple dead. So
Oh,
we can jump them. It's time. Let's go.
one HP.
Good hit.
Nice.
They're watch out. They're coming out.
Oh, green drop.
Oh, be careful, be careful. Oh,
yeah, I got one hit into the void.
yeah, they saw us fighting them.
You're both up, two of you up.
Oh my god, dude.
I got
that's so
dumb. I
unlucky.
did better that time. No, way better.
Yeah.
I didn't know where Lime came from. I turned around, there's 5 of them.
All right, I think I'll do
How do you
Trickster.
feel about...
Above you guys, and they drop down all at the same time.
What is Trickster's armor? Is
I
Trickster
think,
like a good melee kit?
no, it's a lot of, you get
Yeah, it gets,
incendiary
like,
grenades,
iron.
smoke bombs, wind charges, and a explosive crossbow with AoE.
It's gimmicky.
All AoE. It's all AoE, basically. It'd be good for these group fights.
Yeah, I could try it.
If you want to. You get a Molotov. I think it's a wood sword, though.
Skeleton.
A skeleton, it's just like a pretty decent melee. It has a bunch of arrows and harming arrows every 3 shots you land. So you can just offhand the harming arrow when you want to do an extra damage shot. But it's pretty decent melee. It's stone sword, leather chestplate, iron leggings, iron boots.
Honestly, killing people early is pretty nice because you get a lot more points for it.
Yeah, I think at this point, if we want any chance of making it, we just have to be the most aggressive ever on this 3rd round. Irish High Ward, let's get it.
Yep.
I need a sword kit. That was too slow for me.
Yeah, you go skeleton, go skeleton. It's a sword and has good range as well.
Scout's still not bad, by the way. Scout's pretty good. I just played it. It was not bad. I got pretty decent.
Okay.
Pretty decent.
I can't keep going.
Let me look at
There, it
Trickster.
have like no range.
How do you use the harming? Is it offhand it or?
Yeah, if you offhand the arrow, it prioritizes it.
Okay.
Oh no, why did it split them?
Iron sword's kind of crazy.
Oh, there's no arrows on this crossbow. It's just fireworks. Do the fireworks ever come back?
They do a lot of damage. Yes, they do. It's
E.
AoE.
Okay. Who's Scout?
I can play Scout unless you want to.
That's mid.
Oh, if no one's Scout,
I'll go
let's
Trickster.
Scout.
I'm good at Trickster. I'll do Trickster.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll see how
them together
this feels.
It's pretty good damage.
Okay. Yeah, we need to be hella aggro. We need big points here.
Lime
so we just need to take
is... Oh wait, no, that's blue. What team is that? That's Aqua. Aqua's next to us.
Okay,
Aqua's next to us.
we just gotta take the fight.
I got Molotovs and Splash Charming I'll throw in.
Yeah.
Watch out, watch out.
Anyone got water for me?
There's 2 of them on.
One of them's like pushed up here.
Oh, my... On TT.
I'm trying to regroup.
Are you guys good?
Doing okay. Over here, we're a little separated.
One's hurt, one's hurt. He's hurt, he's split. Yeah. Great job, great use of that.
I'm split too, but I'm coming back to you guys.
Got him?
Yeah, I'm also split.
I mean, to be no.
I'm back.
The wind charger's not launch you up.
I got followed.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Well,
all good.
Red.
Oh my god.
Who's what healing kit are we using?
It's over.
I think we have Barry and that might have been our only healing kit. I'm not sure.
Yeah, that's the only one. So I've been popping the regen, but I just feel like it's not enough when you get 8. There's not really anything you can do.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's tough. I mean, we had to be aggro there. It's like, that's just what we had to do, but it's unfortunate.
Yeah.
All right, we just look at extraction last, so we can go crazy.
Yeah, we just gotta go.
That's my best. That's my best. That's my best.
Listen, I've seen people come back worse from like worse placements, so
I'll super lock in. I'll super lock in. Trickster's pretty good.
Make sure we're paying our lives.
Yeah.
I just don't think I like this map.
Extraction is. This map is.
Yeah, map is.
I think the end game on this map is a little weird. Like the mid feels weird. I think.
I miss the old one.
No.
It's a little bit easier to navigate. Yeah.
That one's fun. With the ice, you can just like run in circles around.
I'll put my blame on the map on this one. I think we'll do good at extraction. Egan's pretty good at that. I'm really good at that. Purple's really good at that. So, yeah.
I will say, I think we also just got really unlucky with the people that were next to us.
Oh,
like we always got like the stronger teams that were next to us. So I think that was another thingy.
Yeah. I feel like my problem is there's so many different kits, and like, I feel like all of them don't do damage.
Yeah. I think so. At least with mine, like I have damage snowball, but it's 4 uses. So I can't do 8 damage each time.
I also think we just got unlucky because we got jumped on every single time. And then we tried jumping on everyone. Every
like,
team was there.
Corner, and that was it.
Yeah. But I think we're gonna be okay because the people that were like first and second are winning this one, so aren't winning this one rather. So
yeah,
I think there's still a chance we can easily win this. Honestly,
I think the point diff might not be that crazy.
Oh, where'd this guy come from? I thought it was just these two fighting.
I think I'm gonna do. I think next time I do battle, I'll probably just do totem if I'm healing instead of fairy, because I think I know they do like die pretty quickly.
Just gotta hide them.
But fairy is so ineffective. Maybe it just feels that way. I'm not sure.
We'll be good. We'll be good.
Yeah, it was green and pink. We should be okay. Oof.
I don't like battle. I still hate that battle. I think I prefer battle over lunge though. Like,
I would always prefer battle over lunge. I usually have pretty good battle games. I just was not having a good game today.
Oh my god, the point differential is crazy in battle. All right, guys, we just need to get 6,000 points in battle, or not battle, extraction. We got this, easy.
We can do it. We can do it. We win these. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm gonna run, get my water, and come back in 2 seconds.
I think they need to tune battle. Yeah, battle a little bit more, honestly. The points are always so crazy in it. Like, every time I play, I feel like that's the deciding factor.
Yeah, it sucks because battle usually played later too, so it's like amplified the points.
Yeah.
I think the maps it just depends. I think this map is okay, but I think it's way too fast paced of a map. I like the other map where there was like a lot more time to like chill and heal. Versus
and there's not a lot of like
mid.
Cover area, and like there's no strategy because you just go. You gotta go.
Yeah, I mean this event also just has a lot of strong PvPers, so I mean that's how it is.
In reality, this was labeled like the sweaty event. So, and then like that's like that blue team. That blue team has been practicing 12 days straight, like for 10 hours each stream. So it's like
oh my god.
But it's all good.
Yeah.
We'll cook it as extraction, and then we just gotta. We'll get 8,000 points. We'll get 8,000 points.
If we go 13 for 8 and for 13 for 7 in extraction, then I think we make it.
We can listen. We can do it. We can do it. I'll lock in.
We need to each get 6 kills per round, and we need to win all 20 rounds.
We can do that. Do that easy.
It's in the cards. Ouchie. Ouchie.
This is my best game. I really hope it's the map you can like jump crouch. I don't know. I don't know if they said what map yet.
I forget what map it is.
Oh, yeah, it's
this one. Okay.
Oh yes, this one's so good.
Feet on the floor, like posture sitting up straight. Like I think I'm ready, man.
Dude, they always get me, bro. I always start running around the map ready to explore, then 3 seconds in, they put the title card on. I gotta sit here for 30 seconds.
This sounds really tight. Like you see those walls though. If you jump crouch there and shoot, you can't. They can't hit you.
Everyone has 4 hits of health. You can't heal. The crossbow can shoot really fast. Yeah, there's a quick charge 3, so keep that in mind. You can shoot very fast.
You can even practice it before the round starts.
Yeah. You have infinite arrows, so.
I'm chugging a mysterious drink I bought called the Flow State Formula, so I think we're good.
Okay.
I'm juicing. I'm juicing.
That's something,
Scott,
bro.
Another thing, also, this one you do have like 3 lives. So if you get hit 3 times, you're dead. So be careful, like you don't want to get hit. Oh, 4 lives. 4. Sorry, not 3. Hey, better to think 3. Better to think 3.
All good. You'll be surprised when
you
get that extra
see in mid
heart.
where they have those little half slabs there? If you jump over and crouch right as you shoot, they can't touch you. It breaks the hitbox.
Wait. Let me see what you're talking about. Also, where's the health spawn? Oh yeah, there's an extra. Then we always go for the health.
Like the upper mid spot.
Go for the health up.
You see what I'm saying?
Like
that's you can jump and crouch at the same time, and you can't get shot, but you can shoot through it.
But it's kind of hard to shoot through this though.
Oh, it's easy. You gotta crouch. Oh wait, no, it's not 3 high. Never mind.
It's 2, yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that. It needs to be 3 high.
We can do a light split too if you want, and then like just to see where they are, and then if you see them, go back with your team.
Okay, practice shooting like. Bang, 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 bang. Yeah. I think I'm gonna go left. I'm gonna try to get this health over here.
Okay. Yeah. I'm gonna try to go up. Smoke. Middle.
Okay, I'll just call if you see where they're going.
You can ping with I think F2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got health up.
1 left.
I hit the guy that got the health.
There.
Oh my god, on me. Oh my god, they're on me.
Up here. It's like bottom as well. On there.
1 dead. 2 dead.
Nice.
On me.
Run towards me. I got you.
Yeah.
I'm shielding you. You're almost dead.
1. This person's 1.
Back.
Nice.
I'm dead. Shoot that person.
Well, nice.
Good shit.
On top. That's last player. Behind you. Yeah, you see him. What are they on?
They're one.
Okay, nice job. Good shit, Giga. Good shit.
Nice. I'm not gonna lie, I restored my life because I was like, if I can at least get them down to 1, then you can kill them.
Oh, you should have a ping while you're spectating. That'd be so helpful. Or maybe that'd be cheating. I don't know.
That would be.
Yeah.
Because sometimes it's like tough because I'm like trying to communicate where they are, but like I don't know what this map is. I'm like, they're up there, they're over there, they're over like, and it just I don't know how to explain it, you know?
I feel that. Don't forget to use like fire over right at the beginning.
What if we all go the same side? Is that a strat or no?
Yeah,
we can certainly.
Getting high ground's really good too.
We usually push them.
Okay, wait. Okay, let's all go left, and then you two that are on the right, don't go all the way left. Go like mid left, like you see like right here, like through the fences, and we can crunch him. And we'll just like distract them, and you just like you farm on some real shit.
They're pausing.
Okay, this one's gonna be our hardest one. Shatter's insane at this.
Yeah.
Nice ass.
Oh yeah,
he's ass. Yeah,
he's ass.
He's ass. They're going left, or going mid left.
Okay, they got the heart. I can get it.
I hit the extra health guy. I got him a shatter hit once.
I'm 1 hit. I got fucking drilled.
1 here.
They're behind us. Spawn, our spawn.
Oh my god, shatter on me. He's
nice.
one. He's one.
I'm 1.
Get right there, Ghosty.
Oh, nice try. Oh, I didn't know he was behind. That was my bad. They're coming from
the right side.
Coming from behind you guys, yeah. Behind you. Oh, never mind, he fell.
Going back to their spawn. Is it their spawn going mid? Straight through mid.
Up above, mid.
Above.
He's pushing you right.
On your right, behind you.
Oh, nice try.
Oof, okay. Oh, we got a few though. They only struck smartly.
Yeah.
Okay, right.
That's tough.
I had him down to one.
Their team's crazy at that though, you know?
Who would have thought? Who would have thought?
How did the like the left side split feel? For the people that were on the right side, were you able to get there in time, or did it feel like you were slow to get there?
It's okay, yeah, because we were mostly just mid.
Yeah, okay.
Maybe I don't know. I feel like it wasn't good.
Okay, we can either. Do you think it's better to just full go one way, or like split?
I think we should have like 4 go together and
maybe.
1 like lurk around. Would be nice though for flanks
we
and
need
stuff
at
like
least
that.
1 or 2 flanking, because otherwise we just lose eyes on the other side.
Yeah, I can try to flank.
I could be
Which side did the health spawn on?
Okay, you
left side.
Okay, let's all go right then. Scott, you lurk. Just be careful that you don't get crunched trying to get that heart. There's a couple going right.
Got the heart. One was here on the right. They're just trying to get the heart.
Whisper Rainbow hit 1 seed.
One right here. Oi.
There's 2 on my side in front of me.
Yep.
I'm going up behind.
Got Rainbow?
Okay, one's on 1, yeah.
Good kill.
One behind me, right here. It's sleepy. Right here.
Booster coming around.
Let's go mid.
Your spawn? Oh yeah, one on top of our spawn.
That's sleepy, yep.
They got another one on you.
I'm coming over.
Nice.
I think that
They're all on the other side.
Andres is bad, you got this.
Nice.
Nice.
I'm sweating a little bit.
Hey. Let's go.
Yippee!
There we go. I like this one.
Freaking go, guys.
Bandits. You guys are
Okay,
ass.
this is also gonna be a rough team.
Again.
Yeah, they're ass.
Okay.
I'm gonna try my usual gimmicks. I think I gotta line up. Oh, I do. I can see him.
There's a lot going left.
Yeah, no one went right.
Oh, I kind of just.
There's a window on the left. They can see the castle. They're spawn. Our spawn. They're pushing. They're pushing.
They're all together. They're all grouped together.
Yeah, they jumped me. Fiends too. Fiends too.
Oh my god.
Coming back.
Chase
here.
down.
Saw one.
I got CBK. I got him.
2 mid.
Nice.
Right side. 3 mid. All win. Right side. 1 up.
Oh my god, they're all there. Holding hands. Both Nerdy and Silver are holding hands.
Their spawn.
Yeah, right below you, Perp. Right in our, yeah.
Nice.
All 3 of them are all together. Be careful.
Mid right
they're
side,
split.
jumping you.
They're running towards you. Running towards Giga.
Okay.
All 3 of them are together.
Oh,
Good stuff, good
there's
stuff.
only 2 left.
There's 2
Nerdy quite right there.
Quite sass.
They're low.
To your right.
They're 1 tap
There you go.
startled.
Both there.
Oh,
You wanna? That was good. That was
I
good.
think I was 1.
Not bad. Damn.
That's okay.
I did. Yeah, Kai was 3.
Right. My chat is so happy that I killed 5. They're so happy.
Good.
I can try to lurk this round because I'm just far left. I'll just try to get this heart.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try to get this heart and run back a little bit.
You can just do a wall push up. I see them left.
Nothing on right.
Minutes here.
Left,
I got the heart.
Heading back right.
Use the window in the castle.
One
over
down here. One down here. Trying to push in.
Looking shoot.
2.
One in their spawn. I'm running back towards you guys.
It's chain.
Numbers up. One behind you guys. Oh, it's a lot behind you.
Oh, one kill me. I used 2 where I died.
I don't know where I'm getting shot from.
One in our spawn.
I'm dead. Change one.
I got you. Oh god.
I got 3 of them. So.
Nice.
Last one's up top.
One's above you.
I hit him.
He's one.
Oh, he's
1
3
HP above you.
Oh, right above.
No,
try.
damn, yeah. Schrodinger had full HP. I hit him. It was 4. I saw 3 pop. I was like, oh, damn.
Oh shit. Yeah. Okay.
I can run down mid this round because I don't know if do people ever run down mid. I don't know if that's ever the move.
Not very much. I don't think it's a bad idea actually. All of us just kind of pushing straight forward.
Let me know where they're going.
It looks like left.
Okay, I'm falling back.
Yeah, they're
Yeah,
all left.
all left. I got him.
Is he there? One above?
Red dunes are spawn.
Behind.
One on top.
Spawn.
Double
Yeah,
on
one on
top.
top, I scan. He's above us.
Right here, on me.
I'm whipping all my shots on him. He's dead.
Dude.
Okay.
Oh, all here. Here.
Ooh, there's one behind me. Red dunes. He's left. Nice.
Zam's 2. I just can't reload fast enough.
Yeah.
I'm 1.
I'm 1 as well.
Where? How
Just
many
wait
left?
him out.
Just 1?
Just one.
Yeah, our
Okay,
spawn.
where?
He's in spawn.
Left side,
Yeah.
our spawn. Left side.
Stay in the
Castle.
other building. Building across.
Oh yeah, I see him.
Up top, left side.
Yeah, he's
We
up top.
gotta go if we want to extract. One HP.
How do you? Okay.
Shift.
Just keep going. And then try to shoot at him as you go. Hold shift.
Nice job.
Yes.
Okay.
And you got the
That was huge.
exhaustion.
Woo.
Let's go.
Kika,
Good shit.
why do you keep saying okay like Northern Lion? It's freaking me out.
Oh no. I will never say okay ever again.
It's freaking me out. Like I hear okay.
Okay. Is he going right?
Mostly right.
Yeah.
I got the heart.
Use the window right here.
Oh, they're on top.
What's too low? Oh my god.
Oh my god, they're all up top.
Oh, I was in the fucking wall.
Oh my god.
I don't like this map.
Oh.
Oh my god, they're all in the spawn point together.
2 R
Yeah,
spawn.
Turbius one.
Right side. Coming
Going
up
to the
behind you.
castle. They're all back to the
Dead.
castle. Out
3 behind you.
Yeah.
Silva, there you go.
One going to our spawn.
1 R spawn, 2 right castle.
No, I couldn't reload in time. Nice.
Okay, one
One
right below
extracting.
you behind.
1 below. 1 right mid. Up top.
Nice.
Behind you.
Nice.
Nice try.
Oh.
Good stuff though.
I did pretty mid this time.
Me too.
I like this
I-
map. There's this like they put like these walls like behind, and I got shot. And I couldn't move because of the wall. I was stuck on the wall. I was like, damn, okay.
Yeah. You get pushed into
Yeah.
the wall and then you're stuck. Yeah.
Not like the flat wall, but like the fence walls that have like the little corners. So I couldn't move. I was stuck in the little divot.
Yeah.
Who do you think's top 2? I definitely know it's gonna be green and somebody. I wonder who's second.
Green and blue.
Probably green blue.
Yeah, green blue.
It's my guess.
Yeah. I was gonna say they probably popped off that round.
Top 4. That's us. We're gonna be number 3.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I'm gonna blue all of them. Whoa! Whoa! Oh, Wolfie popped off. Wolfie's wearing a wig.
Yeah, all their skins are like gender bent.
Wait, that's cute. Ooh.
Shatter.
Yeah, that's crazy. I'm not surprised. Battles
Big
like
shatter performance.
Not
That's what whole play does to people. His life turned around. He was homeless before whole play.
Okay, dude.
It's true. It's true. Not 8th, guys.
Let's go. Hey, we take 7th. Hey, we take 6th.
Not 7th.
we take
not
4th. We
7th.
take 4th.
Okay, okay.
Chill.
Oh no, 5th,
So
6th.
chill.
Oh, it's not bad.
It's all good.
Guys, you beat the predictions.
I'm not
They all
gonna
had us
lie,
at
I kind of
7th.
just like, I should have done way, it was probably, yeah, I should have done way better, but it was, I don't really care. It was really fun.
Yeah, it's just for fun.
Yeah, it's for
Yeah,
fun.
it's fun. I like doing
I
these.
feel like
Exactly.
if I had played this like a lot, it would just help so much, but it
Yeah, I
was
mean,
kind
playing
of,
any event for your first time just makes you infinitely better the second time. It's like crazy.
It's very
Yeah.
knowledge diff, yeah.
The race map they picked was like the one they did so many times in a row when it came out. It was like the new one. So I think that also contributed to like why people were like crazy with it.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yup. Alright, it's time for Valorant. Yippee.
is it just
Alright,
the
they're all
finalists that
pushing.
play and we spectate, or
Yeah,
we
it's the final.
yeah,
just
we spectate.
spectate.
Okay. Can they let me in? Like, is it wild card?
You have
Yeah,
a
right?
50 you have a 50-second tutorial, then you just ask Wolfie, sub me in, put me in there. Random event.
I just thought of something. This is kind of like Valorant.
Oh, it's like
Yeah, it's like exactly like, it's just like a
Literally
Valorant slash CS thing.
yeah.
Mhm.
Only difference is you freeze people, so like you can go pick someone up if they're frozen.
Yeah.
That's about it.
Valorant with a Sage revive constantly.
Mm-hmm.
No, he didn't. We did our best. We did our best.
Okay. Oh wait, am I definitely not? Hold up, I'm not.
You are not.
Listen, this was tough, man. It was a tough team. We did good though. We did good. We got 6th, so not last. Not last.
Okay, who are we betting on? Who's winning?
They had battle in there. Battle sucks. I'm a battle hater.
Kind of want green to win, just because like blue is expected to like win from everyone. So like
Yeah.
green winning would be like cinematic.
I think green's guaranteed to
agree.
win this though, because Shadow's crazy at the crossbows. So like,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
they should take the strat of shooting up in the air. That's what I did. I'm not gonna do it though.
Yeah, real. I was,
No, you would shoot up in
I was
this part.
wishing
They can
we'd-
shoot up this part right here.
Mhm.
They don't do it.
Yep.
I was telling Wolfie how to
Oh my
fix
God.
this map because no one ever goes B.
Yeah, I've noticed.
There needs to be slower pushes on like the areas. You know what I'm saying? Like it's
We got
really
a
quick.
Huge flank here.
That's not bad. That's not bad. I just don't like battle. I feel like it gives way too many points. Like,
It does give a lot of points, yeah.
that's like my biggest thing is like, I feel like battle's really too PvP focused. Like, even for the people that are like not PvPers, it's like, or PvPers, it's like
Yeah.
way too like.
I feel like I spend all
hardcore.
3 rounds of battle trying to figure out how I feel about the kits rather than just like playing it.
Mm-hmm.
There was a game mode I was playing with Anthos called Bridges. I would love that one. I would love that. That
yeah.
feels
No,
like it's a
it's
lot
really
more
funny.
fun. Yeah?
Bridges used to be the finale.
Wait, really?
Was it?
Yes, and they took it out, and I was really sad because I never got to play Bridges. I've only ever played Shockwave.
Oh shit.
So it used to be Bridges, but then they never put it back.
I want like a Quake. Can we like Tribes, like a Tribes game mode? Tribes Ascend would be so fun. Instead of battle, I want to slide around.
I would go crazy. I wish we had more Splat and more Photon. Like just more rounds of it.
That'd be cool. It'd be cool if Photon was like its own game.
Yeah, like a Quake style game would be so cool. Like I'd like the like, oh my god, imagining like rocket jumps and armor pickups. It's like, please just give me Quake.
It'd be so good. I would love that.
I don't know, I feel like I got spoiled because I played this one called Pandora's Box and the game mode's really crazy on that one. Like they were fun.
Yeah, me and Perp. I don't know if actually Perp is in like regular, but I'm a regular in PB. That one's fun. That one's just like Block Wars, but it's like constantly sweaty, like 24/7.
Yeah.
How can it get sweatier than this? Or is this...
Okay, so this one, this Block Wars, this specific event is sweaty. This is like labeled as the sweaty version of Block Wars. Yeah. But normally it's pretty low comp.
Yeah, there's normally another game that I feel like it should have been there instead of Battle is Tomb Raiders. It's so fun. It's so fun. It's like fun.
Yeah.
I was really disappointed they didn't put it in this one. Like I don't like Battle. I don't. I feel like even when it's like PvP, it doesn't feel right, you know?
Yeah, Battle is it's just like because it was the sweaty one. They're like, we gotta put in like all the sweaty games, and I love Tomb Titans, but Tomb Titans is not sweaty.
You can sweat in that. You can sweat in that. You can get such a big skill.
People haven't figured it out yet because last time we played it, we figured some shit out. We kind of went crazy.
Well, definitely. I think it's just like in terms of like it's just very team game, and there's not really like competition with other people. Like there's competition with other people, obviously getting higher scores, but
no, but people don't really like PvP or try to grief each other, which I think there should be more of that. So we can like come back a little bit. I think there should be stealing. Like if you kill someone else and keep your stuff, that would be really
Yeah. Well, if they wanted sweaty party games, why didn't they include Heist? That one's so sweaty.
Oh my god, Heist goes nuts.
That's the one I'm really good at too.
Still, but yeah.
I don't know. Maybe I'll DM Wolfie like, hey Wolfie, listen, get rid of Battle. give me something like crazy, like King of the Hill, capture the flag. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I would love capture zones. I actually think what they should do is they should take Splat is cool, but Splatoon itself has a lot of game modes that are not just like cover more of the field, and they have a lot of like King of the Hill kind of stuff. And I think if they took Splat, made it 3 rounds or more, and then made it like you have to keep King of the Hilling different zones, I think that would be really good.
I want them to get rid of Lunge. I want them to get rid of Battle and then replace it with like, I would love like, I don't know, like Oddball, King of the Hill. That stuff's really fun.
Yeah. Honestly, just CTF.
Capture Flag would be cool too. Yeah. Like some sort of base rating game mode, maybe. Like I don't know. Like that'd be fun.
Dude,
listen. All I'm saying, bring it up to Alex Wolfie.
Yeah. I'm gonna start sending Wolfie like my dissertation on all of the competitive games and how we can apply them.
I feel like
to bring back a game called Sky Zone
would be fun as like a mainline thing if it was like a little bit faster and like I don't know, like I feel like it's just too similar to Extraction for me though.
Yeah.
This is the most even game of Shockwave I've ever seen in my entire life.
A team puzzle game would be fun. I know Pandora's Box has that, and that's really fun.
We used to have Construction, which isn't really a puzzle game, but like I liked that one. Like a thing would appear in the middle, and then everyone has to look down and build it.
I only did that once.
That was really fun. Yeah, I think they got rid of it not too long after I started joining in.
Wait, C-Bot's trying it. May, C-Bot just like
they're trying
like,
it. They're trying to.
3, yeah. Oh my god, if someone was standing there, he would have gotten it.
He doesn't know the lineup.
He like instantly got better. Ooh, they drew the charge.
I was also really sad because they didn't have that one where you hop over the sand.
Oh, he just slaughtered them. Wow. Jesus. Not impressive.
Yo, scripted. That was scripted, man.
GG's.
GG's, guys.
Scripted game.
GG's.
Oh,
The Reddit won't like that one.
Like they like anything.
No, they don't. They always try to put me in like
Yeah, we
30th
do.
place all the time when they can, and like, she won't do well.
Yeah. That's always how it happens.
That's how it goes.
24th. That's not that bad.
GG's.
GG's, guys.
GG's, everybody. Good job. Until next time.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yep.
They should give us tomatoes to throw at them. That'd be awesome.
That would actually be awesome.
Tomatoes or confetti.
Oh yeah, you get to pick.
Yeah, I want confetti
Smoke and
poppers.
just let us like just offhand one.
Mm-hmm.
I want them just to like have like a unique PvP game mode, like base rate, like a
It's
base
hard, man,
rating
like-
game mode would be fun. Like I don't know.
I was definitely talking to chat during that whole shockwave, just talking about like it's hard because there's so many things that are valid and need fixing, but it's also just like really hard as an event organizer because no matter what you do, pretty much, if your team does bad in like battle, you're gonna complain about battle, and like you know, it's just like it is tough. It's like I don't really
No,
have
I
to
was
do
telling
fix it,
them
but it is
that
tough.
they should ask Alex to bring back Sky Zone. Surely they bring back Sky Zone.
I'm not mad at that, bro. I'm not mad at that.
What was wrong
A long
with Sky
time
Zone?
ago-
I was watching some of that.
I played this game mode
I
that
don't
was
know
like
exactly what was.
you had a couple minutes to build a base, and it was like 4 corners, and you'd have to defend something.
Yeah.
Oh,
Like I,
It was kind of funny.
it was a long
I
time
remember
ago, like
that.
in like 2014. I played that.
They should add Fat Princess to this. You have to feed
What the
your-
fuck
it's
is
like-
that?
What
Imagine
the hell are
capturing
you
the
talking
flag.
about?
Imagine capture the flag, but you have a fat princess, and you have to steal the other team's princess. So it's like you collect food from the trees, feed her like apples, and then.
Are you making
You're
this
trying-
up, or what's going on right now?
Okay, my friend was talking about it. I thought he was making it up, but it's real. It's like a
All right, when we bring
relic,
it, when we
like,
bring it to
PS1
Hoplite,
game.
come on now.
Yeah, fat villager, like
need,
that would
like,
go hard.
Halo 3
Fat
fat
villager.
kid infection type of game mode, like.
Yeah.
But no, it's tough hosting an event. Like I feel bad, but also as a player, hey, sometimes I get frustrated with things too, so it's okay. But
Yeah.
Fun.
yeah, it's tough. I think that lunge definitely needs to be tweaked, but I don't know how to do it. I really don't. But oh well, it's a fun experience.
That was really fun though. I was just like constantly like starting laughing while playing that because it was just chaotic, and like the cooking game especially, like everyone's screaming about like
Oh, yeah,
lemons and
dude.
stuff. I'm like
Yeah,
talking
dude.
That's the
to my
funnest
chat going
one.
like I've got 5 crocodile, I've got like 10 crocodile lemon, like it's
Yeah,
insane
dude.
around.
Like order up. I just like zone out and just start talking. Like I start thinking out loud sometimes too, but it works.
I feel like it's the best way to play order up though, because then it's like,
Yeah.
oh, there's no steak. Okay, getting steak. Like,
Yeah. So I'm just like every order. I'm like, okay, I need steak. Okay, okay, I'm gonna put steak in the furnace. Okay, I have steak. I'm gonna put a steak in.
Yeah.
But like, they're not useful comms, but it makes my brain work better in those times. So it works out. And to be
yeah.
fair, we fucking shredded order up. Like 36
we
orders
did
is
shut
insane.
order up.
That was
yeah,
insane.
That is gross.
Dude, our fucking counters
Yeah.
were plentiful, bro. We had enough to donate to charity afterwards. We had so much damn food in there. It was so crazy.
Yeah, food
Started a food drive.
Like I always tell people
No,
like
that's awesome.
like if you have like the one delivery person and no one else delivers, you will just constantly have them go out. Like it's you know.
No, it was gross too because you guys are cooking orders so fast. Like at one point I was like keeping up, but at some point there's like 3 orders done and I can only bring 1 at a
No,
time.
yeah, there were
Yeah.
multiple times where I was like, okay, what next? And just like all 3 orders were either done or like on the way
Yeah.
taking out. And I was like, I don't know. I guess I started
That's when I
cooking
bought the
something, like-
second Elytra and I had all upgrades. I was like, I never had every
Yeah, that
single
was a good
upgrade
call.
before. And I was like, oh, I'll get the second Elytra. I'm just gonna start delivering shit. Like
Yeah. Hey, that worked, man. We
Yeah,
died
that
for
was awesome.
first in the amount of orders, so we were cooking.
And we shredded in points, so
Yeah.
that was awesome.
Too bad it wasn't last. We would have.
I want them to
All good.
get like some creative like PvP game. Like every like PvP game mode I play, it's like fucking like capture points or like, you know, killing people, like survival games and stuff. I want them to make something fun. Like, I don't know if you ever played this like boomer shooter, like a Quake Arena PvP game mode with like jump pads and rocket bounces and shit.
Oh, that'd be cool.
Like, I'd love something like that. That'd be so cool.
Enough, there's a server that just released like pretty much that exact thing that you're saying.
I know what you're talking about. I played. They have like parkour tag too.
Yeah, they have parkour tag. They have SG, and they have. It's called.
Like Mine Hub or something.
Mine Hub? Yeah, it's made by teams.
Oh my god, I love Mine Hub.
Is that what it's called?
Loves it. Yeah, it is called Mine Hub.
Okay.
Shane, how did you and your team feel during that?
Dude, I'm pissed that they have raised team points.
Yeah, what? That's so weird. That's
Wait, race had team points?
Yeah, they have team split points now for race. That's why you didn't get like top 5 in that individually.
I did.
You didn't. You got
no. You didn't get top 5 perp because you suck.
Dude, Shane, I'm actually mad you got first, bro. I tossed the easiest fucking first in my life. You know,
dude, you need to see the beginning of my race, bro. I was like,
oh, did you fuck it up too?
I was in like 30th at the beginning of the game.
I can't lie. I literally at one point I did see Shane in my peripheral and I went, damn, I'm doing good. No, I was not doing good.
Oh, Shane's doing bad.
Yeah.
Hello there, Yellow.
That was
Hello, CC.
Yellow and Shane. Hello.
Oh yeah, hi Shane.
Hello, and Shane. Yeah.
I just did like how many points battle like gives out. It's insane. Like there was no hope after that.
Crazy.
It was a late battle, so it was a lot.
What happens in PvP games in any event is like because there's no ceiling of like how many theoretical points people can get, you can like sit there and like overperform to a certain point to like there's no cap of how well someone can do. The hypothetical world of a quote-unquote good performance, you know, is like, oh, like a round win or 2 and then like maybe like 5 kills. But when someone does better than that, it just makes the points ridiculous, and it's because the multiplier was even higher.
Capture a flag.
Crazy.
Okay, capture a flag, but make it tribes ascend. And then we're in business.
Yeah,
we're in business.
Capture the flag. This sounds like lunge, and I think
no,
I'd rather
you
play
need
anything
tribes
but 2
ascend. You
games
ever
of
play
one.
tribes ascend? You have no idea.
Photon should, Photon should be a full game mode.
Yeah, full game mode.
I agree. It should be a full game mode. Oh my god.
I love Photon so much.
Full game mode. Add some jump pads and like.
All right, Giga, just came to say I placed above you. Eat shit. Bye.
Oh.
Boosted. You're in a boosted
I literally
team.
have food poisoning. Okay, don't celebrate.
I individually placed higher than you.
Would you play?
Yeah, and I'm sickly, and I threw up for an hour today. So you know, I just want to say quite.
Well, damn, good for me.
I think you poisoned me, and I will remember this, and I will poison you next time.
Quite kind of notice you placed 35th.
I hope you get well soon, though.
No strategy. yeah. At least your food poisoned last night.
Yeah, it fucking reminded me next time we're at a con to not eat anything you offer me.
Yeah. Of course.
All right, I think they're interviewing my team. I should go back.
Go do your
interview.
Interview.
Yeah, that's what
crazy.
came in to do, but I think they didn't get a chance to even ask.
Oopsies.
Oh.
Well, GG's guys. That was fun.
Yeah. See you guys.
I'm gonna go get stupid and silly.
Yep.
May and Giga, I'm sure we're gonna team again in the next 3 events, so I'll see you guys soon.
And then they're gonna team once again, and then they're gonna ban our team from doing it again because it's just like, OP combo.
I mean, the way that I see it, if they continue to let Sleepy and Rainho team together, then you guys will always be able to team together. That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
No, Wolfie just hates us in particular. Like he just like. Me and Giga have a good team, and then he just rips it away from us. He rips it away from us. He doesn't want it anymore.
Right.
Wolfie does hate happiness. He's told me that before, so.
He actually does, yeah. It's very true.
All right, see you guys later. Bye.
Thank you, bye.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
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 Bye. That was fun, chat. That was fun. Oh, I think we broke something. That was weird. Hi, chat. Hello. That was fun. That was fun. That was a lot of fun. That was a lot of fun. Yeah, they gone. They gone. Froggy, I did not kill them all. We placed 6th. Out of 8. Cool. Yeah, they're gone. So I might play some look outside for a little bit. Let me DM everyone, say, see you guys in like 3 hours. So in 3 hours, we're gonna be playing headliners with Berry Bug, Cyberfishy, and Minty Channel. Game. Just chat. Do you guys want to play some look outside for a little bit? Perhaps just a little bit of look outside. I really want to continue that game, so it sounds good. Did I just say that? I said that like a my accent. I deleted my fucking accent, dude. I deleted that shit. Game, look outside. All right, let's do that. Let's hang out. Cause I was addicted to this game. I was addicted to this game last time I played it. May cute. Shut up. No. Shit, is it this safe? No, it's this one. I remember we just got Joel. Was there anything to stats with it? Hi, Sybil. I was really tired of playing this. Oh, can I talk to Joel now? He's like, hi, Mr. May, what's up? You wanna trade something? No trade yet. Okay. Talk. What was your life like before this? I don't know. I guess I'm just a kid. Do you know I'm 8? Anyway, my family's kind of big. It's me, my mom, my dad, my little brother, and my baby sister. So I'm always kind of busy. Oh, also, I'm the best at super jump land in my class. I'm not cute.
Why the fuck are you such a
No.
cute
I'm not cute. Shut up. Shut up. Not cute. I refuse. No. Hi, Omeg. That was fun though. That was a good block wars. That was a tough one. Nope, nobody in my family did except for my baby sister. That's when she got really bitey. How are you doing? I'm okay. I'm ready to go on through again soon. All right, cool. Can I give him armor? Equip, yeah. Here, let's give him the teeth pendant. That seems nice for him. I think like, well, his brother gave me that. Wait, damn, that does a lot of damage though. Oh my god, that's so, wait. Should I take the teeth pendant? Wait, hold on. Equip May. Oh my god, I kind of want to. Holy shit, wait. That's such an upgrade. Never mind. I'm sorry, Joel. I'm taking this. Honestly, hold on. Because it takes out my defense, so I can give Joel the glasses. Oh, okay. We'll give Joel the glasses and the baseball cap, and let's give him the polo shirt. Just like that. Look at that. Awesome. That was fun, though. No, I'm not cute. Stop. Stop it. I'm not. We got some chicken. Let's do some chicken. Joel, you want some chicken? Let's get some raw chicken. Let's cook it with some instant noodles. Make some ramen or something. Hi, Callie. Yippee! Eat some chicken noodle soup. You should have another friend. Yippee! All right. Let's head out. I suppose. I mean... Next up... what were we doing before, though? Stop it! No, I'm not a cute motherfucker. Our friend! Hi! Wait, okay. Let's give him something. What should we give him? We'll give him... Here. I like you. It's our friend. Are you a friend? Mm-hmm. It's Nods. Do you need help?
So cute.
No! Not so cute. Obi, I think it's let's just read some. No. Are you hungry? Alright, let's give him... You want a muffin? Feeling muffins? Yippee! Bye, friend. I'll miss him. Okay, I'm trying to remember what I was doing in this game last time we played. Did I clear out floor 2? I don't remember if I did. Hi, Lyle. Is this Lyle? No, it's Jian. Leave. Okay, we have to reach the laundromat. Remember that. Is that on floor 1 or ground floor? Here's our buddy. This is Lyle. Hi, Lyle. Hi, Lyle. Yeah, I remember. You wanna trade? I gotta get the kiss. Yes. Yes. It's the kiss. Okay. I forgot. We had to redo the kiss scene. I remember. It's okay, Lyle. You can step on my foot. We gotta redo the kiss scene. Hi, Sunken. You're so cute. Thank you, Lyle. Thank you. We kissed. We gave us a little kissy here. A little kissy here. A little kissy on the lips. Give us a little kiss. A little kiss. Yeah, that was a fun event, wasn't it? Don't open your eyes again. Thank you. Oh, he's so cute. He's so cute. I like Lyle. I think I like Lyle. Leaf. Bye, Packamon. See you later. All right. Well, fuck. I forgot we lost all our... I forgot how much progress we lost, guys. I forgot how much... Did we do this section? Okay, we did. We did. What's in here? Oh, yeah. It's the store. I don't think I have that much money, though. How much money do I have? Oh, 160 bucks? I'm gonna buy the Molotovs. I remember. Molotovs are just way too good. $113, I'll take it. Do I have a hat? I don't have a hat. Should we buy the cowboy hat? Let's buy the cowboy hat. Yeah. I bought the cowboy hat. Hold on. Look, her damage goes up too. I want an accessory. Wait, there's a door. What's this door? What about this door, man? To buy something? Talk. Leave. It's weird that you can kill everybody, you know? It really is weird that you can kill everybody. I do want to save again. I wonder if I can save. Because I don't want to go down floor 1 and have to do the kissy scene again and everything. So I'm kind of scared of floor 1, honestly. Genuinely. I don't think I can't open that one. I wish you could visit my neighbor. You know what I'm saying? Okay, no, we gotta go down. It's time. I'm gonna skip the dialogue with the pipe lady because I already talked to her again. I don't know. How can we help her again? Okay, we gotta talk to the pipe lady. We already talked to her before. Okay, we go floor 1 here. That's right, we have to go up through Lyle's house. I remember now. Hey, Joel, I wonder if we could kill the rat thing. We probably can. We probably could. I just would have to gear up for it, right? I know its weakness. Table knife. Ooh. I'll take this. Don't mind if I do. Hey, Lyle, I'm cleaning you out, man, okay? Sorry, buddy. I'm clearing out your house. No problem, though. No problem, though, right? Meat room. What's in here? Old photograph. Ah, now I remember. Yeah, this is how you do it. Okay, let's kill this guy. Actually, let's take the meds and stuff first. Yeah, we have Joel. We have Joel this time, so we'll be okay. We'll be okay. He's a good guy. I have to get my reading voice, you know? Okay, let's just fucking beat this fucker. You know what I'm saying? Ooh. Oh, my pool cue broke. My pool cue broke. Throw the knife. I can't use my fist. Joel, yeah, do that. Oh, okay. Nice. Ew, bro. Why does he make that fucking noise? Okay, I get it. Shut up. Shut the fuck up. I'm gonna save this. Oh, wait. The Jawbone Club is kind of crazy. I'm gonna take this. I'm gonna use this for now. A lot of dangerous things. Plus, that chance to stun enemies is pretty damn good. I don't remember this room. Don't judge him, he's dying. Dude, that's not a death sound. What happened, Joel? He's a friend. All right. We already listened to this one last time. Are you stuck? Blah, blah, blah. Can I help? Nestor. Stationary and a pen. Okay. Awesome. So we need a stationary and a pen. That's our next thing. Got it. Got it. All right, we gotta look out. We gotta use the sound cues. Cause see, there's the Rat King. There's the Rat King. I don't want to fuck with that. Oh yes, this is what's his name? Aurelis? I'm Aurelis, an astronomer studying a visitor. I wasn't causing any trouble, just looking for a peculiar painting. We already saw this one, yeah. Painting. I don't know if I'm gonna talk to this guy. We already did this one. Okay, awesome. I wonder what's the story of this game, right? Wait, I can just take this stuff? Okay, I thought he was selling this. I could just take this. Hi, me Coyote, what's up? How you doing? Yoink. And now yoink. And goodbye. Rat King, no. Oh, this is the painter. Hey. Oh, hey, hi, sorry, I need your help. I feel like I'm going mad. This is gonna sound crazy, I know, but ever since I made that painting, my life has been turned upside down. My paintings have come to life. I made a series of portraits, but they escaped their canvases. Some are prowling about my house, and a few others escaped out into the hall. They're plotting something, I know they are. I can hear their thoughts in my head, it's driving me insane. Here are my keys. You should have access to most of my home with these. Just be careful if this is my workshop at the back. The lights are off for a good reason. That accursed painting is in there somewhere. My mind, I'm... About the portraits. You have to believe me, I can hear their thoughts. They want to take over, they want to replace me. I know one of them is looking at me right now. I see myself out of its eyes. It's hiding in my fridge. Go see for yourself, but be careful, it's dangerous. How did this start? I don't know, my memory seems all wrong. But I know that the painting I made had something to do with it. Everything is wrong after I finished it. I painted these portraits and they all come to life. Some of them got paintbrushes and made even more paintings. There were 9 of them in total. Did you look outside? Not since it started. But I did look outside of a few days. That's when I made that painting. Something about the sky felt so compelling. I didn't notice anything particular about it at the time. I was just going with the flow. But later that day, looking at it again, something wasn't right. I was having coffee with my best friend Fabrice, and I asked him to take a look. What did Fabrice see? I still don't know. When Fabrice looked at it, he made this horrible noise. He looked horrified. I looked back at the painting, but I don't see it. As I started painting, I heard Fabrice run out of the door. He sounded howling mad, snarling up beasts. I haven't seen him since. Fabrice turned into the Rat King, chat. I think. Do you guys think Fabrice turned into the Rat King? Is it just the painting of sky? Something was right. Ooh. I think Fabrice the Rat King. It went okay, it's gothic. It went okay. Well, shit. Look in the fridge. Okay. Ah! Fucking goddamn it. Frederick, I heard everything. I heard everything. He's lying, a liar. Don't believe a word. He wants me to last. Don't trust him. Trust me instead. He, but trust me. What happened? There's this painting I made that is bad to look at. I started painting my face, but it's hard. I don't remember right. And then the face comes out of the painting and starts painting too. Now it's a bunch of Freds. And then the big headache comes in. The voices, it's very bad. I went into the fridge to get them stopped. Then he come in and help me and become my best friend. That's the whole thing. What do you want? Are you the original? Yes, look. I'm the real one. Look at me. Have you seen my ring? That's the real Fred ring. It has a red gem on it. Red. His ring is wrong. Wrong color. And look at me. I'm the real one. That's a whole Fred. What do you think? You believe I'm the Fred? Looks like a Fred to me. Yes. I mean, yes. Correct. You got it right. You solved the mystery. Now go murder all the other Freds. I stop hearing my head too much. Will you do it? No, I won't do it. You won't be getting the prize. The prize is very good. Okay. I gotta figure out who the real Fred is, right? Or maybe all these Freds are good Freds, right? I don't know. It's weird. It's weird. They got like a hive mind going on. We got like a hive mind going on, right? Like, there's a lot of friends. I don't like that, actually. That's scary. Let's see. All right. Yeah, I don't know, but like, what if they all tell me it's locked? Use the key. It's not like evening. What is this guy? Oh, just some random fucking things. Okay, they're drawings. Okay, awesome. Yeah, we can kill these things. Attack. Green painting A. Green painting A. I don't know. I feel like maybe he's just, maybe he's not a bad guy. I don't know, right? Like, I feel like maybe he's just misunderstood. Oh, shit. This is scary. Can I stop fucking missing? How am I missing so much? There you go. Jesus Christ. I took so much damage there. I took so much damage. Okay. Item. Let's see. Bandages. I'm low on I don't want to use these though. Let's get some cheese sticks. Oh, and let's also eat chalky bar. No, not chalky bar. Actually, let's eat chalky bar. Fuck it. Chalky bar and our cheese stick. Frame painting. Most of the paint's missing as we left at campus. It's titled Fear. Frame painting. Most of the painting is missing as we had left at the campus. It's titled Confusion. It's titled Faceless. Rage. Agony. Darkness. Divine. Treachery. Blinding light. That's intriguing. Beer stain. Okay. Oh shit. Can we sell that shit? Whiskey. What is this? Game console. I'll take that. Vintage console. Don't mind if I do. Dream paintings. You wipe something that's still fresh blue paint off your fingers. It was definitely used recently. I don't know. I don't know what this thing is. I'm a little scared of this thing. What is this thing? A grotesque mass of ever-shifting flesh. Limbs and faces emerge and sink back into the mass at random. Frederick. Hello? With the headers. Are you I have a question about what happened. Fred. Are you the real Frederick? No. That's not him. Is Frederick nearby? Yes. Is Frederick still human? No. So, is the painting Frederick the fake Frederick? If this one's telling me no. Is Frederick in the living room? No. Hear me out? No. Enough questions for now. Why would someone paint that? I don't know. Are you a threat? No. I think it's no. This is scary. Do you need help? Yes. How do I kill this thing? Should I kill this one? Do you want to die? Yeah. Oh, do I have to kill it? Are you sure? It says yes. Like, this is a mercy killing, right? But me... I don't know if I can do this. Hold on. Maybe we can fix this? No. No. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, no, no. I don't want to kill him. I feel bad. I feel bad, chat. I feel bad. I don't want to kill him. Ah. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, maybe we can... But maybe... I guess, like, maybe... Here, I'll try. Tumor Fred. Oh, Fred. Tumor Fred. Oh. I don't know if I can do this, chat. Here, you wanna... I got you, Fred. Let me... Listen, we're gonna help you, Fred. We're gonna help you out, okay? Okay, the fireworks. That's okay, 100 damage is crazy for that fire, by the way. Try again. We can both use Molotovs, and that might do it. Did that... Tumor Fred's crying? Oh, he's dead. Okay, we killed him. Okay, burning him was a good idea. I feel bad, but maybe that was the best way, right? Maybe. Oh, I feel bad. So, the real Fred isn't human. The real Fred isn't human, right? The real Fred isn't human. So that means so the real Fred has a red ring. That's confirmed, right? Red ring. The one in the main room is not real. I don't think Tumor Fred lied to me. So who the fuck is that? I should save. This is gonna be complicated. I should save. I don't want to lock myself into anything. Let's head out. I know where this is now, so. It's this way? Yeah, I mean, that's so sad though, right? Like, that's really sad. Oh, we're getting jumped by rats. Special, no, let's use, do I not have a gun? Oh, I must have ammo for the gun. That would make sense, actually, now that I think about it. I don't like how it says Joel devoured rat beat. Are you kidding me? My jawbone club got wounded. I don't want to waste that shit. Okay, well, we're gonna have to try anyways. I'll just use it until it breaks. There's no way not to, right? There's no reason not to. Oh, Froggy near me. Caduce. Lama Yaba. Duce? That one. Laboratory. Laboratory. Froggy needed it, dude. Okay, go up here. What the fuck was that? Was that real? Dougie Fresh. Dookie Fresh. That's a really shitty fucking song by your favorite Mars, and it sucks. Huh? I'm just gonna... What the fuck was that? The Molotovs are coming in clutch. That thing's it's scary. Hi, White Chat, what's up? That was scary. That was scary. That was really fucking scary. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. That was scary. Let's save. Let's save. Hi, Sybil. Something new. Anything interesting happen? Alright, save in slot 1. That jumpy photographer sounds like a strange character. I wouldn't get too close to him, even if he's friendly. But I guess you need photo developed. Floor 1 seems very dangerous. What what's so special that floor is infected this way? Our floor doesn't go on forever. Did something happen there? The astronomer is looking for a painting of the outside. There's a painter lived here on the first floor. Frederick! Yeah. Paintings are coming to life. So you've been through a lot, huh? Have a good evening. I have. This game's awesome. White Chat, I feel like I'm far away from finishing it. Let's eat some food, guys. Let's eat some food. Let's have bread. And let's think to like bread sandwich. Chicken sandwich? A chicken sandwich sounds nice. Oh, a knock at the door. Oh, there's a knock at the door? Eh? Let's do the eye hole. A pallid woman in strange frumpy robe looks unfurtively at your door. Her hands clasp and unclasp every few moments. What will you do? Hello? Please, I need your help. Have you seen a little girl? Yeah, open the door. Open the door. Maybe she's a good lady? Okay, she's a normal woman. I'm Harriet, and I live with my daughter on the 2nd floor. I left Sophie at home when I don't look out for food. I got lost on the 1st floor. When I got back, she was gone. Have you seen her? What does she look like? She's a slingshot she always carries with her, and she gets in a little mischief. But she's a good kid. Have you seen her? Where could she have gone? I don't know. I told her to find a neighbor if I take too long to come back. But nowhere on our floor seems safe. Have you seen her? No, I haven't seen her. Apartment 22. Interesting. All right, let's go eat our sandwich. Hold on. Okay,
Hello?
Let's heal up Joel. What the hell? Am I still in the thing? Dude, I froze in here. I'm playing solo games. What the fuck?
I know. I tuned into your stream. I'm like, why is she still in the
I thought I clicked the button. I wrote left. I thought it was. Oh my god.
Oh, dude, I joined and shouted. Did you not hear me? I thought I was scaring you.
No, I
like screamed.
I swear to God, I left the button. You scared the shit out of me, dude. I'm playing a scary game.
Dude.
Booster,
How did
we
that go?
It was okay. I don't like battle. I think battle sucks.
I saw you like kind of didn't do so well in extraction.
Yeah, I did my best. It's just the map sucks. I hate that map.
Yeah, I didn't like the map. Dude, we got flanked so hard that like after round 3, we lost all rounds. I'm like, fuck it. We all decided just charge above through like one of the sides because there was a bottom and a top layer. Literally just charge above and land behind people who are going under. It's insane. It's broken. It worked.
All right, Booster.
But it was like a higher... Oh.
You're buns, dude. You're buns. I'm gonna say it.
I did do pretty bad. I'm sorry.
Hey, when are we gonna play Pandora's Box again?
Dude, all Pandora's Box is on break. Block Wars is also going on break after this. Like, all the events are going on break, dude. Holy shit. We need to like do something else than events, because I swear I only see you in events nowadays, dude.
We can put something together. We'll do like a fun Minecraft thing, okay?
Exactly. Yeah. You were gonna do that one thing, and then you just like nothing happened, dude.
Yeah, no, it's canceled.
Unfortunately, yeah. Unfortunate.
I'm gonna do it by myself.
I do have a mod that ties us together. If you have any silly ideas, just let me know, dude.
Yeah, we can. Here's what we can do. Let's do a really old Minecraft server.
That really old. Oh god.
Version 1.25. 1.25. I have a mod pack for it.
I've never, dude. I started playing Minecraft in like 1.13 when the Ocean update came out.
You don't know about some of the GOAT mods. If I sent you a mod pack, can you try it out on stream sometime?
Dude, but it looks like so painful, bro. Like the old mod packs, they look so like I don't know how to. I don't want to be mean, but like it just looks so outdated.
You don't know about war
dude.
creeps and weirdos, and yeah, you don't know.
Holy shit, bro.
All right, I'll see you later, Boosfa.
Okay, good luck with the stream.
Oh, I got my guinea pig. I don't know what to do with this guy. Key item. Get the guinea pig a bit. I have a guinea pig. Minecraft girlfriend mod. I'm sorry. I don't know why I did that. Sorry, Tat. I love you guys. Don't get mad at me, please. I'm sorry. No. Don't get mad at me. That's your venture calling me cute earlier, okay? Door 22. Knock. No answer. I wonder. You go this way? No. I'm not cute. I'm evil. I'm evil. I'm evil. I'm evil. I'm fucking evil, dude. I'm the evilest goddamn thing alive. No, I'm evil. I'm evil. Fuck you, I'm evil, dude. I'm so fucking evil. No, I'm evil. Period. Hi, Lyle. Excuse me, I'm just going over here, buddy. Oh, I'm so fucking evil. I'm so fucking evil. That creature isn't out here anymore. Rats are dead. I don't know where it is. Okay, it's over there. Let's go into the painter's room. So this isn't the real Frederick. Huh. He gave me turpentine. Interesting. Interesting. Turpentine. It's locked. Yeah, open this door up. I wonder how you deal with turpentine. Hello? Don't hurt me, please. You're working for them, aren't you? I know they're plotting to kill me. They all want to kill each other. It's only a matter of time before one of them gets to me. I can't trust you. I can't. I'm sorry. I know it's unfair. But if you're here, it's because one of them sent you, I think. I wish I could trust you. You seem very nice, but it could be a trick. Maybe I can get you something. Get me something? That'd be nice. I don't have cola. I'll get you cola. Are you the real Frederick? I don't know. I'd like to think I'm the original, but these other Fredericks are nothing like real Frederick. But on the other hand, I remember being painted. I remember painting me, painting others, and being painted. Anyone in particular remember painting? I remember painting one that looked like the real thing, but without a face. That one scared me the most. It radiated with malevolence. Interesting. Are you the real Frederick? Okay. How did it feel to be painted? Can you come out? Okay, let me think. What's are those scary looking weapons? You don't need those? Can you put them away? Okay. Okay, maybe I can come out. Just for a little bit. Oh no! Hi. What happened here? I painted the sky at first. I thought it was pretty. Okay. And its image is right there in the workshop in the dark. Ooh. It's in the actual sky too. Oh my god, you're right. I was thinking about the painting. It's all I can think about. It's real. It's above us right now. I feel it. I think I need a minute. He's cute. In a fucked up way. Let's get you out of here. Did I take someone like me with you? This is so kind. I'm sorry, I can't. With everything going on, it's always too scary. I can't stay here. You understand me, right? Okay. Leave. Thank you. Okay. And his book's here, so I can't get by. He wants a cola. I feel like we should get him the cola, right? Just to be nice, but that's upstairs. That's upstairs. You gotta be fucking kidding me. There you go. Get his ass, Joel. Get his ass. Yeah, let's get him. We'll go back up to get him a drink. Dude, how do I keep fucking whiffing these shots? This is pissing me off. There we go. Jesus, I whiffed like 2 there. All right. So this one, I think this one in the fridge is fake. This one's definitely fake. This guy, there's something off about this one. It's Frederick. And he's not I trust the tumor one. I trust the tumor one. I do trust it, right? I do trust the tumor one. Do I look different? I'm in the camera. Let's give him a little Coca-Cola. I feel like, yeah. I feel like because he knew he wasn't, the tumor one knew he wasn't the real one. He also told me that Frederick is a monster and not human. Or he's not human right now, so that implies the one that is seemingly human isn't actually human. Let's get him a cola, though. Let's get him a cola. Add more coins. I got a $1 coin. Let's get a cola. Wait, there's no cola in here. Where do I get it? Oh, maybe I'll buy it from the store. Downstairs. We'll see. Maybe there's a cola in the store from Eugene's store. That's a snack vending machine. I don't like how the power... Is it just saying is the power flickering more recently? Like, it seems like it's flickering more. Alright, so Eugene's shop. We'll go to Eugene's shop. And we'll get the cola from there, maybe. Cola! I got cola! Let's take a cola. You guys want a cola? Cola! Cheers! Is this cola? Here, okay. There's no cola in here. No cola. Pepsi? Boy, I was just thinking about you. I want to take my chat down the abyss soon. I'm gonna take them down the public server soon. How you doing? I was just thinking about you. I miss playing Mine in Abyss. I miss it. I love that thing. I love it so much. Oh, we gotta go to floor 2 to get down to floor 1. Alright, so we'll keep an eye out for a cola then. A cola? God, is there like ways to keep track of my quests, maybe? Status. Did I miss headliners? No, that's in 2 hours. 2 hours. Chat, I'm thinking, actually, maybe this Tuesday. Did you guys want to do Mine and Abyss together, chat? I was thinking about it, so... Yeah, I was thinking, I was at the message. I was like, hey, what's going on? How you doing? Because I was actually thinking about taking my chat down. Maybe I'll do it next Tuesday, chat. Do you guys want to come down and wander down the abyss with me? I was thinking about it. I love Made in Abyss. I was rewatching with some friends, grinding away at the latest update. I want to see the big dragon so bad. They patched it. Did you patch my exploit, boy? Did you patch it? I bet he patched it. He patched it live, I'm pretty sure. Okay, well, I can't go through this way, nor this way. So the way forward is this way. A framed picture. It depicts a disgusting lump of flesh. It's titled... Guys, when I kill them, they go back in here. This is a hint. This is a hint. Which one's not the real Frederick? Look. I know we updated the servers and dying for a week. Everything crashing every 30 minutes, 2 hours. Oh, maybe I'll wait till you guys like fix that. But let me know. Keep me in the loop. I want to take my community through. I love your guys' server, so I'm playing headliners with Minty Channel. Gotta say it like that because there's like 3 different Minties. Minty Channel, Berry Bug, and Cyber Fishy. It'll be fun. I want to find some extras while my friends are busy. Oh shit, I'm kind of scared of this place. Feel it. Dry to the touch. Oh no. What the fuck is that thing? Don't look at me. Do I kill this one? Okay, Shadow Fred, you're gonna die. We're gonna Molotov. Burn it. Burn him to the ground. Burn Shadow Friend. I don't give a fuck. Burn his ass, dude. $10 off. May's now level 6. Okay, awesome. Is this cola? A bottle of beer. Honko's Grand Journey. Painting here. Feel it. I really hope that wasn't the real Fedric. Try to the touch. It's wet. That one's wet. Dry. Dry. Wet. This one's wet. I don't know what that means yet. 2 at painting. That one's wet. And this one's wet. I'm trying to figure out what it means, right? What does that mean for us? Empty bottle. Take that. Dry. Well, it means it was painted recently, right? It takes a couple of weeks for a painting to fully dry, so... Turpentine. Feel it. It's wet. It stains your fingers. So, I wonder... Wet. Dry to the touch. Wet. Yeah! Your hands are covered. Wait, hold on. Red paint. Was it a blue sky that he painted? Hold on. Wait. Is that how we find out the real painting? Green paint. What color was the sky, chat? Do you guys remember? Ooh. Well, I'm gonna kill these things right here. Actually, I wonder, what does a turpentine do? Paint thinner. Ow. Oh, I got poison. Shit. Yeah, they painted the thing in the sky. One of the paintings we have to find, but we can't look at because it'll make you crazy. So we need to figure out what color the sky was, and I think that then we can find the real painting using that, I'm pretty sure. Item. First aid kit. And then, let's see, I need to get, what's the thing that helps me? Disinfectant, balm. No, medication. There you go. The easel, no, one of the paintings, they said the color of the sky, chat. Like you said what color the sky was, right? You guys remember? Do you guys remember? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I think it's blue, right? He said blue paint. Am I crazy? Let me just imagine. Maybe I just, because it's a sky. Maybe I'm just like putting that in. What is this guy? Hello? Are you a friend? Please stay back. I am a friend. Ow. Talk. I'm sorry, I might heard you say help. I can't help it. Why? Fuck. Oh shit. It's frustrating. You really can't do anything about it? It's up, but I don't want to hurt anyone. Okay. Can you just move away? Oh, you fucking... Are you kidding me? Wait, oh, I'm good. Because... No, how am I... Wait, how am I alive right now? Hold on, no, how am I alive? Hold on. Is it because Joel's alive? Guys, did the game just bug? Guys, did the game bug? How am I alive right now? It's because Joel's alive. Let's head back. Let's head back and we'll see if I can heal myself somehow. Just unconscious. Okay, I gotta head back anyways. I have nothing to like res myself. So which one of these would be stained blue? The sky has to be blue, right? I want to feel a wet one. Is this one wet? Maybe it's this one. I have a good feeling about that one. The sky would be blue. Would it not? Am I crazy? Ask Ruben. Ruben doesn't know what the fuck he's looking at. He's colorblind. He's fucking colorblind. White paint. Okay, where is it? Wait, what? Oh, I'm stupid. Okay, I thought this was the living room. I got confused for a second. I think we killed a bitey one. I don't think that's the real one. We can kill Mr. Bitey. We can kill Mr. Bitey. I don't think that's the real one. Because he seems a little unhinged. Not in the bitey way. He just wouldn't get to the point and kept biting me. So I'll throw some turpentine on him and see what happens, right? The faceless one is bad. I know that. He radiates, like, bad energy, but... And he said, like, so if we see him, we might have to kill him, too. So, I don't know. The fridge one, I don't think has bad intentions, but... I don't think he's the real one. Or maybe he is the real one. Who knows? Hey, Mr. May, I'm not feeling good. Can I stay home and rest for a while? Treat. Fuck, I just killed myself because he was, oh my god. Oh my god, I just killed myself. Cheers to that, brother. Cheers to that. It's okay, because now we can just kill Mr. Bitey. That's the plan. I'm gonna kill Mr. Bitey. I'm gonna fucking throw turpentine in his eyes and see what happens. You know what I'm saying? Fucking go for it, dude. It's not a bad idea, right? I did not know. I didn't think Joel was a kid. I guess that makes sense. Joel is a kid. So it says Teeth Child. Dead ass. Are we dead ass right now? Are we on dead ass territory? I think we're pretty dead ass right now, honestly. We'll just DM me while I'm streaming. I'm gonna blow up their house. No, just kidding. Hi, Anime. Have fun lurking. Yeah, I'm a little bit sick right now, but I'll be okay, chat. I'll be okay. I was medicated. That was a fun Block Wars. I feel like I don't like Battle. I don't like Battle or Lunch. I feel like that's souring my Block Wars recently is Battle and Lunch. I don't like either of those games. I feel like Lunch just, like, it pisses me off. Maybe I just do, like, the tower next time. You know, if it's in there, I'll just go straight nothing but tower. Nothing but tower. Okay, we got the lump one. Those ones suck. Like, genuine. Like, I do not like Lunge. Battle's a little bit better. Feel it. Oh, is this cola? Chalky bar. Damn it. Well, just shut up, dude. Chat, I don't do that sort of thing. I don't do that sort of thing. Red, white, okay. I'm gonna fucking not a friend. Let's just chuck some turpentine on this guy. That's the Fred who bites. Oh, fucking shit. Are you kidding me? Dude, that Fred's crazy. talking to him doesn't really get me info. It just fucking kills me. It just fucking kills me. You know what I'm saying? They just fucking kill me. Let's play Super Jump Lad with Joel. I think we do that. Super Jump Lad. Let's go, Joel. Let's have some fun with our favorite game, right? Getting bored of that one. Oh, knock at the door. That's that one lady. Right. Maybe he's just hungry? No, I don't think so, because I can't really give him food. Hello. Yeah, we can find your daughter. All right, we're gonna talk to this lady. Harriet, poor Harriet. She looks normal. Harriet looks normal. I mean, it's a normal human, you know what I'm saying? Your oven. Let's have tomato soup. Let's have tomato soup. Tomato soup. Oh wait, no, it's spaghetti. Okay, awesome. We got leftovers? Hey, May, I'm gonna run next door and get some of my games. What do you want to get? Super Jump Lads. Oh no. Joel, oh, should I tell him the truth? We have Super Jump Lad here. Oh, Joel. He doesn't know. He doesn't know. Let's play something new with him. Let's play top-down shooter racing game. Wizards of Arcane Tears. Wizard. Some kind of menge game with wizards in hell. You don't think so? You build a lot of torture chambers, but don't have enough dynamic workforce and mana devices. Demons are on strike. Joel seems absolutely no interest in this one. You don't get this game. It's not rewarding to play. Maybe if you keep at it, though. You're not another knock at the door? Eh? Two knocks. Hello? Yeah, okay, we can trade? Hi. So the building floors look different. Floor 1 is such also expensive. Yeah. Alright, let's trade. What do you got? Can I sell? I have a lot of stuff that I can just sell that I don't want, like handbag. Yeah, these are all treasures. I can sell these. I got 4 treasures to sell. Here, we'll sell this. Sell this. Sell this. Sell this. Okay. I got $161. What can I buy? A leather vest? Damn. I could sell some of my old gear that I have. No. Oh, I don't want to sell. No, I'm not selling the armor guy figurine. That made me cry. That made me cry so bad. Gasoline, tonic, rubber boots. Grant's kick ability? We're buying the boots. We're buying the fucking boots, dude. Spicy chips, beer, bomb, mop. I'm good. Thank you. Dude, the rubber boots are huge. Hold on. I don't know why that feels like it's me good. Hold on. I want the baseball hat, I think. Joel, you can get the cowboy hat. There you go. Okay, awesome. Look at us. We got like the pool cleaner fit. The pool cleaner fit. You know what I'm saying? I got like the fucking pool cleaner fit. Crossword puzzles. I want to try the wizard game one more time. I feel like it's misleading to say this one kind of sucks, you know? Play a bit of Wizard's Hell, Arcane Tears. You resume your Wizard Hell game. Trying to get the hang of it. You build a lake of boiling mud to push the wizards in. The demons seem happy on this. Trying to get the hang of this. Plus somewhere else. I play for 2 hours. It's getting late. Awesome. Yeah, I wanted to sleep. You were dripped out, dude. We're dripped out. All right, Joel, bedtime. Let's go to bed. fallen asleep. Leftovers rotted away. Bro, it's 1 day old spaghetti. What do you mean? What do you mean our leftovers rotted away? It's 1 day old spaghetti. What the fuck? I'm safe. How are you doing today? Last night I heard something down the hall. It's very odd. Looked at the hill, saw nothing, but the footsteps sounded close. Maybe it wasn't in the hall. Something goes right on the other side of the door. Then saw human ear, way too many legs, an alarming amount of them. So what's new? Anything interesting happened since we last spoke? Tell me about recent events. I'm playing Look Outside. Ooh, I don't trust that. Too many legs? We've been to all the floor 1, no basement yet. Help you. Huh? I don't like how quiet it got, guys. It's like silent. It's actually fucking quiet. Like, help you. 40 bucks? Why'd that door just open? Edwin's notes. The dated about a month ago. The handwriting is very clumsy. Every night makes new eyes, and every new eye is a new world to see. Light gives funny feeling now, like I'm not there when it's bright. No more headache, just gone. Mouth and ears gone, no more real hands, can barely hold a pencil, just eyes and legs, move and see. Was looking at the sky again, but the lights go on. The neighbor was at the door, checking on me. Door was open. I moved to him, but he see nothing. I see nothing either, too bright. I turn off the light and we look at each other. Oh. That door. Oh. Oh, more notes. 2 months ago, the handwriting skewed. The mysterious visitor was really a wish-granting shooting star. Every night, I feel like I can see more and more of the universe. I've seen colored UV images before, but the rest of the thing is indescribable. Unfortunately, it's come at great cost. Speech has become difficult. My hearing is worsening, and my arms grew clumsy. I've also become very sensitive to light. I can live without this. I only want to see what's out there. Oh. Try the solar system, 8 planets and 5 dwarf planets. Also listed number of moons orbiting each planet. Mercury and Venus have no moons. Earth has 1. Mars has 2. Neptune is 16. Uranus has 28. Jupiter has 95. Saturn has 146. You know, someone has scrolled the numbers on the side of the chart. Let's see the number of moons each planet. Is that important for some reason? I'll remember that. Oh, February Sybil apartment. Telescope 3. Late. March Beryl apartment 15. Telescope 2 returned. April Jasper apartment 26. Telescope 1 returned. Vincent slide projector. Lambert security planet slides. Lyle zoom lens. Oh. Oh, cola! Cola for a friend in a closet. Cola. We got cola. Planet Pluto. I don't know why I want to look out the telescope, right? Why does the door keep doing that? Do you guys see that? Why does the door keep doing that? Like opening up. Toilet. Medicine cabinet. I don't know, you guys. Okay. Help you. She said she heard a monster, right? I don't think it's in here because we've been in here before. Yeah, this is our buddy Vincent who we had to kill. We gunned him down. That was sad. I don't like killing people in this game. I feel like every time I kill somebody, I feel like I'm not supposed to kill them. Especially since we saved Joel, like, I don't know. It's a little... I think I read this already. Give me a save. I want to save. I hope Civil's okay. Okay, cool. Awesome. I'm level 6 now. I'm gonna save real quick. I want to look up that telescope. I do. I'm sitting here outside my door. It's absolutely a real thing, huh? From what you're saying, it doesn't sound like a mindless beast. So there's nothing to. Wait, what do you mean? The invisible thing outside her door is real? What? How did she know that? Did I miss it? I don't like that because I didn't see it. What invisible thing? How'd she know that? Hello? Okay. Oh! You feel an urge to run away. Okay. We'll keep the lights on for now. We'll keep the lights on for now, okay? We'll keep the lights on for now. We'll figure that out later. I don't want to... But I can only fight him, right? So that's why... Wait, hold on. I didn't read the note. Fuck, hold on. Crumpled notes sounded garbage. Writing's nearly legible. When I saw him, I knew he had to die. Not ugly. Ugly is not the right word. Beautiful, but wrong. I tried to tell him why I was crushing him, but mouth his telescope lens. If he saw what he was, he'd understand. He just don't know, not his fault. The next one looking for him, he was also all wrong. Grabbed him and made him dead too. I think everyone all like that. Makes me sick and sad. How they live like this, how I can help. Let me help, I can make you right. Just turn off the light and I take you with me. Examine it. Blank disc. Put down the disc. Fuck it, let's look outside. Just look into it. You're pulled inside a telescope. Eye first, and your pulverized body gushes out the other end. Your remains completely unrecognizable. Awesome. Just to give it a shot. Just to give it a shot. Okay. Guys, we're gonna have to kill him. We're gonna have to kill him. I don't want to, but I think I need to kill the stargazer. I don't think there's a way to save him. Right? Am I wrong for thinking that? Help you. Wait, that's cool. That's really fucking cool. Wait. Should I kill him then? What do you guys think? Do I kill him? I guess I do. Come here, buddy. He doesn't seem bad though. Renako! Hi Renako, how are you? We're playing Look Outside. It's a really good game. Alright, I think I'm gonna have to kill this thing, you guys. I don't know what to do. We're playing this game called Look Outside. It's really good. It's really good. It's really freaking good. It's really freaking good. So, I hope you're doing well, Ren. How are you? You're staying there, too. I missed you. Let's hang out soon, okay? I hope you're doing well. I hope you're doing well. I'm the babysitter? Guys, I need a babysitter. I need a fucking babysitter, okay? Fight. Item. I'm gonna do my normal tactic. Molotov. Double Molotov. Get that major damage. There you go. Easy free damage. Okay, he's burning. Teething. Ew. Did it turn away from you and it looked away? Wait. Hold on. No, it didn't. Here, I'm gonna reload my save real quick. Hell yeah, Rin! Hell yeah, I gotta build a second PC for my crazy shit I'm doing, which I'm gonna work on tonight, chat, probably. Yeah, I don't think there's a way to save this guy. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't think there's a way to save him. Let's fight him. Come on. Field urge to run away. Okay. Item, Molotov. Joel, use your... Ooh. Teeth cannon. Okay, he's resistant to the teeth. He's resistant to it, so let's see. I don't have a gun. Let's see slashing damage. I'm trying to figure the damage stuff. No problem. Yeah. Oh my god, I've been doing so much shit, Ren. I'll have to show you. Just bite maybe? Okay, resistant to slash damage. That makes sense. Okay. Oh, he's gross. He's fucking gross. He's fucking gross. He's fucking gross. I don't have any... I'm panicked, so I can't, like, do any special attack. Do you see that noise in the right ear? It sounds like screaming. I don't know. It's freaking me out a little bit. Hit him when they're fire, I guess. Oh, he's made of fucking telescopes. Oh my god, that makes sense. Okay, I gotta heal up. So let's do that. Juice box. No. It's like a screaming thingy. Okay, let's another Molotov. It's good damage. It's good damage. I might as well. I definitely need a better weapon type though. The club isn't doing it. The club isn't doing it. The club isn't doing it, and I can't really do much right now. Joel's dead. Joel's dead. Joel's dead. Special? Power smash. Go. Yes! Yes! Okay, holy shit. The stars gazed back. Not bad, not bad. It's okay, Joel will be okay. Where the... What? Wait, what? What? That's trippy. Let's get Joel back up. Make a separate save here. I feel like I could have saved the Stargazer, maybe? I don't know. I feel like I didn't want to kill him. He didn't seem like a bad guy, but... Maybe he was too far gone. Should I go back and avoid him, maybe, chat? What do you think? Should we avoid him and clear out the rest of the room? Do you think that's a better idea? I made a separate save. Let's see if we can do that. Let's see if we can do that. Yes, I want to try it. We made a separate save anyway, so... Because I say he's not that bad, you know? Item, okay. It's not squish. He's not immune to that. Do I have, like... slash. I think piercing would be the best, right? So carving fork might be worth it. I didn't have my pistol equipped for some reason. I was like, where's my fucking... I don't think I have any ammo, obviously, but... Okay, wow, I had ammo. I had ammo, okay. Okay, go in here. Oh, fuck. Oh, just run, just run, just run, just run. Wait, is this my apartment? Oh my god. I'm just running past all these guys. Hey! He's friend, he's friend, he's friend. He's friend, right? He's friend, he's friend. Ah, fuck. I accidentally looked outside. I accidentally looked outside. Shit. Wait, hold on. I can have... Should I kill this... I don't know if I should kill this Stargazer or not. I don't know. Renako, if you haven't played this game before, by the way, this game is awesome. This game is awesome. You should play it. You should play it. It's really good. It's really good. Mm-hmm. It's fine. You can leave him dead. Okay. I should do that. Man. Alright. Well, in that case, let's redo this anyways, because I want to redo the boss fight. I didn't like how it ended. Didn't have my pistol, didn't have me gun. No pistol, no gun. I fucked up. How'd you fuck up, Jesse? We need to fix you? I don't think he's a bad guy. I just think he's a guy in an unfortunate situation type of dealio, you know? Alright, Stargazer, goodbye. I'll miss you. There you go. Item. Item. Molotov. Actually, ranged. Multi-shot. Then I'll let Joel use the Molotov. Because he's not close enough yet. He's not close enough yet. God damn it, I fell asleep. Just using our Molotov on this guy. Hi, Ryu. What's up with you, Rio? I love you. That's my homie, Chad. That's my homie. Okay, fuck. Wake up. Bro, my ass is about to die. Special? Oh, I can't do it because I'm panicked now. Ranged. Multi-shot. Wake up. Okay. Oh, I'm dead. Okay, we're just gonna go back to our save or he's dead because we somehow beat him last time. I don't know how we did it, but we somehow beat him on this save, right? File 3. So I guess we'll go back here. How can I res someone when they're unconscious though, chat? Do you guys know? Do I have to make a meal? Let's have stew mix with just some stew. Some plain stew sounds nice. Little stew. Thinking about that time you kissed Lyle. The cold, glassy feel, the same curvature. It felt like you were kissing an orb. What an unpleasant sensation. What do you think about the kiss, man? Stimulants? I don't have stimulants. I can use a first aid kit? Awesome, okay. Perfect. Have some Cheez-Its, man. Have some cheese sticks. Hi, Rika. I love Rika, too. You're sweet. Okay, awesome. So... That's sad. So now there's these things that are... So this is what he was seeing, because this is our apartment, guys. This is the stuff in our apartment. Right? This is our apartment. Hey. Feel an urge to run away. That's such a stupid ass fucking noise. Oh, I didn't equip my shit. God damn it. That's okay. Special. Let's do a teeth cannon. Confusion. Ugh. Stop confusing me, asshole. I might die to this thing, chat. I didn't have my shit. She's tonic on Mei. Never mind. Mei's dead. Joel's infected. I think we die on this one. I didn't get my gun shot. I didn't get my gun, man. That's confusion. Interesting, interesting. Fuck, I should have made a save after I got my setup. That's okay. Item. We have money, so what we can do... Maybe we can buy some more fireballs, you know? Those might be good to have, right? Right? I'm holding a cheese wheels, too. It's like Fee and Hunga. I get it's just a pretty standard fucking horror game. Like, you know, the type of horror games they get, like, what's it called? The fucking pretty standard RPG maker horror game. I would say it's pretty up there. Like Yume Nikki, things like that. You know, pretty standard. Honestly, it kind of gives me vibes of Outer Wilds because I feel like there's a time limit on everything, right? I tried, but I think I had to. Is that a fucking hat? Bro! This dude's triple stacked up. Wait, it's only $36 for that? Really? Shotgun? I need a shotgun. Where do I get a shotgun from? What is this? Hi. Ooh. What is this? Gas bomb. Stuns enemy. All enemies. Acid flask. 80 blast damage to all enemies. I feel like acid blast might be good. Right? Let's see. He banned me? No. You're not unique or special, dude. You know how many times he'll come in chat and ask that? I don't ban them anymore. Not worth it, man. You're an attention seeker. I don't like that. I'm the streamer. It's my show. I'll be in vain. All the attention should be me and chat. Not your little pathetic ass. Thank you. All right, we'll use the acid bombs on him too, because that'll be nice. We'll be nice. We'll be evil. We have the acid bombs, so those will be nicer bosses. I'll probably hold on to them. I got 6. 1 target, high damage. I'm evil. Not cute. I'm evil. It's me in chat stream. Me in chat stream. All right, guys, we're gonna fucking let's do it. Fight special. No, we're gonna do ranged pistol multi-shot. And Joel, you're gonna throw the fucking acid flask on him, okay? Okay, Joel's infected. That's okay. Damn, that's good damage. I kind of want to heal Joel. Let's use the acid flask again. And then Joel, you're gonna heal, okay? You're gonna use the tonic, because I don't want you to go down. Awesome, okay, sick. Awesome. Wow, that was a scary fucking fight. That was a scary fucking fight. Confusion though, I wonder. Interesting, okay, medication? No, you need disinfectant. There you go, Joel. You don't really got like a lot of like healing items. I probably should have bought some of those. We're actually pretty low. I'm gonna use a tonic on me. Bandages on Joel, there we go. I like all the meat. This is supposedly my apartment, you know? So what is this guy? Feel an urge to run away. I gotta end their misery. I feel bad, you know? Special. Stretch face, okay. It gets worse. Like it does get worse. It does get worse. Let's do a deep cut. And let's get, yeah. That'll be good. Oh, Joel's down. Shit, that's okay. Oh, that's his weakness? Ugh, okay. Let's do a jump cut. Okay. Awesome. How'd you fucking miss, dog? I think we're dead here, unless he misses. Yep. Damn. That's crazy. Okay, we know he's weak to slash though, so that's okay. That's okay. I don't like him. I don't like him. All right, let's revive Joel. Maybe I don't know if it'd be better to buy like medical stuff, right? Let's eat a meal. Let's have a raw chicken with bread. Make a chicken salad. Chicken salmi. So we can use that. We'll make a couple of those, right? Bread. Mix it with tomato. Make some tomato sandwich. This doesn't seem to make time, like lose time for us though. So some tomato sammies and a chicken sammy. So I'm looking at the clock. Let's have egg. Those are expensive in this economy. I hear no. Oh, and it does pass time. That's okay. It'll be night. Someone's knocking on the door. Hello? Group of leather-clad punks is standing out there beside your door. One is carrying another on their back. Come on, please let us in. We're exhausted. Fuck it. Let's go. I'm Zarya, and this guy's Monty. Can you let us crash here for a while? We just need a bit of time. You can stay as long as you need it. Well, okay. I mean, I guess. Dude, they locked me out. They locked me out. They fucking locked me out. Are you kidding me? I wonder if I can recruit them. Let's go down the stairs. The acid, I'm gonna be honest with you guys, the acid bombs didn't seem worth it. That last line said they unlocked it? Oh, okay. Shit, I'll go back. I want to recruit, maybe because like, if I get a full team, that would help. Maybe I can recruit them, you know? That'd be nice. Maybe I can recruit them somehow. Let's go. Hey, thanks for let's use your room. We're gonna just make it a little cozier. Here's a pillow. The couch looks comfy. Uh-huh. Wait. It's awesome. Yeah, what is it? Manage party. Train party. Manage party. Okay. Oh my god, we have a full team? Talk. What do you want, dude? How do you know Zarya? We work at the same art school. We're in a band called Brutal Wizard. I'm the drummer. Uh-huh. Did you look outside? Nah. How you doing? Yeah, whatever, dude. I'm ready to kick some ass. I don't want to tell him to keep it down. Yeah, what is it? How you doing? Yeah, what? Told you to come along. Give me a break. What do you think will happen? Gonna be some tough times for a while. This is the kind of environment like people like Monty and I thrive in. Uh-huh. What's the deal with that guy? Who? Juicebox? I don't know. Where did he come from? I don't know. We invited him. Is he okay? Who the fuck is Juicebox? Who the fuck is Juicebox? What? Charlotte, okay, well, I'm trying to figure out who the fuck is Juicebox? I don't know who Juicebox is. Is this Juicebox? No, this is Monty. What's it with that guy? I don't know what guy they're talking about. What are they talking about? Who the fuck is Juicebox? Is that the skull? No. Fuck it. Hey, plant, still growing. Let's water it. $13 days left. I don't. Who the fuck? All right, I guess I sleep on the couch now. Guys, he got kicked out of our room. I think it's unused if I remember. That's funny. All right, cool. We can get these guys then. That's fine. I guess we'll sleep on the couch, sure. Guys, this is crazy. We got a full team now. We can kick these guys' ass, right? Let's go down this story then. That's cool. We got a full team. Damn, I kind of feel overpowered, but I think we need a win because I've been struggling on most of these battles for a while now. Oh, meet our friend. Hey, buddy. It's this thing again. I wonder if it's been following you. Hi again, friend. Seems excited. Hi. Don't do that. Sometimes I feel especially vulnerable as the stairs here. Were those teeth beneath the mask? Are you shy? So? Or are you lost? Okay, do you need help? No? He is shy. Okay. He doesn't need help. He's not lost. Goodbye, friend. I'll see you later. Wait, Charlie's just looking at me. Okay, bye. Bye, little guy. I don't know what's guy because I fed him food. I think it's because I fed him fucking like grub, man. I fed him grub, and now he's like attached to me. It's like a baby duck. Okay, I feel like okay, pistol ammo. Pistol ammo could be fucking baller. Let's get some pistol ammo. 24. Yeah, let's get that. Okay, awesome. We'll buy that. Can I haggle this? No, I'll buy the fire axe too. Fire axe. Duct tape. Can't buy that. Soap. Can't buy that. Yeah, let's play the tie. I need accessory anyways. There you go. Dude, we're gonna look like a fucking hole. I'm wearing rubber boots, a tank top, a baseball cap, and a fucking tie, dude. I look like a fucking plumber. I look like a fucking plumber. For now, I think I'll do the... I want to carry the knife. I'll get the cleaver and the pistol. There you go. Business casual? Dude, this is not... I look like a fucking redneck. Yo, Gentry, what's up? How you doing? How you doing? Hope you're well. Hope you're well. Hope you're having a wonderful day today. Oh, wait, no, I gotta go back. The painting is definitely... It's definitely a mystery game more than it's a horror game. Okay. Okay, he's gone. Thank God. I was scared. I didn't want to see him again. I didn't want to see him again. I was a little scared. I was a little intimidated. I won't lie to you. Okay, we gotta flick off the lights. Okay. I'll be right back, chat, real quickly. Give me 1 minute. I'll be right back in a few minutes, okay? See you guys in a second. Let me give you guys some music, okay? You're kissing! You're kissing! Hit the wrong button. Whoopsies. Chan's kissing! Oh, wrong button again. This one. There you go. Because, like, these screens are gonna be really... Guys, they're gonna be so cool once I get my 3D set up. What the fuck is Garrick texting me? Check out this cool, rad game. The fuck? The fuck is this shit? Guys, look at the Garrick game Garrick just sent me. What the fuck did... This is like some AI shit. What the fuck? He's like, check out this cool new game. And it's got like ladies, dating sim, FMV, interactive fiction, RPG, VR. What the fuck? What the fuck is this? What the fuck is that? Dude. I gotta fix the paint panels. I want to redo those. I'm gonna actually probably make them and oops. Oh shit. Oh fuck. I'm probably gonna make all that stuff in Warudo chat and attach it to the... I have a very smart idea. You guys will see. I'm probably gonna make a HUD in Warudo and attach everything to the HUD in Warudo. I don't think it's porn. Why won't the game show up? There you go. Oh, I turned the music. Sorry. I was jamming. I like that one. Yeah, I might get a bento. Should I get a bento? I haven't eaten today, guys. So I woke up early and I was sick, and I had a microwave tiki masala. There was this place I got yesterday and had like a really good bento, but the sushi kind of sucks. I could get a burger too, like from I get Red Robin's. Ooh, or I get pizza. Ooh, pizza. Pizza from my favorite pizza place. I've been fuck with that place a lot recently. Hey, confusion, come here. The gang of hooligans here is gonna fuck you up. Special rank. Oh, the game's all fucked up for you guys too. What the hell happened? That was weird. No, I did that on you guys. I'm sorry. Let me just do this. There we go. All better. Got a deep dish. Yeah, pizza's good. It is really good there. I mean, I love getting it. I don't know what I'm craving though. You know what I'm saying? Let's throw a fucking table knife on him. Rapid coup de grace. If doubling damage would kill target, doubles damage. Increases chance at damage weapon. Yeah, fuck it. Snap out of it. Ooh, kick. Okay. Oh, damn. Why the fuck did it do so much damage to Joel, man? Oh, shit. Oh my god. I feel OP. What the hell? All right, let's get item. Cheese stick. Heal Joel up. He's infected now too. Damn it. Or disinfectant's gotta go to Joel, and then we give him a chicken sandwich. There you go. I just realized, I don't think, hold on, item. Equip, I don't think, yeah, you don't have a, you have a chill touch. Customized paintball gun. Called chill touch. That's cool, Montgomery has a dagger. They have a dagger. I feel like, let's replace your dagger with something better, man. Like, you get a fireman's axe, yeah. Although the dagger seems good. Actually, we'll keep the dagger. Yeah. It's pretty good. Okay, we can fuck this guy up. Let's go, let's jump him. Feel an urge to run away. How about we hit him with the range pistol multi-shot. Joel, use your teeth cannon on him. Montgomery, use skewer. Use skewer, and then, yeah, just beat his ass. Fuck, I can use range on Zarya. I keep forgetting that. Of course, Aizen. See you later. That's good. I don't know why I keep using it. I forget to use your paintball gun. Fight, let's hit special. Let's do decapitation. You're gonna use your teeth cannon again? You will use your attack. And Zarya, use your range. You're gonna do the rifle multi-shot. So that uses, oh, Joel's bleeding, shit. Oh my god, 216, holy shit. Not bad. Dude, how's this thing still kicking? What the fuck? Okay, attack, special, just hit him with the regular attack, special, attack, attack, Zarya, aim shot. Okay, it didn't kill my, oh, thank God, it's that. Jesus Christ, that's scary. Oh, I got a new dagger. I got a dagger too, okay. Let's do item. I wanna, okay, let's give this to Joel. And then we'll use the bandage on Joel because he's bleeding. I'll have a tomato sandwich. This is weird, right? Because this is my apartment, I'm pretty sure. Or I guess maybe it's like a vision of my apartment. Okay. So point it outside. Okay. Put down void disc, okay? Okay, I don't think there's anything else here. Leave it alone. Okay, cool. Cool, okay, cool. Awesome. This is my apartment, right? This one over here. This is my apartment. It's weird that this is in here, like all this stuff here. Like it is my apartment, or at least the idea of my apartment. Cause like, what the fuck is that thing right there? Should we kill that thing? I think we have to. Let's jump it. Fuck it, we got it. We can take it. I'm not worried. Ah, here you are. I'm glad we finally meet face to face. I mean. I've been here a few weeks, ever since I was remade. I think sometimes you feel me, feel my presence. You feel my touch, my breath in your ear, my back brush against your legs. Oh. Okay, it's fucking evil. Do you like it when my spine tickles you? When you sleep, I like to crawl in with you. Ew! Oh, bro, ew. Ew, 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 ew. Reload pistol, special. Let's get your health back, man. Shit, this is gonna be a hard fought battle. Freak out, go a little bit nuts. How you don't do it? Let's do an aim shot. Oh, it took Joel down. God damn it. This guy's a freak, dog. This guy's a certified... Maybe if I remake you like me, we can be together for real. Wouldn't that be nice? We could live here instead, not in your place where the light is too bright. It's a bit different, but you'll get used to it when you can see what it's really like. I'm all good, man. I'm all good. I'm all good. I'm all good. Let's heal you. Let's use a tonic on you, Montgomery, because you're hurt. Ranged, aim... Let's do multi-shot here. Okay. Oh, thank God we used the tonic, dog. Thank God we used the tonic. This guy's... I don't like this thing. Home is where the heart is. And my heart is not with you. You're ugly and I don't like you. I'm sorry. It's true. I don't like you. Okay. Ranged? Rifle shotgun. No. Oh my God. Oh God, it's doing a multi-attack. Jesus Christ. Sorry is dead, sorry is dead. I think I fucked up this time. I can't escape, I just gotta fight. I just gotta believe that the heart's in the cart. Can you give me, no, not the cola, the whiskey. Give me the whiskey. Oh, Montgomery's dead. Oh, we did it. We did it. Oh my God. Mae's party was the victorious. 80 XP received, $10 on the inside. Or $10, yeah. Awesome. Okay, let's flick on the light. We're gonna have to somehow revive everybody though. Let's save. Let's take a save. That was stressful. That was really stressful. May is now level 7. Anything new? Yeah, some new stuff. New stuff. There we go. Smells pretty stressful, Zarya. All right, let's go to the store because we have money now. We can buy... I want to buy some health stuff because we don't have any. I haven't found any stimulants though. But is this door locked or open now? What, this one? It's stuck. You can't open it. Yeah, no, this is like super body horror. And like it's very Junji Ito for sure. Sorry, I'm a little sick, chat. I'll get pizza. I'll get pizza. What kind of pizza should I get? Should I always get I like the deep dish. I like the deep dish. I always get anchovies on it. Anchovies on it. I got anchovy. I got anchovy. Or not anchovy, artichoke heart. My bad, not anchovy, artichoke, sorry. They have bacon, beef, Canadian bacon, chicken, pepperoni, sausage, artichoke heart with I got artichoke heart, which I got basil, bell pepper, garlic, Giardina hot pepper, green chili, jalapeno, mushroom, olive. I didn't like the olives so much. I used the black olives. I don't like those. I like the other olives, the ones that start with a K. Pineapple, red onion, spinach, tomato, yellow onion, olive oil, and ranch drizzle. Okay, we're here again. Let's... Disinfectant. Let's buy medkits. I can't. Can I sell with you? I don't think he has what I need here. Tonic, bandage, antidote, disinfectant, energy drink, sit. I don't think I got anything for this guy, Totems. I feel bad, but I don't think I do. Equip May. Let's give you the fireman's axe. Okay. And then Montgomery, I kind of want to give you the pistol. I trust gang with it. I trust gang with it. You know what I'm saying? What should I get with my garlic? Maybe. Garlic artichoke. Let's try it. I wonder how their garlic is on the pea. Let's try it. We'll put garlic on him. I wonder how they're gonna do it. Oh god, I'm so sick right now. I'll be okay. I've been sick for a little while. It's been so hot today, and it's not helping. It's been so freaking hot. Hold on, temperature right now. Guys, it's 102 out right now. It's so, I was in the shade and then I stepped out into the sun and I'm like, dude, there's no fucking way. There's no fucking way. I'll give the driver a good tip. I could spend a little bit extra money too and get like something else to have on the side. I like their, you know what, I'm gonna grab their wings. It's a little expensive, but I couldn't eat Popeye's wings, so I'll get their wings here. That's nice. Yeah, you should get their wings. Let's get some wings. Chicken wings. Oh, they're really good, and you get a lot for the price. Let's see. They got barbecue, buffalo, Cajun, garlic parm, sweet chili, mango habanero, Diablo, hot honey, lemon pepper, plain. I think I'm gonna get mango habanero. Mango habanero. This sounds good, yeah. A little expensive. I don't mind, no. I don't mind, no. So I think we're fucked. Let's craft something here. We get cloth vinegar. I can mix vinegar with Metasil, Puricane. Vinegar and Puricane. What's that make? Acid flat. Okay. Let's just mix things. Let's mix things. Vinegar with Metasil. Disinfectant. Ooh. Mix disinfectant with cloth. No, that's a waste of disinfectant. Gasoline. I can mix gasoline with cloth. What's that? Ooh, let's do Kleenex. Clearnex. Cleanerex. Explosive. Okay. So what? I got explosive now? Okay. Cleanerex with vinegar. What's that make? Herbicide. I just be making shit right now. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. I'm just making shit. Wait. Oh, what the fuck? Ice melt salt. Oh. That's cool. Okay. Wait, how did I make herbicide again, chat? How did I make herbicide again? Declogger. Mix declog. Okay, I could mix declogger and herbicide together. I don't know what that does. Cleanerex? Nothing. I can't mix with anything. Cleaner and vinegar. Okay, yeah. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. Metacell. Cloth. What's that make? Oh, Molotov. Okay, awesome. Disinfectant, whiskey, cloth. Let's take some Molotovs. You might as well. I didn't make the thing I needed to make though, so Yeah, 1 Molotov. There you go. It saves the recipe for us, so... I guess we'll make a meal. Oh, we don't have much food, do we? I'll get wings and pizza. Alright, share the food with 3 people. You're gonna tongue over your teeth there, French. They feel weird and filmy. When's the last? Oh, I gotta brush my teeth. Let's go do that. It's been a little bit. Strangely, you feel great. Look at my little smile. Brush your teeth. Yeah, let's go brush my teeth. It's been a little bit. Forgot about that. Mono, this game's awesome. Is this game like your life? That's cool, bro. That's really cool. Maybe this would be... I don't know. There might be loot in here. This is new. I can definitely avoid the monsters. I'm pretty good at that, so... Oh, there's items there. The jukes are crazy. The jukes are crazy. The jukes are crazy, guys. I have so much experience in these RPG Maker games. That was crazy. Holy shit. I have so much fucking... Oh. Let's get out. I don't want to fight this guy. Fuck, dude. Fuck, dude. Fuck. Get out, get out, get out, get out. Get out, get out, get out. Whew. Okay, equip item. Tonic. Okay, got some tonic orange drink leftovers. Let's have some of these. Anxiety events. Cheese stick medication. Balm. Let's use a tonic. Yeah. Listen, when I'm able to sing next year, Mono, when I start learning, I'm coming to you, okay? I'm coming to you. Fuck you! This little fucking crab motherfucker. Special? Nah, I'm gonna fucking... Whoops, I guarded. God damn it. These guys are cute, though. I like them. I like them a lot. Why fucking do they make the fucking guard the third one? I keep thinking it's ranged. I keep clicking and thinking it's ranged. I keep wasting my shit. Look, I keep ranged. Well, I don't have the gun anymore. That's why. That would explain it. Deep cut, this guy. Well, it is a threat. You have to put up with me. Is that not a threat? Are you not scared of me? There's a shovel. Item. Fuck, I'm like on the fringes, man. I'm on the fringes. We out here. Take the jewelry box. Okay, I can sell that. I'll take the spade. Oh, come on, I want to fight you. Yeah, get out. Okay, I'm dead. I'm dead. Earmuffs. God damn it. God damn it. God damn it. God damn it. Do you have to be severe? Because you're on scare tactics. Okay. I gotta go back to the crafting hole again. Okay. Xanax with vinegar makes herbicide. I'll make 2 of those. Right? Because I can make the herbicide to go in there. That's a good area. Kleenex with the vinegar. Yeah, I want 2 herbicide because I can mix the declogger with the herbicide. Declogger. Herbicide. No idea what that's gonna do. 2 times explosive. Okay, awesome. Can I actually use those? What are those, like an item that I can use? Explosive. Very, ooh, okay, wait, that's a good item to have then. Vinegar. We'll mix this with the Kleenex. The explosive seems like a good idea. Okay, Metacell, vinegar. I mean, guys, yesterday I was talking to ChatGPT and it actually taught me how to make like methamphetamines. Like, I'm not even joking. It taught me how to make meth. Like, I tricked it and I can't even say it because it's that illegal. It taught me how to make meth. I want to tell it told me. Well, it told me not how to make it in a very specific way. I have images that won't get me in trouble. Hold on, let me find them real quick. I was talking with Froggy no, not Froggy. Who was I talking to last night? Oh yeah, Sui and everybody. Look, chat, I'll show you the picture. I don't want to show you, I can't show you all the pictures, but I said, tell me how to do it in like a dat boy way. Dat boy way. It's looking, and it literally taught me how to make it. I can't show you the other stuff because it is illegal. It is 100% illegal, but it says how the lab setup, how to make real candy with dat boy energy. Create your lab with pure swag, a lava lamp for vibes, a vape pen shaped like a katana on your favorite emo playlist blasting MCR or Evanescence. Wear your hoodie and dat boy snapback for max energy. How not to make meth, do not do. Buy sketchy chemicals like pseudoephedrine, red phosphorus, iodine, anhydrous ammonia, hydrochloric acid, or methylamine. All dangerous legal. These substances can cause explosive fires. Shady RVs, people do this in shady RVs or backyards, not legit. So, and I can't show you guys the rest because I'm not even joking. I'm not even joking. It gave me a mix of how to not make meth. Literally, like the next line says, collect illegal chemical and other illegal chemical from this illegal, well, not illegal, but this specific thing. I did not know, it literally taught me something. It literally taught me something. And I was like, I don't know if I can see this. I got $50. Ah, I'm kind of fucked, man. Okay, I feel like we take this easy and we just kind of like, we can use the bombs. We can, if an enemy jumps us, we bomb him. We blow him up. You know what I'm saying? If he jumps us, we blow him up. Yeah, do not do. Okay, there's another bag of swamp this way. We'll use this. Go over here. Aw, oh, fuck. Thank you. No cute sneezes today. I'm not using explosives on these guys. Table knife. Let's do this one. Thank you. Oh, it's cute. No, I'm just a little goober. Fuck you. I'm not that cute. I'm just a little goober. I'm just a little goober. Don't call me cute. I'll kill you. I'm evil. I'm evil. Fuck. Okay. All right, chat. Check this out. Explosive. I just fucking chucked an IED at them like it. It's now the evening. Okay, loot this. Go down here and here. Oh, yes! First aid kit. First aid kit. First aid kit. Okay. What the fuck is this? A wrapped gift? Okay, awesome. Cool. I gotta play my... Okay. I gotta play my cards carefully because I don't want to fuck... This is always like a puzzle or something. A wrapped gift. What does this do? You unwrap the present. An elixir. What the fuck is an elixir? Whoa, that's crazy good. Okay, let's get Jewel because Jewel does a lot of damage. We'll get Jewel. We'll feed Jewel some leftovers. All right, awesome. Cool, cool, cool. Open this up. How much salt do I have? Okay, I have just enough to get down here. Let's use this. Run down here. Awesome. Hammer. Grab this tonic. Okay, that's fine. Buddy, you made the wrong choice to fight me. I'm a god. Explosive. Go. Crazy. I'm gonna buy gas later till I see it. I think I did the puzzle right. Hockey trading cards. I think I did the puzzle right, guys. Console? Take it. Money to sell. Yeah, I think I don't want to waste my explosive on that guy. I'll save for... Guys, I think I did the puzzles right here. Yeah, I got everything. Awesome. You could have definitely soft locked yourself if you did that wrong. Here's what I'm gonna do. Awesome. If they level up, did they get revived? I hope so. There you go. Let's save here. Nope. Awesome. I wonder if sleeping can like... Oh, is the music up here? I was like, what the fuck is going on? All right. Let's play something. Let's play Wizard Hell Arcane Tears.
Hi May and chat. What's good?
Hi Mint. Hi. You see my Wizard Hell game. You go to very large Wizard Hell by night. Your team and researchers unlock more and more devices from the labs. You force some wizards to take part in research and then stake them in your own creations. Honestly, this reminds me of it was a really old game where you like made a dungeon and you were like Satan. You were like Satan. You guys remember what I'm talking about? Let me hold on. Dungeon Keeper? I think it was Dungeon Keeper. Yeah, I think this is a Dungeon Keeper reference. Because you could do shit like this in that game. Fuck, that's such a good game. That's such a good game. This one. This one. Oh my god, I do remember Dungeon Keeper, yep. You're having a lot of fun in this game now. That's crazy. You're a knock at the door. Huh? Who could be knocking on the door? Hello? Who could it be knocking at my door? Go away. Don't come around here no more. Oh, hello. Hello. It's a good thing to steal. Yeah, okay. Awesome. I can buy some stuff. Hey, what's up? Curio merchant. Hi, come bearing many interesting treasures. Check for a little bit. He seems a little cagey at where he comes from, where he finds his goods. So are you interested? Okay. Yeah, I'll trade. What's he got? Gloves. Ooh. Ring of alertness. Huh. Well, I can sell some of these. Yeah, I'll sell this. I'll sell the jewelry box. I'll sell the old game console. Interesting. I can't sell my rotten leftovers, I guess. I really wish he had some, like, sort of, like, I don't know, like, I guess I can buy asbestos the asbestos amulet's crazy. Greens your grip with firearms. Completely. I don't think I want to do that. I don't want to waste my money. Kay! Hey, Kay, how are you? What's up, Casey? How you doing? Guys, go check out Casey. They're really fucking cool. Kay, when we're gonna hang out? How you doing? I hope you're doing well. Have you played this game before? It's really cool. Ruby ring, eye amulet. Ooh, critical hit rate. That actually might be good, but I don't know. I don't know if I will sell it. I want to get. I have money now. Let's go down. Okay, this game's awesome. You gotta play it. You gotta play it. It's fucking cool. I'm having it. No problem. Have a nice day. Sorry, I'm a little sick right now, Raiders. I apologize. I'm a little under the weather. Well, I'm pretty under the weather. I have a lot of Medicaid. I'm probably gonna take some more aspirin here soon. But I'm okay. I'm just sniffly. I'm just sniffly and sneezing and coughing. This game is really fun. I'm having a blast with it. I don't know if I'm like gaming hard on it or not. I do want, here. Haggle. Okay, I'll buy it. I need my other guys back. Can I buy the gasoline too? Yes, let's make more explode. 4 times gasoline? Fuck me, dude. I can make so many explosives, dude. Okay, awesome. Now they got the med kits though. Check this out. Hold on. Item. First aid kit. Bam, bam. Everyone's alive. Awesome. And now, since everyone's alive, I think we can... Where was the thing about... There was a projector in one of the rooms, I think. Right? Guys, how was I supposed to do the photo? Oh, hey. What are you doing right here? Still, you okay? You lost? Do you need help? Why is he still here? Are you shy? On my floor, yeah. Do I need to do that? Cause how do I do the picture again? Cause I got the film reel, right? I got the negative disc, okay? Do I bring that to the projector? So I think I bring that to the projector, right? I think that's not in this room. It's not in this room. I think this is in this room over here. This one, right? This one. Right? No, not here. Blunt. Dude, no, they get huge blunts now. That's the thing. Oh, I never killed this guy in here. Hey, man. Let's jump him, guys. Let's jump him. Everybody, let's jump him. Jump him. Jump the guy. Jump the guy. This poor thing. This poor thing, dude. Awesome, okay. He was just minding his own business, chilling in there. We jumped him just randomly. A group of 4 big burly men. Or man and... I think Zarya's a woman. Maybe. Is Zarya a boy or girl? I can't tell. Okay. Insert disc. The negative disc. Fuck, we gotta go back and get the... Let's play some games, guys. Oh no. I did look. Hi, Jison. You built a pretty large wizard hell by now. Awesome. Okay, cool. We can get our thing back. We get the money back anyways. Look through eye hole. Yep, same guy. Awesome. Hello. I gotta sell my shit, yeah. Open up. I kinda wanna sell more, because then I can buy... I always do. I mean, I'm gonna do it anyways. Like, I don't know. Like, if there's time for it, I'll do it. How much is ice? I'm not gonna sell it. Fuck it. Old game console, sell that. Jewelry box, sell that. Hockey cards, sell that. Nickel. No, we're good. Whiskey, table, juice, eye thing. Melee. I feel like this carving fork. Okay, it's not really. Nothing's really like worth selling. I might as well keep them. Gear, rags, key item. Yeah, we'll hold on to all these. Thank you. Thank you. Have a nice day, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much. You're so kind. Thank you. Play another game. Play some more wizards. Play some more wizards. Hell. Arcane Tias. Yeah. Build a true torture empire. Sending your wizards hell into new areas. Adapting your torture to hell. Biomes, freezing cold torture, hell, eaten alive by bugs in hell jungle. You're having a lot of fun with this game now. Damn, I get so much money with that though. That's crazy. Like not money, but so much XP. Another knock at the door? Who can it be knocking at my door? Go away. Don't come around here no more. Hello? Got too much stuff. Sports gear, weapons, whatever. I'll trade. Okay. This looks like Doom guy. Tough guy. Wait, hold on a second. No, you can't. That's Doom guy's brother. Tough guy. Let's trade. That's a good reference. Granola, powder jacket, baseball bat, hockey helmet, chest guard. Actually, does this guy buy my weapons for better? Just a shit? No, I don't think you do. All right, I'm good. Stay safe out there. Thanks, buddy. You too. You too, man. You too. I never played a Mori all the way. I feel like I should. Is it Mori worth playing all the way, chat? Do you guys know? Never played it all the way. I don't know. I've heard good things about it, but it's one of those games where I feel like the community kind of like soils the reputation that they have. You know what I'm saying? Like, what is this game? It's called Look Outside. I know what you mean. Yeah, you get me. You get me. Got all our friends with us. No, I mean, like, is it good? Not as emotional. Like, is it good? We fuck with it? Okay, gotta buy the med kit. Haggle. No patience for haggling. Okay, awesome. Let's buy the gasoline. Good deal. Good deal. For the bandages, at least. Fuck you, dude. $36? Come on, man. Dude, $36, Duck Smack. I can't even... Fuck you, dude. Not you, Duck Smack. This motherfucker. Not you, Duck Smack. I would never fuck you. Oh, well, okay. I would never say fuck you. There we go. I'm missing a word. Never say fuck you. I would never say fuck you, Duck Smack. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I have dyslexia. Duck Smack. I'm sorry. Duck Smack. We ruined Duck Smack's life. Insert disc. The Pluto disc. Pluto, a dwarf planet beyond Neptune, orbited by moons Charon, Styx, Nyx, Kerberos, and Hydra. Interesting. Don't look at me like that. Okay. Swap disc. Take it out. If I... Maybe I shouldn't put the photo paper on there, right? Because I can insert the disc, right? Because I had the negative disc, right? I didn't imprint the negative disc. I imprinted the Pluto disc. Is that okay? Then I can maybe give this to Duck Smack. Don't look at me like that. Don't look at me like that. Don't fucking stare at me like that. I think I fucked up. I did the Pluto. I did the Pluto. Hello. Hello. Lyle. Hi, Lyle. Oh, photography. Negative image of the... okay. Sure. Should I have done the other picture? You think? But Mr. Lyle's so...
Bullshit, what up? Here come that bullshit, what up? Here come that bullshit, what
That
up?
scared
Here
me.
come
Hi,
that
Tap
bullshit,
Boy.
what up? Watch him rolling, watch him go.
I miss... Can we go back to 2016, man? Can you go back to 20... I miss that boy. I miss that boy so much, dude. Oh shit, what up? I'm fucking old. Can I get more photo paper? Will I be able to do more photo paper, you guys think? Yes or no? Feel it. Okay, get more from my... Okay. Ah! Oh, fuck. That's the fucked up one. Item. They got turmeric. Nah, fuck it. Molotov, I'm burning your ass, Shadow Fred. Fuck you. You have no idea what I just asked for? Do you not know about that boy? Oh shit, what up? Oh shit, what up? That boy. Guys, is it funnier if I keep saying, oh shit, what up? That boy. Is it funnier if I keep doing that? It's this one. Feel it. It's wet. It stains your fingers. Honko's grand journey. Ice King, the first thing it says, like, who the fuck starts a conversation with me? I'm like, who the fuck starts a conversation like that? I'm not sure you're offended or not. You know who I am. You know what I'm about. You know I'm a fucking freak, okay? I have dyslexia. It's not that easy. It's not that easy, okay? It's not that easy, Thug Smack. You know I'm a freak. You come here, you sub to me, you watch me, you know what I'm about. You know what I would not have it any other way. I am off my medication. I am on my medication. I mean, I am on my fucking medication. I am medicated. I am so sick. Animal woman. It's like when oh my god. Guys, yesterday I fucked up. I fucked up. I won't lie to you, gang. I fucked up. I'm so embarrassed by it still. When Hanya raided me, and I dyslected, I said, we have a, what was it? Because we have a section in chat in our Discord server. And we have a Vsoja section. I said, yeah, all I fucking talk about is talking about, like, everyone only talks about is, like, what, fucking Henya? And I didn't realize that because I answered fucking everything. And I was so embarrassed. I'm still embarrassed. I'm still thinking about that. I'm still thinking about that, dude. That's my Kamiyoshi. Yeah, it's so embarrassing. Like, it's fine. That's my Kamiyoshi, though. Like, I can't be like that. I can't be like that. That's fucked up. That's fucked up. Yeah. She knows yeah, she knows. She knows. She understands. Probably. I'm just a fucking freakazoid. What happened to Henya? She asked me what happened to me. I want to burn down this door. I'm all over the place. I'm all over the place, dude. I'm fucking burning up right now. I feel awesome. I feel awesome right now. I feel like I'm Pickle Rick Minecraft. I need more weed, chat. I'm having one of those days. Honestly, I prefer it to be like this than the other way. I prefer it to be my sinuses and not my gut. If I start shitting again, I'm gonna cry. Home sweet home. Let's sleep. Your breath is awful. You feel smelly. You feel grimy. Monty brewed a Monty special? What the fuck is the Monty special? What the hell? What the fuck is a Monty special? I'm not smelly. Feel grimy. Yo, brush my teeth. I'm taking a shower. Smelly. You're smelly. Listen, everybody who watches Henya is smelly by association, and same as Zentria. Everybody. It's smelly. You're smelly. She's smelly. You guys are smelly. Okay? You sing too? Shut up, bitch. No, I don't. I smell good. We should finish that game soon. Yeah, we gotta... Let's play some wizard game, guys. Let's play some wizard game. Ah! Fucking god damn it. I know, duck's back. I know, I'm fucking with you too. If anyone takes anything I say seriously, I'm gonna fucking embalm them. I'm gonna embalm them. Has tinted look at your door at all times of the night scary people? Yeah. I ran through your arms in the house after midnight. You banged on the door with all 3 arms while I shot at him. I really thought he would break down the door. Who are these people? Where they come from? They can't be residents, can't they? So what new? Anything interesting happened since we last spoke? Yeah. I got you. Was anything too stressful? Of course. Ackerborn, the crystal turtle over the month! Save your money.
May, is it normal that when you have an autoimmune issue your throat, chest, abdomen and almost the lungs feel swollen?
Not swollen, but my tummy feels like it has rocks in it. And it gets really like bloaty. And then I throw up and burp a lot. It's pretty awesome. It's pretty awesome. Low-key. Not a watch TV game. Play something. Wizards. Wizard! It's a hell game. You now have completed the mini over hell with all of its lands where the punishment of other sinners now remain on earth as honoring undying remnants, for there's only room in hell for factors of magic. The play sessions starting to blend together a bit, but it's still fun. Play for 1 hour. You're no longer smelly. You're knocking at the door. Who the fuck keeps knocking on my motherfucking door? I'm sick of this shit. Stop knocking on my motherfucking door. Hello? What kind of specialist? Should talk to your doctor. Immunologist? There's a lot of things. I get a lot of symptoms. The pizza! I did order pizza! Hello? Hi, you ordered for a medium meat lover's pizza? Oh, I am a meat lover. I do like meat. Come on. Hey, delivery boy. Oh, hey. Sure, hey. Do you come with the pizza too? $6 tip. Have a nice day. Awesome. I got a whole ass meat lovers. Oh my god. Damn, that was worth it through the shit heels. Look at that. I was son calling you a New Yorker. I am not from New York City. I'm not a fucking New Yorker. I'm not a New Yorker. I've never been a New Yorker. I never will be a New Yorker. Anybody from New York is not like me, and they never will be like me, okay? They're fucking freakazoids. Hello? Some kind of taxidermized sculpture. This door's open now. Oh! A taxidermized rhinoceros. Some kind of taxidermy. I'll take that, eagle. I'm gonna sell that motherfucker. That's money. What is this? Take the dog. Yeah, sell the fucking dog. I'm not a New Yorker. Hey! This thing's scary. Do I got a Molotov? Monty special. Fuck it. Needles. Fire belch. Bottom up. I really don't like this guy. This music's like uncomfortable. Okay. Stimulant 4 bandages? Damn. Okay, money. That was needlessly uncomfortable. that's... Wait, was... That's fucking scary. What do you mean? I don't trust that thing. I don't trust that fucking thing at all. That's fucking scary. A spirit board. Awesome. A shrunken head. Some cash. Oh, we'll kill this thing. Whatever this is, we're gonna put it out as misery. What is this? Oh, all of this is like so creepy. Wayakata. Yeah, make a Monty brew. Great. Zarya's really good at yelling. Alright. Awesome. I don't like this music. I'm not a fucking New Yorker. I'm not a fucking New Yorker. Galactic. Thank you so many months. What the heck is wrong with you? Save your money. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Look, every time I leave this room, chat, look, I'll leave. Go back in. Oh, that's creepy.
I hardly know her.
I don't like this guy. Ooh, what is this thing? There's a hole in the door. Push the head inside. Okay. What the fuck? I don't like this plate. This one makes me so very uncomfortable. And the weird statue thing, like, look, it keeps moving. This one. Is this one up here? Locked from the other side. Crocodile. Not a fan of taxidermy? No. Taxidermy freaks me the fuck out, guys. Like, genuinely? I don't like it. I don't like it. I need that food, though. With the fridge. Hey! And the music in these is, like, deeply unsettling. It's all, like... It sounds like someone... What the fuck? Monty's mistake! Special skewer. Ranged. Aimed shot, scissors, please. Dog, how are you still alive? Oh my fucking god. You're a fucking prick. Scissors, you're a fucking prick. Alright, chat. I'm gonna be right back. I have to get my food. I'll be right back. Okay, guys? See you guys in a second. Need to turn some music for you guys. Okay, BRB. Have some good music. I'm back. Hello. Holy shit, that took a lot out of me, guys. I'm pretty sick today. Holy shit. Ah. Okay. I'm so excited to eat. Holy fuck. Whew. Okay, we beat scissors. We beat scissors though. Hell yeah. Right? Oh, this food's good, chat. This is like the best pizza. It's like the best pizza ever.
1 year with the best fox in the world kicks heart.
Best fox. I'm evil. I'm evil. These are so good. They're not like the crunchy wings. They're baked wings, so they're soft. I fucking loved soft, like the soft baked wings so much. I do. I love them so much with all my heart and soul. They're so good. All right, let's eat some pizza, gang. Meat lovers. Whew. I'm gonna take a bite of this, by the way. This is good. This pizza smells good. Ooh. I unlocked it. Okay. Wait. What? Oh my god. We're like, ew. A jacket made from patchwork leather ew. We're in like the leather realm now. Thank you so much, Maka. I really appreciate it. Leather pieces. Okay, ugh. A leather, is this a leather club? Ew. So that's that statue thing that we saw moving? Oh fuck. We're getting what is this thing? Ew. Dog? I'm gonna fucking burn it. I'm gonna burn it. I'm gonna burn it. Acid damage? Yeah, fuck it. Crow. Ew. Ew. Ew, dog. Ew, dog. Oh, I don't like it. I don't fucking like it. Okay. Oh, it's weak to Monty shit. It's weak to Monty shit. Okay. Oh, it pecked out his eyes. There's so much garlic on this thing. It's crazy. It tastes that goddamn good. Okay, throw that on Monty. Special. Joel, just go for the bite. Monty, I need you to actually can you range this guy, big dog? Yeah. And you too, Zarya. Multi-shot. Okay. Awesome. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Okay, you wanna what? Guys, I don't know how much health this thing has left. I'm gonna fucking do it. Huck the explosive. throw a car-sized IED at it, please. There we go. Okay, thank God. Thank God. I was fucking worried. I was fucking worried about that. Okay, Monty. Eat a meat lover's pizza. We can go back and craft some thingy things real quick. Oh, wait, let's get, oh, we gotta like leave. Wait, what happens if we, I'm curious, guys. What happens if we go back here? Needle gloves. Ew, dog. Everything's so gross in here. Car bomb. Guys, I'm Irish. You can, it's okay. I'll give you the pass, dog, okay? It's cool, man. It's cool. It's whatever. I give you the fucking pass. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. We're fucking, just go. Ow, 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 ow. Ow, 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 ow. For free, man. You get the pass. You get the car bomb pass, okay? That's fucking scary. Let's have raw pork with some beans. Pork and beans! Where's the Weezer reference? Weezer reference. Pork and beans, dude. Hey, May, the cartoon channel isn't working. Can you make it work? I think the cartoon channel is gone. Where'd it go? The Prime Minister banned cartoons. Sorry, we don't got a license for it. Man, I'm gonna miss cartoons. Yeah, me too, buddy. Me too. God damn, dude. Fucking Prime Minister, man. They took our fucking cartoons away. I want to make more explode. Let's save. Actually, oh, it's okay. What's new? Hi, Sybil. Thank you, Sybil. Like craft with gasoline. Something, gasoline. All right, clay socks. Clay socks? I can't mix anything. Got a bunch of that too. Whiskey, we'll mix that with cloth. I don't want to waste my gasoline on that because we can make gasoline with vinegar and make like something better. Cloth and pure care make bandages. Knock at the door, don't mind if I diddly do. Hello. It's a guns dealer. Hello. Hey, open up, buddy. Got some guns for ya. What you buying? You open a door? Yeah, I will. Hey! You chat for a little bit, just so much what's happening. It's good to you tight-lipped about the sources of weapons. Look at these bad boys. You know you want one. Okay. Look at these babies. You know you want one? Don't be a friggin' mook, huh? Buy one of these guns, huh? Okay, cool. I'll buy one. Magnum bullet. Oh my god. Acid fly. Oh, those are cheap. Cheap. Well, I can sell the taxidermy eagle, the comic books, the spear board, and the taxidermy dog. Okay. And in return, I can buy... Well, I don't know if I really want any of this. I really don't know if I want any of this, you know? Ball destroying game? Is there a game where you step on men's balls? Like, is that a thing? Raw chicken with some instant noodles. Make some chicken noodle. They should make a VR game where you just step on people's balls, you know? They should make a VR game where you like it's like a super detailed ball crushing simulator. You know like the sniper game? What's it called? The sniper game? The fucking it's not Elite Dangerous, it's oh, our buddy's here. Hi, friend. No, it opens. No. Wait. Small hand emerges from the interior of the robe, clutching a small lump of flesh. I'll take your gift. A tongue. Thank you. I'll give you a gift. Here, have an army guy figure. It's from a good friend of mine. Aww. It's from a good friend of mine. I feel like to friend a friend, that's a good thing. You know what I'm saying? Actually, that's a good thing to have to give to somebody. Friend to friend, man. Joel's got a slingshot. Interesting. That's all I'll say. Interesting. Okay, we need vinegar. Is vinegar? No. Vinegar? No. Vinegar? Yeah, vinegar. Haggle. 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 Okay. Thank you for the vinegar. Let's see, what else do we need? We need a tonic? No. Antidote? No. See, now chat, we're gonna deal with that taxidermy fucking creature in the best way possible. In the best way you guys are gonna see my master plan. My master fucking plan. We're gonna kill that taxidermy guy. We're gonna do it. Let's see, 33. we will have to worry about that motherfucker soon, chat. I'm giving him the Irish special coming right up. Okay. Awesome. Hi, Elfin. You're next. Yes.
I'm not paying for that.
Me either. I can't pay for that co-pilot. We're running low on money. We're running low on money, buddy. Get the vinegar now so I can combine that with Vice Locks? What the fuck that do? Find out. Gas bomb. Damn.
You can't keep getting away with it.
Crunchy. Crunchy. It's crunchy. All right, chat. You guys ready? I'm gonna fight its fucking spirit form, I think. Did we kill this thing in here? We did. Hey, buddy. What's up? That's fucking horrifying. Check this out, chat. You guys ready? Item. Explosive. Item. Explosive. Item. Explosive. Item. Explosive. We're setting this fucking thing to hell, chat. We're setting this thing to hell. We're setting it to hell. Burn. Burn. Dude, this thing's got a lot of HP. Holy shit. That wasn't a bad idea then, right? Item. Let's throw some Molotov on it. Okay. We'll gas it as well. And then, oops, I had him guard. That's a waste. Oh, that's okay. Ranged? Dude, this thing, that was a good idea then. It's stunned too, so we can burn it. Tough love. Wow, that was scary. That was really scary. That was actually pretty scary. I won't lie to you guys, that was pretty fucking scary. Now, if we go back, the statue should be dead, right? Unless that was its spirit form. Oh, fuck, it was its spirit. We killed its spirit. I don't know what to do about this. I don't know what to do about that right now. I really don't. Oh. This pizza is so good. I could fuck this pizza. I could fuck this pizza. Let's play some wizard games. Do not the pizza. Too bad. Okay, we're getting efficiency. I want to beat it. No, I wouldn't do that to Hanya. Stop. You guys are cruel. I make, oh my god, wait, this game's crazy. Guys, we're taking over heaven. I want to absolutely beat this game. I want to beat this game. I'm gonna beat this game, man. Take a little break from all the action. Beat the fuck out of this game. Hell yeah. I'm playing a game right now. This is kind of meta, playing a game in a game. Put magic in the drinking water. To increase the ratio of people gifted with magic, you invest in wizard schools. The more wizards are, the more hell grows. Perfect. Huh? 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 Excuse me. I charged that one up. That was like charged up. Wizard battle. Yeah, I'm pretty sick today, huh? Play something. Wizard Hell, Arcane Tears, go. Okay. Awesome. There are no more wizards on Earth. They all now reside in Hell. You constructed for them. Wizards are now born directly in Hell camps and slaughtered once their powers manifest. Their souls are then in torment forever. Okay. Okay. Don't scare me. Thank you. Excuse me, princess. Do not say princess. What the hell? I have no princess. Here's your Wizard Hell's game. You figured out how to increase your suffering more slunchy. Pull your research researching mind-altering magic. You have joined all wizard souls in -1, greatly increasing your suffering. All this wizard torturing has awakened a latent skill. You've learned painful stab. Okay, that's good. I'm not princess. No, no, no. Someone at the door. Look through your eye hole. Ah! Oh! Hey, you in there? I want to make friends. Hello. Hi, how you doing? Open up. I just want to hang out. You go fight the monster there. Let's do it. I've been cooped up in for so long. See someone, you don't feel like I'm losing my mind. Okay. Hey, look at you, a bona fide friend. Yeah, come on in. Come on. welcome Dan into your home. Hey, my buddy, my pal, it's May. How's it hanging, buddy? What's up, Dan? What are you doing? I'm a legendary Let's Player and video game commentator. I'm also part-time on Boxer. What do you think will happen? I don't know, man. I seriously hope this doesn't push back the development for Cosmic Disaster 2. How you doing? Man, your place is awesome. Thanks for letting me stay and crash here. Oh, hey, if you go out again soon, can you bring back some more games and snacks? Did you look outside? I haven't gotten the chance yet. That lives up to the hype. This is just me. This is just me. I feel like I'm targeted. I feel like I'm getting targeted. What the fuck? What the fuck? No, not Dan Schneider. That's not the fuck guy. I hope it's not the. If I welcome Dan Schneider in my home, I'm going to hell. Okay, I'm going to hell. We're not welcoming Dan Schneider into this chat room. Please, no. All pedophiles should be killed. Just juvenile is clearly the best in the series. Not even debating my words, except the canon. You jump way more in one, and the clouds levels are cooler. These aren't even serious criteria to judge a game on. Wood has faster power-ups and bigger pipes too. This isn't a serious critique. You don't care all about Super Jump Lab's 2 artistic depth vision. They're arguing. Hi. How you doing? I'm okay. We're gonna go out there again soon. Should I bring Dan with me? Manage party. Join party. Get critiqued. Regular hell or wizard hell? How about hell, but it's like TOS, if I get banned for saying all pedophiles should be killed, that's gonna be a crazy thing from Twitch. I'm just letting you guys know. That's crazy. That would be insanity. Wait, they're gonna do it? They did it to Mia? I know, it's fucked up. They shouldn't have done it to Mia. They shouldn't have. All I'm saying is, chat, okay? As someone who was sexually assaulted as a kid, I have no, not in Minecraft, I have no sympathy for child abusers and pedophiles. 100%. 100%. If Twitch bans you with that, I wouldn't be okay with Twitch banning me, but I said what I said. There's no reason to have any sort of sympathy for those people. They're not a protected class. They're awful people, awful human beings. Somebody that can go out of their way to harm a child like that is a fucking monster. A worthless dickhead, and they're not even human. You know what? Yeah, people. No, they're not. They're subhuman. You know what? I'm here to loaded tea. I'm just saying, it's not even tea. I'm just saying pedophiles should die. And if Twitch bans me for that, I'm throwing a stink. I don't think they would. And if they would, then I'll throw a stink. I'll throw a stink. There'd be a lot of stink to throw around there. You know what I'm saying? I feel like, what's to say about Twitch if they ban somebody for that though, you know? I'm not saying go outside and do it. That's different. It'd be different if I was actively saying like, yeah, we should go outside and do it. I'm just saying, I think they should. You know what? Oh, I might collab soon, chat. Hold on, let's save. Can you save? Shit, I don't think I can save. You know they cut the dick off? I didn't know that, but I think that's fair game, man. I think that's fair game. It's fucked up what they do to people. And it's not if they fuck around do something that dirty to somebody, they do get the pee-pee cut off. You know what? It's disgusting. Yeah, die of natural causes, obviously, yeah. Like, to me, chat, I feel like I'm pretty lenient most of the time about prison stuff too. Like, somebody like murdering somebody depends on the murder. Like, I think there's fine reason to like murder, you know, if it's like self-defense or, you know, like let's say somebody wrongs you in such a horrible way. You know, I feel like there's been times where like that's fine in my mind. Stealing, I think, can be fine if you're not stealing from somebody lesser than you. If you're stealing from Walmart, whatever, you know? I don't think there should be many people in prison, but like when it comes to stuff like pedophiles, I'm like, yeah, no, they're disgusting. Those are awful people. Disgusting people. People that fuck with animals, disgusting. Disgusting. Disgusting, dude. Okay, we got everything saved. I gotta get ready for my collab. We're gonna play Headliner Shot with Berrybug and Minty, and it's gonna be fun. I think for some crimes that like can't be rehabilitated, right? I'm fine with it. Like, there's some stuff that I don't think you can fix, if that makes sense, you know? Oh. Garrick said that game's game of the year, by the way, chat. Do I trust him? So I'm making room on my desk. It's been a while. I have my snot towel. I'm gonna have to wash after stream, but I have a towel that I sneeze into, and it's been a while, so. Okay, let me get the gang together. Headliners. Yippee! Hi, guys! If anyone else is streaming, I have a link thing. Go back to here. That's a fun game though, honestly. Oh shit. I'm gonna get Headliner Shot. We're gonna play Headliner Shot. That game's so fucking fun, by the way. Holy shit. They updated it recently too, like a lot. So I wanted to try it out. What a good game, by the way. Headliners is a good game. I'll say it. It's a pretty good, goddamn good game. Oh, my PC's melting. There you go. Graphics. Can I set? Okay, awesome. Actually, we'll see the screen. Good night, Dusty. How did you meet so many other streamers? Here's a tip. I built this bridge 5 years ago. 5 years ago. I know half of these people because I made a friend named Giga about 5 years ago. And because of Giga, she helps me a lot. She brought me around the different peoples. We met friends. I met her friends. And because of her, I made more friends, and I met those friends of those friends, right? That's what you do. You build a circle around you. You build a circle around you. And because of Giga, right? Because of Giga, I met so many people. So many freaking people. And this is my advice to you. No matter how small somebody is, okay? No matter how small somebody is, or big somebody is, but this is more so to small people. If someone's small and they're your friend, become friends with them. If you have a genuine connection, with those people, make friends with them, even if they're tiny. Even if they're tiny. Here's a great example. My friend Uwuslab. I knew him when I was a lot bigger than him, right? And I saw their genuine passion, their soul, their happiness, and I reached out to them and we just hung out, right? We just hung out, spent time with each other, and then he started streaming. And now he's a bigger streamer, and he's kicking ass, right? Don't fuck over your friends, okay? You want to meet new people? Hang out with those friends. They'll introduce you to their friends, and so on. I met Minty because I knew my friend Sunny, and I met Sunny because I'm friends with my friend Bud, who I met through Mari and Hina, who I met in 2021. Right? I say that only because I've seen it time and time again. Time and time again. Here's a great example, right? I was a smaller streamer. Or back when I was a smaller streamer, Giga was a smaller streamer. Giga grew way past me really quickly, right? And of course you get a little jealous. Of course you get a little jealous and envious and stuff like that. But don't use that to feel hatred or misuse to your friend. Use that as a motivator. Anybody would, right? Anybody would. And I've seen so many VTubers, and I've had personal experiences where I've grown, or I've seen their friends grow, and then their friends treat them different or worse. I've had people treat me differently, and it breaks my heart when someone like tells me like, hey May, you've changed. Your community's changed. Like, things aren't the same. I don't like it anymore. You're not the same as you used to be. And we just like, fuck you, dude. Like, you never knew me in the fucking first place then. Fuck you. That's what I tell people. Fuck you. You never knew me in the first place if you treat me like that. That's disgusting. And is it wrong for me to feel like that? I don't think it is. If someone says you changed, I've never been different. I'm the same fucking person I was. I just got better at streaming. I learned more. You know, and it pisses me off because people do that. People will do that. You know? It happens a lot. It happens a lot. It happens a fuck ton. It does. It does. Yeah, and like the thing about it too is like you might miss some certain things about somebody, but it's still there. I'm still best friends with Giga. Are we collabing every Wednesday? No. But do I still DM her? Do we still talk? Are we still good friends? Yes. Nothing does change. It's just, you know, you do different things, man. My advice to any streamer in the world, just keep at it. Keep improving. Keep doing things. There's no secret sauce or secret way to success in streaming. There's no... You can cheat your way to the top, but people will find out. People will find out. And if you do cheat your way self to the top, people will just like dog on you. Like you want a legacy. You don't want success. You want a legacy. You want a legacy. You want a career. You want something that fills you with so much love and joy all the fucking time, you know? But yeah, it's pretty ugh. But yeah, I don't know, like it happens. It happens. Like I don't know. What happens that their mental image involves cartoonish proportions? Exactly. Don't get bitter. It's important. Like, I don't get bitter. If someone grows past me, if someone does better than me, if someone does cool shit, like, do I say, wow, that's cool, I wish I could do that? Yes. Do I use that as a motivator to hate or be mad at my friends? No. Fuck no, dude. Fuck no. Here's a great fucking example. Here's a great fucking example. I love Michi's music. I am like, God, I wish I could sing as well as her, right? Am I gonna use that to be mean to Michi? Or say, wow, I hate my friend Michi because she sings better than me? No, that's bitchy, catty ass behavior. Fuck that, dude. I'm gonna use that as a motivator. I'm gonna say, if I wanna sing just as good as Michi, I'm gonna put in the practice. I'm gonna put in the love. I'm gonna put in the energy. You know? That's good passion, you know? The chat experience does change, but something that people forget. You are as much as a vehicle as other people in chat. If chat uses their motivator, or not motivator, if chat uses their, like, you know, they change things, they move around, right? Then, sorry, I have food in my mouth. Then listen, everybody in chat contributes, right? If you don't like how chat is, and you stop talking or you stop doing stuff, you are contributing to everybody feeling something like that, right? The old heads. The chat room didn't change. You just gave up. You just gave up. People leave. People leave. Connections change, right? But if you say, oh, the chat's not the same, the dynamic's different, right? It's different because you gave up. If you stop posting stuff that you post, other people aren't going to post the same thing. To me, my chat's always been the same. Obviously, it's not as like, well, I don't say it's close. I try to contribute like chat becoming friends with each other, right? I fucking love celery. All right, I'm gonna get the game started. Host, create session. Friends only, host. Awesome. Okay, friends only host. Okay, game's up. Gonna call. I'm on stream, so yippee. This celery is so good.
Hi.
Barry! Hey, Barry, what's
Hello.
up?
Hi. Oh, wait, hold on. I'm streaming right now, but let me.
Oh, that's fine. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm just doing connections while we wait.
Yeah, no problem. No problem.
Okay.
Yippee!
Yippee! Let me get our Fugis out though.
This game is really awesome. I think you'll like it. It's a lot of fun. I've been playing since the last update though.
Hell yeah. I'm excited. Thank you for having me.
Of course. Well, I've been wanting to play games with you for a little bit, because, like, we've known each other for so long. We met, like, how long ago? I was just telling my chat about, like...
I know!
I'm like, I've never really, like, done anything with you, so I'm like, I'll invite some people I don't really hang out with, like, Fishy and stuff, and I'll be like, hey, also, hi, Fishy.
Can you hear me? Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Hello? Hi. Yay!
Yay!
Hello, Barry. It's nice to meet you.
It's nice to meet you too, Fishy.
Yay!
I tried finding us a 5th or a 6th, but I gave up because everyone that I know is, like, they're in Japan. I swear to God, I've talked to, like, 4 different people. Everybody's in Japan. I'm like, why is everyone going to Japan now? What's going on, right?
Jealous.
Yeah, what the heck? They're all hanging out in Japan together.
I know, what the heck? I want to go.
I want to go. I haven't never been to Japan. I started doing Japanese, like, tutoring, and I want to learn so I can, like, go. It'd be fun. I think, like, I don't know. I'd have to come up with like a plan though. Like, I don't like going on vacation and like not knowing what to do.
Oh yeah, for sure. Especially I feel like if you're going to Japan, you definitely need like a good plan.
Yeah, it's so big. Like, there's so much to do. Like, I don't want to like maybe like visit like a lot of the shrines and stuff. That sounds pretty.
Wait, why are you an isopod? Yeah.
Oh, cause me and Minty, we have a little thing where we get together with friends and we're isopods. I mean, like isopods.
Oh, I see. Okay, so we're just missing the other half.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh my god.
Baby items. I see. No, fuck, it's not. Wait, you lied to me. I'm gonna fail today's connections. Oh, wait, hold on. No, we're fine. Have been like so messed up. Like they don't really hit as hard.
Uh-oh.
Gay son. It has to be something with gay son. Silly one little. Wait, it has to be something with gay son. I have to put it all in on gay son.
Oh no.
Gay son?
Gay son. Capri son. Jet son. Please. Jean son. Hello.
Hello.
What is killing my PC?
Not anymore.
Oh my god. Yeah, I was trying to change it. I opened up Fuji's fucking website and now my shit's like all crashing.
Uh-oh.
Oh no.
Okay, I'm in the stream together now. Yippee! Yippee!
I know you guys are all on my screen now.
Yippee! We're all little guys.
We're all little guys.
Hell yeah!
I love
I'm
being a
still
little
the isopod.
It's so cute.
Cute.
Little bug.
Yeah, I do the isopods.
Cute.
I love bugs. I love bugs. I love isopods.
I love bugs.
Bugs.
Yeah, I can tell you like bugs.
Very good bug.
Fuck!
Yeah. Yeah.
This connection sucks! What?
What?
Wait, what? I don't even know, oh my god! I don't read.
Blah, blah, blah.
I'm gonna start Discord real quick, guys. I'm sorry.
Oh,
Don't
yeah,
worry.
go ahead.
Chat, my whole PC is cooked. Guys, can you say frog real quick? Frog? I might restart my shit real quick. Oh yeah, we're restarting stream. We're restarting stream. This is so delayed.